Hello there, everybody, and welcome to Proving Grounds 16. My name is K-Bot, and I am joined for their Proving Grounds debut, the one and only Splatoon Lily. Lily, how are you doing this evening?
I'm good. I actually don't think this is my Proving Grounds debut, though.
Is it not? Okay.
It's been a hot minute.
In that case, hang on. In that case, you lied to me because you said earlier that the last time that you casted was probably last year.
Oh, okay. So actually, it might be my Proving Grounds commentary debut, but I have won this tournament, so I think that makes me a veteran.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's fair. You got me on a technicality. Of course. Just like you, by the way, to get me on a technicality.
Yeah.
But you still haven't answered my question. How you doing?
Oh, good. Good, I think. Yeah, I just had the best nap of my life. Like, I woke up and I was like, I could get up right now, but I don't have to be up for a little bit longer. So I put like another 45 minutes on that nap timer. And I just went right back to sleep. So I'm doing great right now. Ask me again in a couple hours. We'll see.
Ask you again in a couple hours. You'll just be out cold. We are getting into things here for Proving Grounds 16. Of course, folks, remember, we are starting off with our single elimination bracket phase, which will transition into a double elimination tournament at top 4. And you see on your screen the mess of a bracket we've got today. Something like 51 teams have entered the events tonight. Everybody wants to play single elimination, which means we'll have 4 rounds, starting with our round 1 matchup here between Seawolves and Crossfire. Handful of familiar faces on the names, or on the side of Seawolves, and less so perhaps on Crossfire, but excited to see what our teams have for us.
Absolutely. Seawolves has some very common names: Latios, Jordan, Genstorm, Custom, and Meep. Pretty much all names have been around this community at least a hot minute if you've been here too. And on the side of Crossfire, the only one I really recognize is Inkling as a solo queue warrior, doing some fantastic work, and has been playing tournaments for a little bit now too. So if you've been around the scene for the past, I would say 6 months, you're probably aware of their ballpoint at this point too.
So you're saying not me, in short.
Exactly, yeah. If you're anyone but K-Bot, you probably know these people.
Yeah, okay. Fantastic here, but early on, not much going either direction here on Claim Blitz Scorch Gorge. Now we see Ink Strikes coming out as the Seawolves are trying to get a little bit of advantage, but a nice Inkjet double from King is going to shut that down, and we're going to see a lot more neutral play as this one continues.
Yeah, we have a lot of the painting weapons still up on Crossfire. I mean, we would be able to maintain a lot more of this mid section and prevent Seawolves from getting too much of an early open. They're very much on the defensive, but these specials being burned from Seawolves coming out, not really making much of an impact.
Yeah, Latios couldn't find anyone with the Ink Zooka, and now 2 down on the far left side on the flank. Now it's a wipeout as Crossfire has swept over across the map. They'll be starting to pick up their claims here and send this power clam on into the basket. But how much further can they extend forward? To see King starting to move up here, throws in a few extra clams, but will be forced to back on away. Solid defense here, painting the ground for the Seawolves as they come back in, mitigating the pressure from this push.
Challenge of this map with pushing really is just making sure you have those clams when you need them. The map is so expansive and all the clams spawn in mid, so being able to get those clam pods locked on your half is crucial for getting a push started.
Now another Inkjet pick comes in from King, and might start to see another push come in from Crossfire, as it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do, infiltrating the enemy side of the map, forcing a crab tank out of their opponents, and a power clam will find the basket. Now Grass is going to go forward, find that one in as well. Few extra clams to follow up here, but it looks like it'll get cleaned up. Now down to the 30-point mark for Crossfire. Fantastic work here, and they're probably going to be pretty confident trying to hold this line.
Yeah, I mean, 2.5 minutes left in the game. Certainly plenty of time for Seawolves to make a push, but it feels right now like we're having a battle of the new meta versus the old meta. The double crab here not being quite as impactful as we would like to see, especially in the newer play of the game.
strikes out, but couldn't find much of anything with the value here. It's exactly the problem, is that they're not able to find all of these picks off the specials. Now Zooka comes out. Will it be able to find anything? Not quite. It's met with an Ink Jet, and Ink strikes back the other direction. Seawolves have not found a way to establish themselves on the enemy's territory, but now might have an opportunity to do just that. 5th Gen goes down on the Tetra Dualies thanks to Latios's splatter shot here, and again, Seawolves will maintain mid, but they're really having a difficult time turning around this elbow. Will they be able to do that now with a few crab tanks out? Looks like not quite, as Hawkins going to start moving forward, tactical-ered up and all, looking for something here, and won't be able to find quite the entry, but at least has interrupted the Seawolves' control of mid.
Honestly, that tactical cooler, I think, is doing a lot of work for Crossfire, just allowing them to stay up and stay mobile and to not really care if they die, especially into something like Double Crab, is incredibly powerful. And we're about to see them open the basket yet again, putting even more pressure on Seawolves.
5th Gen gonna back away, find this one onto Storm, or at least this 1v1 here gets taken down in the process in the trade, but another few extra clams into the basket here for Crossfire. Won't extend their lead for now, but certainly will at least have pushed in, gotten a decent amount of control, and will be looking to continue to maintain that amount of control in mid as the Seawolves are coming back online. 50 seconds remain, and still not a clam in the basket out of the Seawolves, as it looks like another one goes down. Here's an Ink Jet again out of flanking, finds yet another. Ink strikes out once more, and there's another pushing window. The power clam will find the basket once again for Crossfire, and a few extras will follow additionally. Still a 2-down situation for the Seawolves, and it's been all Crossfire so far. Flinking coming in with the last few clams to secure this one, and that will be a knockout. Took a decent chunk of the 5 minutes, but Crossfire able to put it away nonetheless.
Honestly, it did take the full 5 minutes, but looking at it, it didn't feel like it. They maintained control of pretty much the entire map, the whole game. The very few times that Seawolves actually got any ground to try to make a push, they had to burn all of their specials to try to just move the team away from the basket, let alone make an entry. It was rough. It was rough.
And to that end, right, it was the injuries that were struggling out of Seawolves. They weren't able to find a lot of those picks necessary. The things that, the tools that they were relying on to be able to do that, such as those crab tanks potentially, or that Zooka, or even those triple Ink strikes and try to get in, try to shove themselves forward into better positioning, did not quite pan out there on Clamblit's Scorch Gorge. But now, perhaps we go to something that might help them a little bit more, a little flatter, a little more linear perhaps here as we head over to Splat Zones on Hagglefish.
I mean, if there's going to be anywhere that's going to favor the Seawolves comp, it's definitely going to be Splat Zones Hagglefish. If they can get any kind of footing in mid, things like that Double Crab are going to do so much work to try to lock out Crossfire, but it really depends on them getting that lockout in the first place. I think they're going to struggle a little bit against that, and we'll have to see if there's any adjustments that Crossfire make to their comp as well. Soda is good pretty much everywhere, but it's a little less impactful here when you have to try to fight, say, a Double Crab trying to come back in. It's not a great entry special as much as it is a good risk diminishing special.
Yeah, it's something that you want to try to stabilize with more so, which still makes it valuable, I'd argue, on something like a Splat Zones here, especially on Hagglefish, and especially in a world where they're not really running a crab tank either, right? That stability is going to come more from the tacticaler. In Crossfire's case, the same amount of stability that maybe the Seawolves are trying to set themselves up for. But again, if the Seawolves don't have that entry, they will likely struggle a little bit as we get into this one. So hopefully we'll be queuing in for the next game soon. Yeah, should be a good one here as we keep getting set. But Crossfire able to take care of business overall. Pretty stunning, I think, in game one. Maybe Seawolves need a warm-up game or two. Maybe that's the case, but
yeah. If I had to predict who was going to win that just based on the names alone, I would have guessed Seawolves. So I'm really impressed so far with Crossfire just coming out of the gate. It's great.
Certainly the case here. Looks like very minimal in terms of weapon composition changes. Perhaps just the double tent attack for the side of the Seawolves, opting for the double triple Ink strike to try to push, to try to shove Crossfire around. But Crossfire's composition so far has been incredibly mobile on the whole. I fear these triple Ink strikes might not have solid targets that are stationary.
Yeah, I think honestly the double trip strike is probably going to help them a little bit against that ballpoint on Crossfire, but that again really comes down to them being able to establish properly. And I mean, they've got some flanks coming in behind, a beautiful shot from Flanking, taking out that flanker, and still Crossfire in essentially control of mid.
Feels like so far Flanking has found at least one splat with every Inkjet. You don't always get to say that, but so far the Inkjets here have been incredibly consistent, picking one target, sticking with it, and continuing to move that player around until they ultimately make a mistake and are able to predict exactly where they're going. Now though, seeing this come through, Splat Bomb stuck in the corner here, unfortunately, as the Seawolves still need to regroup to break back in.
I've never had the experience of standing there and having a suction bomb, a splat bomb, and a auto bomb come at you in a corner. And I hope never to have that experience, but I feel like I just felt what it could be like by watching that. It's incredible.
Well, most of the time, you're the one throwing the splat bomb, so there's that. But now,
a fantastic job on this lockout. And like I said, the composition from Seawolves would have done fantastic in a lockout, but the challenge was getting there first. Looks like we're seeing some trip strikes coming in, trying to uncap that zone, but Flanking and 5th Gen doing some beautiful work here, keeping that zone fully in control, and we're ticking down the 15-point mark.
Gladios on the side, trying, again, all of these players of Crossfire trying to get ahead of the zone, trying to draw the fire of the Seawolves here, and they were almost successful in doing so, but it'll get taken away from them at the 4-point mark. Finally, the Seawolves have found the cleanup duty in order to come on in here, and now we'll see if they can set up the lockout that we've been continuing to talk about here. This is exactly what they want to try to do, but again, now that they've gone over to the, double or 2 sets of strikes, they might not have the same holding power, and indeed that's the case. The engage comes through with the Inkjet in the sky for Crossfire. It's a 3-down situation for the Seawolves, and Crossfire has the map purple right back.
That flip was surgical. Absolutely surgical. The way they coordinate all their specials and all the paint and the trip strikes to come in and flip it so quickly on this map is not the easiest feat if it's being contested, but it was absolutely beautiful to watch. And in contrast, we see Crossfire here just holding the zone as long as possible and trying not to cede any ground to Seawolves.
Flanking, another one in the Inkjet. There's a second, another double here for Crossfire. It's a 3-down situation for Seawolves. Only one remains, and that player will be forced on away. Graz going to go on the chase, but nonetheless, once again, purple zone stabilized for Crossfire. And while Graz might have gone down on the front lines, they've still got a solid control of the map, especially with how far in 5th Gen's going here on the Tetra Dualies, far up on this right side, able to continue picking off some of these members. Now looking for at least a trade here. Looks like Gladio is actually forced to back away, and now Reef Slider comes back, cutting across the entire map, and Seawolves still confined to their spawn for now. Now they might have an opportunity to break through, and it doesn't come. It's now or never as they're trying to get into the zone, and they will indeed with the strikes that come out. At least find the cap, apply that penalty, and now with a 3-down situation, they'll be looking for the last one, but hang on here. Graz is sharking on the right side. Will they be able to spot him out? They do with enough paint. He goes down, and the Seawolves will hopefully be able to stabilize here.
Honestly, looks like they're doing a pretty good job. Already ticked through their penalty and down past the 50-point mark, which is kind of what you need to see in the last minute of the game. But Crossfire coming in now, 2-3 specials online, coming all out at once and with some beautiful coordination, and are going to be able to flip that zone and apply yet another penalty. This is getting a little nerve-wracking for Seawolves.
This Crossfire team looks like a team that has thought about and practiced their engages quite a bit. You see the specials layered on top of one another, continuing to push their opponents back, and Seawolves are left with no option but to give up and yield the zone away. Now, will they be able to find yet another entry when it matters most? Splat Bomb almost catches Custom off guard, now in the Crab Tank, but it's just not fast enough for the Seawolves, and Crossfire takes the second game in a row in this set. This might be a quick 3-0 in the way folks weren't anticipating.
Honestly, yeah. Like I said, if I had to guess how this was going to go, it's not going the way I expected, and I'm honestly incredibly impressed. I honestly remember running into Flanking probably a year or so ago now in solo queue, and I'm pretty sure they were playing Flingza at the time, or Big Swig or something when it wasn't strong. And I was like, there's no way there's someone in my lobby named Fling King playing Big Swig. Awful, awful, awful. And just the more I've seen them in the community, the more and more impressed I get. Fling King is proving themselves a powerful player, and especially doing some fantastic work for Crossfire right now. I feel like every time we catch them on camera, they're getting a double.
It's a double, or like I said, at least one. And look, frankly, if you can at least find one, if not displace a second with that inkjet, it has done more than its job. Then you factor in a set of triple ink strikes coming out, or another Tetra Dualies running forward, soon to pop the Reef Slider, and all of a sudden, you've got an incredibly potent combination that can sweep over the entire map, as we saw time and time again out of Crossfire on some of those engages. And now we're heading over to tower control on Manta Maria, where things will have to be a little bit slower here for Crossfire. They won't just be able to run at the enemy spawn and lock them back for a super long amount of time. I mean, you kind of can. If it's any tower control map to do it, maybe it's this one, I suppose. But even still, you gotta be careful of where this tower's going, and we'll see if maybe the Seawolves try to capitalize on something weird, try to go for more flanks or something to try to get the tower, if indeed Crossfire goes too far ahead because they're trying to play too quickly. I don't know. It's a potential thing to think about.
I honestly, of all of the playable tower control maps that we use in tournaments, I think Manta Maria is the most susceptible to the 100-0 if you're not prepared for it. And from what I've seen, Seawolves, if they keep the double trip strike composition, they might be able to fight back against that and at least stop it from being a powerful knockout. But they're going to have some work ahead of them if the momentum we've been seeing from Crossfire pulls through.
We'll see if the momentum for Crossfire will lead them straight to a 3-0 early in round one and knock off the Seawolves. End their tournament run really before it could even get started. Remember, folks, this is single elimination. One of these two teams is going home after this round. And by going home, I mean, well, I was about to say even turn off their consoles, but the reality is they're probably going to keep playing the game. Yeah. Very little in the way of mix-ups here. We do see NZAP come out, and in addition to the Kensa Machine, I now have Splatoon 2 muscle memory. The Machine comes out here for the Seawolves, and it looks like they're actually able to find the first push. One trade, 1-for-1 will turn into a 2-for-1, and the Seawolves will at least be able to find the first checkpoint here off their opening gambit.
Honestly, I like to see it. It feels like Seawolves is catching up to the current meta right now. The Machine obviously always strong, especially on tower control, especially here, but pulling up that NZAC really is crucial if they want to be able to stay up long term against the inkjets coming out from Flinking. It's just necessary right now.
Seems to be the case, and seems to be still working for them as they have control of mid. Latios able to come up with a double here as well, and now will open the window opportunity for the Seawolves forward. Here comes the triple ink strike as well. Custom up in the Booyah Bomb here. Graz over to the left side. Probably not going to be a threat directly here for the Seawolves, but that Booyah Bomb goes right to the tower regardless. Custom able to find one on the Flinking, shutting down that ball point, and most notably that inkjet before it can get started. And this has all been Seawolves so far as they're cruising past the second checkpoint. Custom finds yet another one here, and he'll be looking to poke over the ledge for more.
Custom MVP so far in this match, just shutting down options from Crossfire before they even evolve far enough to be considered options. Jumping right out as the Fling King's deadly inkjet comes out, not able to pick one off this time, but they are able to regain control of their street at the very least, and hopefully some of mid as well. It's 2 down on the side of Seawolves. It's going to be this opportunity, but a Custom's back already, and Custom says, no, it's my mid, you can't have it.
Will find the 1v1 versus Graz, and Graz will get the better of Custom that time around. But as we approach the halfway point in this game, Crossfire still hasn't taken the tower to enemy territory at all here. This is a monumental shift in terms of how the games have been looking thus far. Crossfire cannot quite seem to find the full engagement that we know them for. Maybe it's a little bit of less practice on this particular map in terms of the engagements, but as I say that, it's going to come through in full force. 5th Gen able to find one here. The rest of the team cleans up another 2, and now Crossfire finally is a push go.
Commentator's Curse in full effect, gonna give Crossfire control of Seawolf Street, and a few specials out and ready to go. The Inkjet coming out a little early on the left-hand side, gonna hopefully clear that checkpoint for them.
Looking to try to clear this one here. There's the Reef Slider coming in as well, but that's going to be Graz going down on that Slosher here. Another goes down. Graz jumps back in here, still looking to maintain a presence around the second checkpoint. Now looking for another one on to Latios, able to find that one. It's a double for Graz before getting traded out, but the rest of the team went down in the process. 3 down for Crossfire means they're basically all sent back to spawn, and Seawolves will reclaim control of it.
I think what we're seeing right now, too, looking at that overhead, you see how far back Crossfire is playing right now. They're playing a little cautious. I think Seawolves kind of surprised them coming into this game 3 with the amount of aggression and the power coming out from this new comp. And it feels like Crossfire is giving them a little too much respect, if that's the word I can use. But
I don't know if you could use that.
Coming out with that Inkjet, it's going to send everyone back to spawn and give them a little bit more room to move here. Putting flanking in a really strong power position. They're going to get flanked by Custom on the right side, and might be cutting off that push before we can get too far.
There it is, that flank I was talking about a little bit here, as you saw some of those members of Crossfire move way up to the right side where Graz is still sitting right now. There is so much of a window opportunity where if they force a fight on one side due to a flank, Graz is going to look basically useless, and there indeed is forced to jump away without getting much for the position at all. 30 seconds remain here, and Crossfire is still looking to get past this second checkpoint. It's another 2-down situation for them as 2 of them get caught out in the Customs Booyah Bomb. Hawken throws out this cooler to try to stay alive, trying to do something, mitigate the damage, mitigate the pressure for the moment, and now is trying to go right on back in. Is able to find the trade here, and they'll be jumping right back into the fray. But now the Seawolves are coming back in on the cleanup crew. Graz and 5th General both go down to the hands of Latios and Custom. There's the wipeout to come through, and the Seawolves have found their first game in the set.
That really was just a massive shift from Seawolves that they needed to make, and they executed it excellently, honestly. And if they can keep that up for the next couple of games, we'll see. Maybe Seawolves is just really strong on tower control. But you know, I think if they keep this momentum up, if they keep this new game theory going, I'm looking forward to it, especially Rainmaker Humpback. That's such a fast-moving map. Nothing changed in Splatoon 2. It's just still just a fast-moving map.
Hey, look. Fast-moving map kind of sounds like it was favoring what we were seeing out of Crossfire earlier. I swear there's something to this when I was saying a moment ago, hey, wait a minute, they're going to have to play slower on tower control, and didn't quite go to their favor there with some of the positional things that they were trying to pull off. Just didn't quite have the tower in position, but once you're in control of just how fast that objective is moving, especially in a mode like Rainmaker, all of a sudden, they might be able to get the ball rolling a little faster and might be able to find that one coordinated push that comes together like we saw numerous times out of them from Splatzone's Hagglefish, or even in some of those pushes back on Scorch Gorge as well, where that Rainmaker can turn around that corner and run on down, racking up all those points in the process.
I'm gonna go a little off script here and talk about how I legitimately think V Junior is excellent for this map, and I think more people should be trying to experiment with it.
Lily, oh my god.
And we're not going to see one in this match. We're probably not going to see a V Junior in all tournament. But hear me out. Hear me out. Hey, y'all listening to
Here we go. It's V Junior propaganda. Here it is.
Good for rounding that corner. You know, you pop the bubble on one side of the wall. You round that elbow with cover of the bubble. No problem. Junior.
I don't know what we expected. Oh, I don't know what we should have expected when we had you back on the cast.
Of course.
There has to be. I mean, Lily, we haven't even gone 30 minutes, and we're already back to spreading.
Sprops is really good here. The slopes, lots of slopes, really good for Splat Bomb. Splat Bomb. As also, V Junior, short range, lots of fire rate, lots of really good paint on all these slopes.
I hope both teams run NZAP just to spite you.
They are going to. But I mean, NZAP is fine too. I just think cowards should play V Junior.
Wait, cowards should play V Junior? So if you are a coward...
They are cowards, and they should be playing V Junior. They're not going to, but they should.
They're cowards for not playing Junior, so
no,
they should play
in
it?
general.
Right. Anyway.
Excuse me? Excuse me, hello. Flinking switching off that ballpoint, which surprises me, honestly, with how strong Inkjet can be here, into the Carbon. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this plays out.
I imagine looking for some more of these ledges, but they're going to have to be careful, especially into the triple shooter composition of Seawolves. Theoretically, going to be plenty of ink on the ground for the Seawolves, and that'll mitigate any pressure that Flinking might have on that roller. But, of course, time will tell, as it is very early on. Mutual trades back and forth, but that Reef Slider comes up big as I say that. It'll force one member to jump away, and that's going to mean that Crossfire finds the first pedestal.
I mean, that was a Reef Slider double, almost a triple, doing some fantastic work there. The Zooka coming out, getting a lottery shot, and not quite able to clear out their spot just yet, but definitely did some good work. Neep, I think, actually pulled with the essentially quad at the end of that.
5th Gen ending up getting that Rainmaker down to 38. Be useful to have any number of points on the board, but of course, welcome to Humpback Pump Track. Unless that checkpoint is up, you are not safe from anything here. And so we have to imagine the Crossfire will want to double down and keep going for a few more points. They probably won't be able to make it back here, as now 5th Gen gets pushed back. Here comes one of the Zookas out of Seawolves looking for one. Isn't able to come up with anything this time around, but actually, Storm's going to pick up this Rainmaker almost instantly, and actually it's a double on that side of the map. Here's 5th Gen on the Reef Slider across the top of mid, but it's going to get taken down in the process, not finding anyone from the Seawolves. The pedestal will fall here as well, and now all of a sudden the Seawolves have plenty of momentum here. They're going to pop the Rainmaker barrier and start moving in an instant. Custom looking for something on this top side. There's Graz, will throw the strikes out, but again, only will make it a 2-for-2 trade for now. Okay, there it is. Storm is the last one up here, and the Rainmaker will get quickly collapsed around. That was very close there for a moment.
Yeah, it was looking like Seawolves had the full momentum and control there. I was starting to get really nervous that was going to be a quick knockout, especially with 3 down from Crossfire. But, I mean, at some point I blinked and Crossfire came back, I guess. So, I mean, Humpback for you. We're coming back in, Flinking, trying to put this Carbon to good use and not quite finding what they want just yet. I feel like they're lacking a little bit of that paint control. The triple shooter composition of Seawolves really, really hurting Flinking here.
Yeah, triple shooter composition, and then you're looking at your own composition. Actually, hold that thought for a moment. It's now looking to add more points here. Hawken able to dodge around one. Here comes the Zooka, able to go on right underneath it. And it's a 3-down situation for Crossfire, but they get it down to the 21-point mark. But as I was saying, I mean, if you're Crossfire, look at your own composition here. Really, out of those other 3 weapons, you've only got one that's going to provide ample amounts of paint support for this Carbon Roller and where it really wants to go. And now you see Flinking actually trying to make a move in low amounts of ink. Won't be able to catch the Rainmaker right on away. But nonetheless here, Crossfire really has to try to set up this Carbon Roller, and hopefully they can try to hold on things on the defensive side. But now, looks like they're going to be able to do that here. 2-down situation for Seawolves, and Flinking has found an opening. There's the punish onto the fish.
And that's really what you're looking for with the Carbon. If you can't get the paint that you just need those flanks or to take advantage of the chaos. There was quite a bit of chaos in mid there, and Flinking made good use of it. And that's a little bit more what we need to see out of them to make full use of this. But at this point in the game, 21 ticks remaining, and down from that Zooka means that we're gonna probably be able to extend our lead here.
Oh, but Zooka out the other way here as well. Here comes the Rainmaker trying to make it through here from Graz, but Latios is in position, actually will get taken down to the process, and the Rainmaker will stay alive. Graz finally gets taken out here, and no extra points will get added to the board for Crossfire, but once again, things were looking scary there for a moment. Now, with 45 seconds left to go, the Seawolves have to take this back to the other side of the map, but 5th Gen is already in position to bully them from one side. Looks like Graz and Hawken have elected to back on away, waiting to try to bait out some more of these specials. Latios gets taken down to the left side of the map early. That's one member down for the Seawolves here as we hit the 30-second mark remaining. Grass starting to move forward as well, looking for something here, but Seawolves playing patiently for now. They want to make sure that their specials come back online, but here comes Grass looking for the pick onto the Rainmaker, and he'll find it, but at what cost? Crossfire's gone 3 down here, and the Seawolves will be looking for the pump immediately. It's picked up by Meat, but there's a suction bomb around the corner. Surprise! 2 down for the Seawolves now. As the triple ink strike comes out here, the Crossfire will be able to pick up the Rainmaker and secure themselves the set win, knocking out Seawolves in round 1.
God, they keep making me so nervous. Just going 3 down when the opponent has no checkpoint to go through, and then there's a surprise suction bomb. Like I'm at the edge of my seat right now. I legitimately was like biting my nails. I just, good lord.
In fairness, you did say the map hadn't changed at all since Splatoon 2. So that's a map thing. That's a map thing more than it is the actual players thing, I reckon.
Good lord.
But hats off there as well. And look, the Seawolves did try, but a lot of what they're relying on, especially when we're talking about what felt to me like an over-reliance on the Zookas and on the triple ink strikes as they started to transition away from using some of those crabs, felt like it wasn't actually reliable. They couldn't actually rely on it and build some sort of stable push. Meanwhile, almost every inkjet, and there towards the end, almost a lot of the Zookas as well coming out of Flame King, almost always found some amount of value in terms of finding a pick, finding 2 or something of the sort.
I legitimately think that on the surface, triple ink strike looks like a really easy special to use, but I think there's a lot of nuance to it that's hard to pick up fresh and run with, and a lot of coordination involved with using it that, if not communicated properly, falls flat. So I think we were just seeing a little bit of that where, I mean, they're pulling out things that maybe they hadn't practiced, or it's a pickup team, so maybe they weren't communicating properly. So I just missed the mark a little bit on that one. But I mean, and they did great, especially that TC game. They pulled through and showed us what they could do. Just wasn't quite enough to beat what was some obviously very coordinated play from Crossfire.
Yeah, and like we kind of kept alluding to in so many of those cases, it did boil down to that coordination and their ability to stagger their specials on top of one another, force those members of their opponents back, and were able to come up with a lot there. So we'll be getting into round 2 in a moment, because we have just gone from 51 teams to what will soon be 32 teams. And one of those teams, again, were those Seawolves who we just saw get taken out. Again, veterans, but hey, welcome to Proving Grounds, by the way. This is the tournament you signed up for, where folks know that they're setting aside their Friday nights to play. You see the bracket on the screen, but you're going to need your magnifying glass, I think, to read that bracket. You might as well exclamation mark bracket in the chat.
Squinting?
Yeah.
I'm squinting.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Enhance.
This is enhanced.
Listen, almost right there. Speaking of some common names, we are seeing quite a few come through on both these teams. Sanctuary, obviously, the few names that we recognize, Devors, Kali, Ozuna, Ratsu, all these names that I recognize at the very least from my own scrims. And then on Spate Splatoon, we get Pincher, Uzi, Assist, and Sovalis. Also, quite a few high-level names just popping around, you know? Some more fun pickups, I guess. Essentially, well, Sanctuary, who knows? It's like half a pickup, but, you know, it works out. It's fine.
Lily.
It's Friday. I don't need to make sense.
Why do I feel like I don't know anybody here?
Because you're retired. And old. I don't know what to tell you.
Man.
I scream these people a lot. I don't know what to tell you. It's not my fault that you're old.
I can't beat the retired and old allegations.
You can't.
Apparently.
No, it's not possible.
You're retired now, though.
I'm
as
not.
of like 2
I'm
days
not
ago.
on hiatus. I'm on. It's
oh,
not
you're
retiring.
not retired.
No.
Yeah. Okay. That's what they all say.
Mm-hmm.
And then they all come back anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I'm intending to come back, therefore not retired. I just got promoted temporarily to full-time social media manager.
Promoted temporarily to full-time.
Yep.
Wouldn't temporarily full-time kind of, in a sense, be part-time?
No, it's like being on maternity leave.
Technically, it would be seasonal.
Instead of giving birth, I'm sleeping a lot. The opposite of giving birth.
I mean, I would imagine that, well, obviously I don't know, but I would imagine that if you're going to give birth, you probably do need a lot of sleep.
Yes, but you don't get any.
Yeah, right. That is true.
Yeah. As our local pop gun will we'll soon know more about. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, and Popgun will have even less care to. It'll start tweeting things like what he said in the Proving Grounds chat earlier.
You have no idea how excited I am for sleep-deprived Popgun to yell at noobs on Twitter. It's just going to be so good. I'm just so excited.
Yes.
It's going to be amazing. It's like everybody has very little filter, and I feel like the filter is going to like thrown out the window. I'm just so pumped.
Yeah. Maps on the screen right now. We'll be starting on, speaking of Popgun, his favorite map, Splatzone's Inkblot Art Academy. Coming through.
I thought it was TC.
What?
I thought Popgun loved TC. Inkblot.
Oh, I guess he loves Splatzones too, I'm sure.
Oh, well, I mean, maybe. I just feel like TC Inkblot is like the #1 counterpick map, and Popgun's tired of seeing.
I'm so washed now that I don't even remember that it's Tower. That's the reality of what's going on right now.
Excellent.
I'll just say it. I'll say it.
Okay.
I'm washed.
Yeah. You are.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I mean, at least it means you're clean.
That's true.
Yeah.
Beats being a Smash player.
Proud of you.
Anyway, we'll see what happens here, as it looks like we are going to be getting a bonus mystery map. Oh, they're running the third set maps, apparently.
Map gotcha.
So instead of seeing Splatzone's Inkblot, we're seeing Tower Control, Sturgeon Shipyard. As we get into this one here. Pardon?
Double ballpoint. I'm sorry.
What's wrong with double ballpoint?
Oh no, it's just hilarious.
Double ballpoint sounds more fun than double crab to me, so I'm on board.
I'm not on board with that one, but I think it's going to be very entertaining.
Yeah. It sounds more fun to me, the spectator and commentator. I don't care how it feels to play as or play against. But in any event, it actually pays off here as we see one of the splashes starting to infiltrate enemy lines. It's a 2-down situation for Spate here, and already Sanctuary is starting to roll in, able to take out one with Inkjet here, and now a second Inkjet to try to follow up on it, trying to find this one on the side, but no, won't for now as this tower slowly starts to approach this second checkpoint. Quickly, things will start to turn the other direction here if they're not careful. 1-for-1 trade up top. The tower will get cleared out here, and now finally Spate's going to be able to come on back in. But already down to that second checkpoint here. I mean, they stopped it basically right before the point of no return.
Oh man, that is part of the flaw of the double wall point. If they aren't in their power positions, especially on this map, you have a little bit more problems, but I mean, if they get into their power positions, you're just doomed. So it's really going to come down to whether or not Spate allows Smithereens to get into those positions, and I mean, so far they're doing a pretty good job pushing this tower. We'll see if they can actually touch second checkpoint, though.
Starting to come in, but here comes the Inkjets over the wall from the sky. 3-down situation for Spate here, and Smithereens have been able to clean things up for now. We'll see if they'll be able to keep up this momentum as both a set of strikes, now the Crab Tank, and the one Inkjet is all online for them as they start coming and approaching this second checkpoint as well. Crab Tank will be the first to use. They can take it out on the left side. Meanwhile, we see the triple Ink Strike and the Inkjet both go up in the air for BMO, not able to find any value there. And all of a sudden, like you said, these ballpoints not able to find so much significant value, haven't been able to take it past the second check.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to note that like having a ballpoint in its power position is important for its functionality, but Inkjet kind of makes its own power positions. So as long as they just have constant Inkjets, it doesn't really matter where they stand with those. But I mean, as such, Smithereens is doing a fantastic job putting a lot of pressure on. We're gonna have to see if Spate can take advantage of I mean, anything. They're getting into some really good places here in the top right. So I mean, if there's any time that this is going to be really useful, it's going to be now with that double from Sophus.
Able to find that double. It's a 3-down situation for Smithereens, and this Inkjet's up looking for the last as well. Check Tower slowly going to start approaching the second checkpoint here, and again, once it breaks the second checkpoint, things might be doomed. Set of triple strikes again coming out here, looking for a little more, but Smithereens have actually been able to work their way back up to the tower here, and they forced Spate off it for the moment. One member goes down as Ozuna is able to find that one for the top side, and again, it stalls out this tower critically. At the moment where it matters most, Ozuna still looking to come back in, looking for another pick or two, but is able to find the strikes to come out here as well. There's the trade right underneath the tower as this is looking to continue to get ridden by Spate, but no, 2 down, both sides. Pincher, last one up, is going to be forced to back on away, but now it's popping the Crab Tank because the reinforcements come back in from the sky. We'll be able to find anything on the follow-up here. It doesn't quite look like it for now, but it's at least enabled Uzi to start going a little further forward. But again, haven't been able to break this second checkpoint, and it seems like both teams just not quite able to fully get the snowball rolling.
I mean, 32 is an excellent start. There's no checkpoint sitting between them and lead, but there's an awful lot of Inkjets sitting between them and lead. So they still have a lot of work ahead of them, even though technically points don't really indicate it.
Pincher quite literally living up to their name there, pinching what looked like an enemy with that Crab Tank. Now, 35 seconds remain here. Spate still looking to try to take the lead as they're on top of the checkpoint here, but the Crab Tank and the Inkjet as well come out to clear out the tower. 3 down for Spate, and it'll be all Smithereens trying to take care of this, but hang on. Pincher's getting a little cheeky on the grates on the right side here. The members of Spate might be able to jump right back on top of the tower with 15 seconds left to go and try to force overtime. It'll be a ballpoint trade, 1-for-1 on the far side, and position has mostly been forfeited by Spate here. Ozuna looking to come in on the flank as well, but now will be forced to jump one away. Pincher still riding this tower, will force overtime here for Spate. Here come the strikes as well. They just need to get a few more points. The suction bomb goes off on the tower, and it looks like Spate's able to do it nonetheless. They take game 1 in another nail-biter.
Good lord. Do they have to do this to me? It's Friday. Like, I'm supposed to be relaxing, and they're like, no.
It's proving grounds, Lily. Do you prove your grounds by relaxing? Were you relaxing when you won this tournament?
I mean, that was a while ago. Maybe.
No, you were not.
I was probably sweating. It's fine.
You are definitely sweating. I don't think there's a relaxed bone in Sherry Limeade's body.
I mean...
All of
you.
you.
Wrong. You're not wrong.
All of you.
Yeah. Update on the maps. It turns out Popgun made a little oopsie whoopsie. Whoopsie poopsie. And so we're going to be moving on with these maps.
Hashtag Popgun lied.
Hashtag Popgun lied. We're moving on with these maps for this round, even though they might not match exactly what everyone else did. I'm spilling the beans here. This is why Popgun's never going to invite me back. But it doesn't matter because maternity leave. Paternity leave, you know, it's fine. It's perfect.
Sorry, Popgun, there's not many people watching the stream right
now.
Most people are playing, most people have got it up on the side monitor, they'll tune back in for finals or whatever.
Yeah, don't worry, Popgun. No one's actually listening.
We'll shove it under the rug. Oh, and now, of course, Elemental's just going to flash it on the screen. That is a classic Elemental production troll right there.
The only person actually listening is Air Signs, so it's fine.
I wonder why.
Big Splatoon fan?
Uh-huh. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Big Splatoon fan.
Yeah.
Folks, this is the part where we would be talking about the next map, but we don't actually know with confidence that it's going to be Rainmaker Scorch. Scorch coming up next.
I suppose.
Well, but who knows if the teams are just going to like pull a random other map from.
Dang, I copied the maps to my Team Muted channel, and this isn't what it is, so we don't talk about it.
Yeah, now I want to go to round 4 actually and play game 2 from round 4.
Incredible.
Yeah. We'll see. No, we are getting word that they're taking their time because there is a sub coming in for one of our teams. Popgun has now laid down the law, saying that we're actually going to Rainmaker Undertow Spillway next.
Okay, but hear me out.
Not what is on my screen.
What kind of pants do you geneticists wear?
What? Jeans. This is not.
Yeah.
What? First of all, where did that come from? Second of all, that wasn't even hard.
9 asked how miserable you were, and I was like, oh, it's time for a pun. It's essentially it. It worked. We got him 9.
I actually wasn't being completely miserable, okay?
No, that's why
Before now.
Yeah.
I love my friends. My friends are just so great to me.
Yeah.
It's so fantastic.
Yeah, do you want another one?
Sure.
Alright,
Oh, you didn't have one right away.
No,
I was expecting you
no.
to have one right away and just rattle another one off.
No, well, I'm sorry. Okay, 3 tons of hair were stolen from a wig factory. Police are combing the area.
Great.
Combing? Do you get it?
Yes, I
Because
got
it's
it.
like there's hair and you
Nope,
comb hair.
Yep, nope,
Yeah.
I got it.
You're
I
not
got
gonna
it.
brush me off, are you?
Yes, I am, actually.
No, it sounds like a hairy situation. So.
Maybe for you.
Do you think they're gonna scalp the wigs?
I think they're gonna scalp the wigs.
Yeah, scalping, like when you sell stuff off market. You scalp tickets.
Yeah, I guess that is a vocab word, huh?
Yeah.
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 Anyways.
Frog facts if you want.
Anyways, Rainmaker Undertow Spillway, as Popgun has laid down the law, much like those police officers that were combing over the scene of the crime.
Mm-hmm.
And a 96 gal coming out here for Sovalis on Smithereens. Wait, is that right? Is that I don't remember now. Well, it's been so long.
Spate. It's okay. I'll forgive you.
Okay, well.
Sovalis over here on Spate gonna pull out the 96 gal, some Kraken. I don't normally see Kraken get played here, so now I'm like super intrigued.
I mean, it makes sense in some cases, especially with the Rainmaker and over the slick ramps as well. Yeah. Sometimes you can pull something a little cheeky off, but might not go for it all of the time. Unconventional, certainly, and we'll see if the Kraken can come up with anything. Now is going to be able to dive back on top of Ozuna. 1-for-1 trade here early on, favoring neither team for the moment as they continue to exchange some of their specials. One Inkjet up in the sky here for Spate as they're looking to try to take this Rainmaker forward and might be looking to do that over the left side, but the tactical Smithereens are coming right on back. They're able to find a 2-down onto Spate, and he'll shut down a bush before it gets started.
Yeah, Smithereens are well versed in rat behavior, so I'm expecting, as long as this Rainmaker stays in mid, for it to be a battle of the ages, essentially. Once it gets a little further than that, we'll see, but the rat behavior is strong with these people.
Well, see if that comes out. Now, Star Wars is actually won here by assist for Spate. Able to find that Inkjet kill into the other one in the sky. Now looking for another one back to the right side. Not able to do that, but actually able to zone them away, and a teammate will come in to clear things up. Smithereens starting to get a little bit more push back. Here comes the Kraken as well, as the Rainmaker gets dove off the left side. Sovlis able to find one, looking for a second here on the Kraken, but actually will retreat and actually enable Uzi to start going forward there. It's going to be Spate able to find the first checkpoint on the far left side with all that distraction that was happening underneath the Smithereens noses. They'll be looking to try to extend this one now with the 10 missiles up the air, but here comes Rockdib and the Inkjet looking for at least one, able to push them back for a moment here and lay down at least a little bit of orange ink in front of the Rainmaker, but it looks like another member is going to be able to come on back in, get a few of those extra points, and now actually all the way down to 25, stepping foot onto that slick ramp. It'll be a wipeout against Spate, but they're quite happy with that push.
I mean, honestly, what they needed was to get it really quickly out of mid, because as long as it stayed there, Smithereens, I think, had the upper hand. Now we're going to have to see how they do on the defensive. Smithereens is already pushing up to that first checkpoint, and not a whole lot out to help Spate just yet. That crowd's going to do a little bit of work, but 2 down and the checkpoint broken is a good start for Smithereens.
Good start here. Will they be able to find the follow-up much like Spate did a moment ago? Probably not, with a lot of specials to their name, as Ozuna steps forward a little bit too far, gets capitalized and taken out here by Spate. It will be Smithereens picking up the Rainmaker and will get taken down in the process, down to that wall at the 41-point mark. It's repopped once again. The Smithereens are still looking to maintain things, but here's the Kraken, able to find one onto Ozuna, picks up this Rainmaker. It is now looking to take it to an untouchable location for the Smithereens. Well done to find this drop over to this side. It'll make things just that much more difficult for the opponents to try to come on back in and pick this one up. And now we'll be looking to just dip and dive around everything here. Takes out one in the process. It's 3 down still for the Smithereens.
3 down, Beamlog over here trying to get kind of some control, and I mean, doing an okay job of it, but not quite enough to work off of just yet. Spate's still showing up pretty strong here. Sovla is coming out with a single, maybe a double for sure on that defense, and they're just doing a really good job. Their defense and their attack are definitely stronger when they're not in the mid area.
And now Smithereens looking once again for the offensive. Pincher able to take care of Ozuna on that far side. Pops this crab tank and now is a problem against the Smithereens. BMO though still safe, far back, carrying this Rainmaker. Still an opening is being looked for by the Smithereens. They haven't completely gone down yet. They'll be looking to try to take something forward, but Assist finds a nice one with that increased hitbox on that Inkjet shot. Able to take care of one. 2 down situation for the Smithereens here, and they've got to find a way to regroup, especially with Ozuna on this far side, gets taken down. 2 down now around this Rainmaker here, kind of for the Smithereens, but they've got to make a run for it now with just 7 seconds remaining. Pincher in position, but the Rainmaker will reset back to mid. 2 to play, and Spate will take game 2 as well.
Yeah. Good shit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm talking about
Yeah.
you. Good job, yeah. That was exactly what I wanted to see.
That's it. That's all the analysis we get.
Yeah. I mean, they did. I talked about it during the game. If you weren't listening during the game, I'm not going to repeat it for you. No, they did a good job. They needed to get that Rainmaker out of mid. They did exactly that. They pushed all the way to, what, 21, was it? And then from there, it was just like, haha, push funny Kraken button, win game. It's pretty good. And, you know, it's just curving that Inkjet shot at the end. It was a really nice Inkjet shot.
Beautiful shot there.
Yeah.
To secure the deal. And now we're heading back on over to Clamblitz Scorch Gorge. Remember, folks, there was, well, actually, I think there was supposed to be another round in the middle, and then we skipped that round. So that's why you're seeing Clamblitz Scorch Gorge come up again.
I mean, remember, Popgun messed up. Popgun put maps in on Battlefy and then changed the maps, but didn't update Battlefy. So clearly, it's Popgun's fault. Something baseball, foul ball, home run. I actually know a decent amount about baseball because of Blaseball.
Yeah, here we go.
I mean, that's all I have to say. Sometimes my dad watches baseball, and I'm like, yeah, I can actually talk about this with you now. I don't care about any of these people because they're not going to get incinerated, but
I don't care about any of these people because they're not going to get incinerated. Is a crazy
my
quote.
home team, the Canada Moisthuckers, had a slime girl named Eugenia Garbage, and she was fantastic.
Eugenia Garbage.
Yeah, she was great. She was a slime girl. She was very cute. I helped design her. I have a baseball card, actually, like a trading card of art that I made of her. It's pretty great.
Huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
The moral of the story is Clan Blitz Scorch, which we saw a little bit earlier, and now we're going to watch again. Clan Blitz. There's a football, which is basically a sports ball, which is also like a baseball. Essentially the same thing. I'm going to yell home run when someone opens the basket, and you're going to be upset with me. It's going to be great.
Oh boy! All right. Can't wait as we get into this one here.
K-Bot volunteered for this. That's what you need to know. K-Bot didn't have to be here, and he was like, you know,
no. Well,
Lily.
I got no. I'll have you know, I got Lily jump scared. I was scheduled for this first, and then Lily came along and ruined the block.
You're welcome.
I wouldn't have it any other way. But now, as we get back on over to our game, looks like compositions remain relatively the same. Pincher able to find one here as Ozuna starts stepping a little bit too far forward. And this is a tricky balance to find here. Oh, actually, very nice shot again from Rocket coming in from the Inkjet here. But a tricky balance to find of let me pick up the pace, let me run forward, but also let me have all of that support coming in from the rest of the team. What is this cracking placement here? Finds the balloon.
Keep it low. That's it. I'm having a fantastic time. We're about to get a home run. We're coming in. Home run! Bottom of the third. We got it. First open of the basket for Smithereens with a pretty commanding control of the enemy spawn so far, and plenty of claims, not only something you see on this map, already down to 44 and still going with more in the basket on top of that.
What would happen if I was just silent for the remainder of this game?
Oh, I mean, I can, yes,
like
a
magic.
Yeah.
No, I won't do that. I won't force you to lose your voice over a petty little thing like you saying home run using throwing a football into a
football isn't real because America isn't real. That's all you need to know.
Hang on a second. Spate's going to be able to find a response right back with 2 power claims in the basket of their own. Able to find a third here as well. And here comes the Kraken looking for another one. Able to go forward. The lead comes through here for Spate now. It's another 2-down situation for the Smithereens. A few extra claims are sitting around in the middle of the map. And it'll be what Uzi goes back for, looking for a few more. Passed up to Pincher and sent right onto that basket. And again, missiles coming out here as well. Still need a few more to find the knockout here, I believe. But now the Smithereens are starting to infiltrate the defenses. Just 2 more to find, but no. The wipeout comes through, and the Smithereens will hold. Haven't gone to Smithereens yet in this game.
Spate legitimately just said, man, you got 1 home run, we got 3, so take that. I mean, it's fine. Bottom of the third, we're still down, we're still in this game. Space between pushing all the way to 4 is pretty solid on this map, but when the other team already had a lead pretty much of 35, you kind of just gotta do your best to defend, and I would say going 2 down probably isn't doing your best to defend, but Assist over here on the snipe area is gonna do a decent job clearing out that basket with the help of a crab. And gonna take control of that mid area once again. 2 minutes left in this game, pretty volatile so far, so I at this point would consider nothing safe.
And now I'm imagining Space gonna start rolling right through on the hole and again pick up a lot of this momentum, and actually they might be looking to make another push here, especially with Pincher having a power clam up as well. They'll throw it in. There's another power clam, that pity clam back to follow, and now wait a minute, all of a sudden they don't even need that pity clam sitting back in the basket. It's a 3-down situation for the Smithereens, and here comes the final one. That one goes in for Spate, and it's a 3-0 in their favor. They'll stay alive at our Proving Ground 16.
That was a slam dunk there at the end. That very last football coming in. You did okay there? Okay, hi. You having a good time?
Yeah, great time. Yeah.
I think we're having fun.
Is this what fun's like?
Yeah. And the fun thing here is that we still have 2 rounds to go before you're free of me.
Man.
We're only halfway through, hun.
Right then. I don't know where else to go from this, frankly. So yeah, on that note,
I was gonna ask what your favorite sport was, but it's obviously bowling, so I should have yelled strike, and now I'm upset.
Well, strike would have been a baseball thing in that context.
No.
Probably.
No.
You probably would have said like.
Is there either like terminology
if they throw in
Gunner
3
ball?
power clams, you probably would have said that they have a turkey.
I mean, I wouldn't have said that because I've never heard of that in my life. I could say gutter ball if they missed, right? Yeah. No one missed the power clams though, unfortunately. So,
folks, you see the bracket on your screen here as we are slowly narrowing our field. Little bit easier. We've got a few empty slots here as teams are still stuck in round 2. They'll be joining our round 3 teams in just a bit. And we'll see what comes up in a moment. I believe the next one we'll be watching is Vivid versus Bad, which is going to be a very tight matchup. That should be a fun one to see here, especially with the few roster mix-ups that I've been hearing as of late.
Roster mix-ups?
Yeah, Lux is on Vivid now.
Oh, that's not a mix-up. They just acquired an amazing player.
I was being very vague because I didn't actually know if this applied to Bad at all or not.
Oh, I see. Well,
so I was being very vague.
I'm ruining what K-Bot said.
Yeah.
Vivid has acquired a really good player in Lux, amazing splatling player, a really good ballpoint, terrifying ballpoint. I hate fighting Lux. And I have the feeling that Bad is going to hate fighting Lux as much as I do. I hope. I just like to watch people suffer. It's the best part about watching Splatoon.
So you like to watch people suffer, and they don't mean anything to you unless they get incinerated.
No. Well, that's you.
Yeah. I have to just put this one on blast right now. 9. If there's anyone that has the highest salary of casters, it's you, my friend.
That's true. Yeah.
Not me. You're not allowed to say that. Of all people, not you. Anyways.
Have you been paid to commentate before?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, nice. Same.
Yeah.
Twinsies.
Yeah. That's all right.
It's good. Now we're going to be seeing some maps that are new, hopefully, to us. A little bit.
Newer-ish, kind of.
Yeah.
I've lost all sense of where we were in the logic for
I don't know. I've stopped looking at the map list because I'm just gonna trust that Elemental will give us the good ones, and the teams in Battlefy won't.
And if Elemental doesn't, they'll make a cheeky little joke about it on screen, and we'll move on. And that's that.
Yeah, it's my favorite part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what you're watching, the early rounds of Proving Grounds. Don't worry, folks. The actual show's going to follow here in a bit.
Yeah, we're just here to be entertaining, so everyone stays to watch for like the real casters coming in later.
Right. Yeah. We're just the warm-up crew.
Yeah. It's like when you get like the opening band at a concert. Yeah. We're the openers.
We're the nobodies.
Yeah.
Like no one's ever heard of these people. They like play decent music, but who knows who these people are?
Yeah.
Irrelevant.
And then you look them up after and you're like, dang, these people are actually pretty good. And you buy their CD and you're like, oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, and then you go down the rabbit hole of like listening to their other like.
Oh, you find like they put in
one genre of music.
Yeah.
That was closer, and then they go the completely other route and the completely other genre, and that's how you end up watching some Omega Strikers casts. If Lily's allowed to have junior propaganda, I'm allowed to have Omega Strikers propaganda.
No,
fun game.
The difference here is that Omega Strikers is a different game, and V Junior is in this game.
And
ratio.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Chat will help me on this.
Anyway, fun facts: Bad took second in the last SOS. Shout out to Popgun for having notes on the teams and being an actual prepared tournament organizer to feed his casters information, who certainly did prep work before this tournament. That was me doing prep work before this tournament.
My prep work was the 3-hour nap. It was really important.
That's very important prep work. That is incredibly important.
When you get up at 6 in the morning, the 3-hour nap at 4 p.m. is so crucial.
Vivid versus Bad. Vivid will be in the blue. Bad will be in the orange. And few things to come out here. Vivid's composition. Splatana Stamper Vanilla Dualies coming in for Eclipse here as well. A few extra weapons we haven't seen so far today.
Yeah, I'm scared and excited. I'm feeling the fight or flight response kicking in.
Yeah, you should be scared right now.
Yeah.
Because Vivid is already pushing all the way through. Lux is on top of the far right grates, but all of a sudden, 2 down in the enemy court for Vivid here. Eclipse tries to get something taken care of, but it'll get taken down in the process as well. And Vivid will only be left with a push to 46 here to start. But Lux starting to try to stabilize things. No, just takes 1 for the road, and it'll be 2 for 2 now as both these teams are starting to approach.
Yeah, so as someone who's scrammed Vivid recently, I am constantly terrified. But this time at least I don't have to actually fight them myself. So instead I can enjoy this.
It doesn't sound like you're enjoying this.
I am. I'm shell-shocked.
It
no,
does not sound like you're enjoying
this. You know, like when you're watching something and it scares you, so you freeze. That's kind of what's happening because I've done this so many times. This exact situation Bad is in. It does look like they're being able to get some footing here. 2 specials coming out. Kyrie trying to get into a good position here to use these trip strikes and hopefully move Lux out of some really strong positions once that inkjet ends. But Eclipse is going to pop Crabble in those right grates and say, I don't care if you're getting set up on our snipe because we've stopped the tower already and have full control of them.
This is the exact power of the inkjet there you see out of Lux. Able to shoot down from above, take care of those members that are around and behind the tower, and start to clear those members out. But now, 2-down situation for Vivid here. They're not going to get a push of their own back the other way. And again, mid will be contested. Who's going to come up with the first few picks to finally get this push rolling here? As Bad starts to move back on forward. Logan looking for Roomba on that right side. Roomba will jump away. And now it looks like it'll be Bad taking this tower back to the first checkpoint. Tactical are on top here, and here comes the Inkjet as well. Ink Zooka looking for 1. Fires a warning shot back that way, looking for the top side. No dice, and neither on the third as well, but they've got to start getting in front of this tower as now this first checkpoint's already gone. Eclipse, though, finds 1 onto Lock. Beautifully done, and it's a 3-down situation for Bad here, but Logan comes up with 2 on the backside, enables these jumps to come through as well, and this tower, though, is slowly going to start resetting. It almost got all the way back to the neutral position. But with 2 minutes to go, Bad is still in Vivid's courtyard. It is looking to try to keep up the pressure here with another Tacticooler going down. They'll take the lead for now as Eclipse rolls forward. Bruma comes in on this Zipcaster as well. Looking for this now onto Lock. Can't quite seem to find it before jumping back out. Now will be taken down. It's a 2-down situation for Vivid as this second checkpoint's about to fall here. Bad is looking like they might be able to do it, but no, they go 2 down, a little far ahead of the tower. Eclipse comes up from behind to take care of the remaining members on the tower, and they'll just get it down to 17.
All right. Well, I'm impressed by Bad's staying power. That was masterful to be able to take Lux out there and Eclipse as well, and then just get the 3 jump in and keep everything still moving in order to take lead. I'm just impressed. And now Vivid can't just sit here and play defense. We're gonna have to see something a little bit more not offensive. Definitely offensive, but proactive. Logan, a little bit more proactive here, and it's I think gonna be difficult, especially moving into the specials from Bad. We're gonna have to see Lux get into some nice positions, and hopefully also that Crab get a little bit more oppressive. But 17 on this map can be difficult.
And with Locke already in this position as well, there is no route inwards for Vivid. It's a wipeout to the favor of Bad here, who now might be looking to try to take the Sour back the other way. No, okay, they're just going to stabilize the middle of the map here. With 20 seconds left to go, all they've got to do is prevent Vivid from jumping on top of this tower. One Crab Tank already burned out of Vivid with 13 seconds left to play. Logan will start to back up here as well, as Vivid's going to start to come roaring forward. Roomba on this right side once again, looking for something here, but now the Zooka comes out, gets met with the zip cast that's able to dodge past it, but there's no one on top of the tower despite their best efforts from Vivid, and Bad will take game one.
Yeah, just unfortunate. Vivid had a really good strong foothold there, and then Logan was like, hi, I'm in your walls, and golly. So good job to Bad. That's not how I expected that game to go at all, judging by like the first couple minutes. But I mean, that's Splatoon, right? The first couple minutes are like, if you haven't knocked out yet, then it's probably gonna swing all the way back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Able to take care of business there. And look, right, incredibly a momentum-based game. When you can try to start having those setups, when you can maintain some presence in your opponent's side of the map for so long, it's almost bound to be the case that you're going to be able to find those longer pushes, just as Bad was able to do with, some of their members able to run around, stay alive for just long enough, and allow those jumps to come in and be pesky, evade a Vivid for a little while in order to come on back in there. So fantastic stuff. But now we'll head on over to Rainmaker Scorch Gorge this time around, and be interested to see how this one goes, because that one was pretty close back and forth. I imagine these teams as well, as we head on to this one, much the same will follow.
Yeah, I'm not expecting too many changes from either team. Maybe a little bit of eclipse, but the weapons we saw come out of them seemed like stuff they were pretty comfortable on. If we're going to see any adjustments, I'm expecting like a weapon or two maybe in the whole of it. But I mean, we're still going to see Big Jet, we're still going to see Soda. It's, you know, it's pretty set.
Still going to see the ball play.
Yeah, we might still see the crab. This is a good map for crab. Single crab specifically instead of double. I find a single crab is very good on offense and defense on this one. We'll have to see how that plays out. And really it's going to come down to who can get snipe control first.
And we saw that actually play in a little bit to how the ballpoint duel was working in the last game as well, right? Where whoever was able to get that ballpoint set up had at least a little bit of an advantage in terms of a little bit more of that zone control. Only difference here appears to be Roomba over to the Wiper instead of the Stamper here. Must want a little bit more aggression. Their name's Roomba. Like they call me go by Roomba.
That's not what their name is on screen. I need the woo. Anyways. It looks like that crab take coming out a little early on the low ground. Not exactly where you want to see it spent, but does get some really good value. That Rainmaker going to go down to something before they even get started. And two going to have to back up here, getting ready for defense as the Wiper and the Doolies come in to clean them up. Kairu getting out by the skin of their teeth and trying to set up for at least a little bit of defense against this hammer.
Here comes the Ultra Stamp coming through for Vivid, and at least it'll get them the lead, but not by much for now. Now, though, potential opportunity is it's a two-down situation. Kairu goes into the Crab Tank here and will get taken down by Eclipse nonetheless. Eclipse able to come up with a second as well, starting to stagger Bad away, and it'll be the repop out of Vivid. Carrying this Rainmaker on 4, Roomba dives in, but a Zooka shot is able to come up with 2 from Vivid, shutting that push down at 31. Looks like the repop and the recontest going to be yielded for now, but Vivid still sticking around, allowing for their members to jump back in. What do they opt to do first? Looks like targeting over this left side. Eclipse will just find themselves a 1v1 goal. Meanwhile, Roomba is able to pick up this Rainmaker and take it all the way down to 2. Pulled a fast one by me and passed Bad.
Yeah, we blinked and Roomba was like, bye, I got this. And I'm proud and impressed and Bad, that this just got a lot harder. 31, doable. 2, harder, much harder.
Less doable.
Not impossible, just not easy. A's gonna get Rissa down there as that soda pops. Everyone juiced up and ready to go. But, I mean, we're almost 2 sub-specials on the side of Vivid. Gonna be coming right in time and clutch for that defense.
Halfway through this game here, and Pat has not quite found this offensive engagement that they need to, and it looks like it's not coming for some time now, as it's another 2-down situation for Bad here, and it's all about to be Vivid in the middle of the map. Kairu gets cleaned up. Lux actually picks up this Rainmaker, but will most likely just be looking to stall it out on the right side of the map here for Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the situations where if you can move it into their spawn and use it as the massive weapon that it is, you might as well, right? The further it is on their side of the map, the further they have to go to get it to your side of the map. So, keep it up. Keep it up, y'all. Pad's gonna have to work pretty hard here to get back control of this mid area and get something moving. It's definitely not gonna be easy. They have a crab on their side, but one going down before the push even starts does not bode well for Bad.
Not
Which
quite
safe looking
yet.
bad.
Just even, it's looking a little bad for them, but now Zooka comes out, able to find one onto Lux, who wasn't able to get her Inkjet off in time. But 2 down the other way is Roomba's Ultra Stamp comes through, and I haven't seen a Roomba with that attachment before, but this one is working quite well for Vivid.
I mean, I've seen gifs of knives on Roombas, so I feel like I have seen a Roomba with this attachment before, and it's terrifying. We're seeing a lot of stall coming out here in mid, just maintaining control and not really letting them get forward. But I mean, this is also one of the situations where you want to be as forward as possible, right? Like the if you take these fights in mid, they have so much better chance of getting into a good position, and you don't really want to let that happen, as we're seeing right now. Now it's going to take a little bit more work from Bad to clear out these gremlins hiding in mid, but it's nice to see Vivid taking these fights on their ground.
And look at how much map control as well that Roomba had while deciding to go for that fight in that 1v1 on the right side. But now, potential opportunity. Vivid are the ones that are 3 down here, and Bad have an opportunity. Locke will pick this one up. Will dodge around the inkjet shot of Lux, who is slowly starting to get backed away here as well. Doesn't want to give away their lives. 18 seconds left to play. Still going to be looking to come on through here. Finally able to come up with one. It'll be looking to get on top of this pedestal. Again, they still need to clear past this checkpoint and pick up this Rainmaker. They will get this first checkpoint, but now, will they be able to maintain the push? It's contested by Vivid, and it looks like it's going to stall out to neutral here. Now, this timer will get reset again. Locke will pick this one up, and 1 down for Bad now. 1 traded back the other way as Vivid slowly starts to push Locke backwards. Here comes Zooka from Logan. Will it be able to find anyone? Doesn't quite look like it for now. Those bombs are starting to come out here as well, starting to beg a little bit more map control ahead in addition. But again, they have so far to go. They've got to get all the way down to the checkpoint, or to the pedestal on the other side of the map, down to even the 1 point mark. It'll basically need to be a knockout here. Roomba comes through with the Ultra Stamp, but it'll get taken down as well. Trades. Everyone is scared. No one wants to give their lives away, and they're just waiting as there's 20 seconds left on the Rainmaker timer here. Bad is going to have to make a move now if they want to come away with this game. But here comes more bombs getting thrown out by Vivid. Locke is forced to jump away. It'll get taken off of the map. It's 1-1 in round 3.
Yeah. Good shit. Vivid really just did a fantastic job there, just holding and stalling and forcing all of Bad's specials out before Bad could get into good positions. They spent so many resources just trying to retake mid, but by the time they actually got anywhere near moving towards checkpoint, they had no more resources left. And then Vivid was like, hey, so I see you just burned your inkjet. What if I popped mine now? Bye.
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 Yeah.
Yeah.
Takes care of business there. And again, I mean, look, we can say this time and time again, it is much easier to play just defense compared to both offense and defense, right? So if it's able to take it down all the way to that 2 point mark, expect them to play defense the whole time. And again, that'll be a position that's that much easier to hold on to. But a little less easy to do as we switch over to Clan Blitz here on Mako Mart coming up.
Ugh.
What?
Ugh. I just...
What?
Especially with the soda meta now and the inkjet meta right now. This map is more volatile than it already was, which I didn't think was possible. So,
yeah.
I have no predictions for this aside from everyone will suffer, including us.
Including us?
Yeah. Because you're going to call out one thing and then, like, as you're midway through the sentence, it's going to be irrelevant. You're going to think it's Commentator's Curse, and it's not. It's just Mako Mart.
I mean, I'm used to that.
No. Well, that's fine then. With the suffering or the Commentator's Curse, or...
Yes.
Okay. I mean, fair.
Hope that helps.
Yeah. That might be because your sentences are very long.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fine. We love the rap gods.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah. That's why we're here. I do the short, fun sentences, and you...
I've had a few short ones, for the record. Today. It hasn't been terrible. It hasn't been terrible. I've been doing run-on sentences the entire time. Bamboo comes out of block.
Yeah, I'm interested. We do see some soda in on that tri-slosher, so nothing unsurprising coming out from them. And pretty much the same thing, essentially the same thing we saw last round coming up from Vivid. I'm expecting this to be essentially the mainstay until this is over. The Zooka giving Lux a haircut from the side.
Yeah, and that's the thing now as we look towards the Zooka and the Killer Whale 5-1, all of a sudden a lot more targets to or a lot more that Lux is probably going to get targeted with, displacing that ballpoint, moving it away, or potentially even finding the splat as it opens the door here for Bad to get down to the 56-point mark early on in this game.
Yeah, pretty tasty points to be at within the first minute. Definitely not like a win level point mark, especially on this map, but a really good start. And essentially they're kind of just running it down at Vivid, which is kind of what you need to do. You can't give Lux an opportunity to set up and to get comfortable, because that's when you're going to lose the game against ballpoint. You kind of have to just keep moving as quickly as possible into them and hope you get those picks.
We're hoping to try to find more of those picks, but again, Vivid's going to need to start making moves here pretty soon. Now they might be able to, with Roomba going up in the Ultra Stamp. Not able to find anyone this time around, but at least takes back control of the enemy's stack. Now we'll be able to find one of the rotation back around, but Vivid's not quite moving up as fast. With the Tactical going down, I imagine they'll start to be more easier to engage on this fight, but Attack Ruler comes out of Bad here as well, which means things are still incredibly even, and Vivid just cannot quite seem to find an opening if it's not out of Roomba's Ultra Stamp, which nearly connects with Luck, but won't for now. Here comes the Inkjet out of Lux. We'll be able to find one there on that side, but Eclipse goes down as well, and this one suddenly turned back to the other side as Bad's the one that is starting to get ink underneath the enemy barrier.
Yeah, it feels like Vivid's playing a little bit more carefully into Bad now, that Bad has picked up the pace a little bit, which is the opposite thing that they need to be doing. This is kind of one of those situations where you kind of have to win that firefight, because if you give Bad more room, they're just going to take more room. They're not happy. This composition is not happy just sitting back and taking what you let them have. They're going to take everything they can. Now, Lux coming out with this Inkjet is hopefully going to get a couple picks on this left-hand side, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get that basket open. Just a few too many defensive points still up on the side of Bad.
Now, though, Roomba on this side, still looking for more, but Lux is already taken down, and now the flank comes through out of Logan as well. Vivid goes 2 down here once more, and they haven't been able to find a power climb to the basket for 3 minutes. Logan in the Inkjet looking for Rissa on the power climb, but Rissa is able to back away for now. Roomba back up to the stack, able to find one onto Logan there, but I'll get traded right back out in the process. And once again, a few more members of Vivid go down. Looks like Vinyl was able to come up with a double in the interim, and will be able to throw in a power clam to the basket, getting it down to 37, opening up the opportunity for more to come through as well. Here comes Vinyl once again, picking this up and down to 22 as well. Logan still on the enemy stack, looking to try for something here, but a trade on the other side of the map means that Bad will likely end at 22 for now, which will be all the merrier, as that means that Vivid is going to need nearly 4 footballs to throw back in to try to take back the lead.
That's really it. I feel like, man, just the level of disrespect coming out from Bad right now is palpable, and I feel like Vivid is having trouble adjusting to a team that is decided that they aren't going to respect the ballpoint, and yeah, Bad essentially just said, no, what if we don't let you do what you want? And now it's Roomba to get a triple and open that basket for the first time in 4.5 minutes. The question is whether or not they can get it all the way down to 20.
They might not be able to off of this push, but they're looking to try to maintain at least some presence underneath this enemy side of the map. There's only 2 up here. Kairu and Logan, both around. Roomba will run into one, and it'll get taken down in the process. Here comes the Zooka as well out of Logan, but Eclipse is underneath the basket, actually able to find the clams in while they weren't looking. Able to take that now, and now Lux is looking for the knockout, but no, will get wiped out off of the map here. And with just 7 seconds to go, Bad has an opportunity to send things right back. They can certainly do it here with only a power clam and some change.
Dangerous. Very dangerous to be at this point in the game in overtime. That is running out. We're halfway through the overtime already. They don't yet have a football to put together. Coming in from behind, they're going to have to get this moving incredibly quickly. And do get that open. Whether or not they have any follow-up coming in on the snipe already.
Oh.
Beautiful positioning there. Just striking on that snipe, waiting for that ball to come in. I am glad they got that through. But, dang. Roomba really turned on in that last 30 seconds and said, okay, no, we're not going to end this game without having opened the basket.
And hey, nearly win it they did. In fact, again, they were only 2 clams away from actually coming through with the victory there. But at the end of the day, Bad was able to find the response. And one of the other things I want to pick up there, Kairu's ability to find those clams, not just trying to spam the A button right then and there, right? Not a panic moment per se, not trying to throw them in as fast as possible, but instead making sure that they can stay alive for just long enough to at least have enough clams go in, try to dodge any shots that might be coming their way as well. And then as well, offer a little bit of extra support on the top side because they knew that more claims would be following from other members of the team. Well done there at the very end of the game for Bad to secure things. And once again, another nail biter, Lily. So we head over to Splatzone's museum.
They couldn't give me an easy set. I mean, from these 2 teams, I didn't expect them to, but like, it's getting hot in here.
Well, it's been hot all week.
It's true. I was hoping it would cool down with my fan going, and instead, they were like, no, we're going to make this a nail biter, which means it's going to get warmer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But hey, close Splatoon is good Splatoon.
Yes, that's true. I would much prefer close Splatoon than 3-0 knockout Splatoon. That's just not nearly as fun to commentate or watch. Yeah.
But now, queuing up for this one here, lock over to the heavy Splatling, Eclipse on the Dually Squelchers as well. A few change-ups here as we head on to Splatzone's museum.
Haunt Dually Squelchers too. This is going to be interesting. I think Ballpoint still has a definite advantage coming up with those inkjets, especially up and breaking back in. But dang, I kind of love the heavy pick here. Kind of love
Imagine, love to see the Wavebreaker here already, putting in quite a bit of work for Bad, allowing them to move a little bit further forward there on the right side as well. But it doesn't take care of Lux in the Inkjet, who's able to come up with what looked like one, or combined with Eclipse there for two on the right side. And Vivid's going to take right back control of this zone, and now it's going to start storming towards Plat here as well, all tacticalered up and ready to go.
Yeah, see, this is the dangerous part of this map, especially from Vivid's comp, getting everybody up into that spinner area and just being a nuisance. But this is also the benefit of Locke's special. You throw down that Wavebreaker, you just flush everyone out, and should be a little better than trying to play Inkjet around that spinner on defense. Now, that said, Bad was able to clear out their spinner, but wasn't able to flip that zone, which is still counting down to about the 30-point mark from Vivid. Lux on that top mid is going to go down to a Zooka, just as I was about to compliment her, and that should be a flip from the side of Bad. Should be.
Should be, and there it is indeed. 3-down situation will cause that, but now Eclipse comes up with two. Might be looking for another here. No, gets taken out by Kairu there. Now, Bad will have to find a way to stabilize, but Vivid is finding a way to make this difficult with enough ink coming back on over to this zone. Strikes out once again, trying to pick off Roomba on this right side as well as Eclipse. Now Kairu charging forward, but will get taken down in the process. Lux up on the enemy Plat, will get taken down as well, and Vivid is rolling in, but can't quite seem to find the lockouts that they'd hoped for.
Yeah, it's looking a little rough. Now, Bad is able to count it down to 36. Specials coming out from Vivid here on the right-hand side are going to be coming in just a little too late to save that lead, but maybe not too late to save the game. It does look like 2 down on the side of Bad is going to be able to give Vivid that flip that they need to impose that penalty, and Lux getting back on top mid is going to help secure that lockdown as Roomba misses the jump. It's fine, though. It's fine.
It's fine. Not able to find it there this time, but now Vivid once again starting to push forward. There's the cooler coming out from them, and now might be looking to jump up on top of the spinner here, going back to the enemy side of the map, and indeed they will. Still with that cooler. Eclipse on the right side, but isn't joined by the teammate fast enough. Roomba will get taken down as the next target for Bad, and the strikes will go back over the zone. Bad will cap it with yellow ink in just enough time to save themselves the lead.
Doing a fantastic job of it too. It is going to switch back to Vivid right away, but that additional penalty isn't something you really want to see. A minute and 45 left in this game is going to put them in a bit of a rough position. They're going to have to get up and get control of the spinner pretty quick. It looks like Bad isn't really utilizing flanks that much, so Lux alone on top of that spinner in mid should be enough to hold on to that control. The rest of them you really do need in position to stop things like this Trip Strike coming out to try to cap that zone as we count down and take the lead back yet again. Bad is running out of time to flip the zone, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get into position in time. The Inkjet coming out and taking them out and moving us to 8-2-2.
And fantastic there for the two members of Vivid on that left side, able to hold the line, making sure that Bad couldn't find their way into the zone after they had already dropped down from their Plat. Fantastic stuff there from Vivid to come away with the game victory, and yet another close one. And this set is going the distance. Now we're finally going to Popgun's favorite map, everybody, for Game 5. Woo!
The number 2 counter pick, number 1 counter pick. It's fine. It's fine. It's gonna be good. This is gonna be another rough one to make predictions for, because I feel like Vivid's composition and play style, if they can get into position quickly enough, they're gonna lock out Bad completely. But if we see the Bad from Mako Mart come back, oh boy. This map can snowball pretty heavily if you can get control of that Bats area. So I am incapable of making predictions.
Well, that's good, because you're supposed to be unbiased as a caster.
I mean, supposed to be, right? But I mean, predictions aren't biased. Predictions are predictions. If I sat here and said I want Vivid to win, that's bias.
Right. Any event. Should be an interesting one for sure. I mean, we've seen so much promise both ways. Teams look incredibly even. And while there might be some slight compositional differences, it feels like both teams have been able to find the basics and play to the style that they want to with the weapons that they want to, and able to find the openings when it matters most. It'll come down to one final game, though, and one where you can't necessarily always rely on those entry openings. It'll be all about stability as this tower goes slowly back to the enemy side of the map.
It's really the most important here isn't the open as it is in some places like Stricken Shipyard. It's going to come down to entirely the mid game. Who can take control of that second checkpoint and the surrounding area best, and not even necessarily first, best. And that's really all there is to tell. Bad looks like they're running the fast moving composition again. If they can just run it down at Vivid, it can be a little bit more difficult on this map, but not impossible. Not impossible. There's a few more safe spots for Lux to stand where she can be safer and fire from the distance, but it's not looking great. It's actually looking quite bad, and I mean that in the best way.
Looking quite to Bad's favor at this point as they were able to find 2 down. Now looking to contest Bats here as well with the strikes going up that direction. They'll pass the first checkpoint for now, and here comes Roomba on the Ultra Stamp as well. Will they be able to pull the element of surprise? Yes, we'll find one. There's Lock, though, in the Kraken from that heavy deco, but it doesn't look like it's going to stick around on the tower for too much longer. Now in Bats will get taken down, and Vivid's able to find the cleanup before the tower reaches the second check.
Vivid doing a pretty good job cleaning that up, and Badge doing a fantastic job of just abandoning ship. They figured they already got the first checkpoint, they tickled the second checkpoint, they don't need to overstay their welcome, it's still early in the game. Roomba here overstaying their welcome a little bit, going to go down to Lock, and Lock moving into mid to extend this control. Oh, that was a fast grab.
Fast grab comes out here, but Eclipse gets taken down as well, and it's a 3 down for Bad. Vivid, with only 2 members up in mid, will be looking to try to start getting this tower moving at least a little bit, but immediately contested by Bad here on plat. They want every checkpoint to go contested. Now Rissa with the Tacticooler, going to start trying to provide a little more paint support for the rest of the team, but what was that? 1 down on the front lines. Now it's going to be 2 down back against Vivid. Lux will go up with the Inkjet here looking for 1, but immediately gets shot down. But it doesn't matter for now. It looks like Eclipse will be able to hop back on top of the tower. No, that's Roomba able to find the first checkpoint for Vivid. Logan still around, able to catch Eclipse off guard in the crab tank. Here comes the Ultra Stamp, though. Jump scare comes through, and now it's a 1-for-1 trade down there on the bottom side. An absolute ink bather on the tower here, but it's still mostly neutral. And actually, now Lux is able to come away with a few extra ones. Bad are the ones that are going mostly back to spawn, and here comes the Inkjet for Lux as Vivid approaches the second check.
This Inkjet's in a perfect position to protect Eclipse and get this tower moving. They are able to touch that second checkpoint, counting down through it. Gonna break it with help from Eclipse's grab here, drawing a ton of attention in this Bats area. Is unfortunately going to get broken, and 2 down on the side of Vivid means this is probably the end of this push entirely as they retake mid. Now Lux and Rissa and Roomba are all back incredibly quickly thanks to that Tacticooler coming on out and moving them back into mid and maintaining control of that area. They lost barely any paint and retook what they did lose incredibly quickly. And I mean, things are still looking very Vivid-sided right now.
And look, 36 down to the 36 mark. They've already cleared past that second checkpoint, which means that there is at least 1, if not 2 opportunities for Vivid to find a hold here, even if Bad starts to pick up momentum as they might now with Rissa going down. Here are more specials coming out of Bad that strikes, and now Logan comes in for the flank ankle to catch Lux off guard. It's a 2-down situation for Vivid right now. Rissa tries to paint up the back sides, but now second checkpoint here. This is exactly where Vivid wants to try to contest, but there's nobody around. They've all been sent back to spawn, and now we'll be looking for the re-engagement here, but it's not going to come in fast enough. Bad able to find the lead here just in the nick of time as they get wiped off the map nearly completely. Logan's the last one up here, trying to bait Rissa back here, trying to stick around for a while. Let's see if Vivid takes the bait or not. Looks like they won't for now, and Logan will jump away. Down to 31 here. Still a chance for Vivid, but they've got to be incredibly precise.
They had a pretty strong defense there, cleaning that up pretty quickly. Unfortunately, not enough time to save their lead, which is putting them in a bad position for the last 20 seconds of this match. We do have a couple specials online and ready. Rissa is going to have to ride this tower as we have the hammer and the inkjet coming out shortly. We're going to need that inkjet for that bats area though, so watch for that being popped here as we approach this second checkpoint. Inkjet coming on this top left side, helping the teammates get in, and the Kraken gonna come out as the win button with the trip strikes. Not quite able to get on tower. It took them a second there, but Bad is going to clutch that out. 3-2, moving on in bracket.
Well done, pairing up the specials to find the close there for Bad, despite the fact that things were looking a little scary there for a moment against them, with Vivid starting to charge back in, but able to take care of a few members and then have their specials online, time that engagement, and step on the tower. Hey, that's the reason why the heavy deco was picked up, was for that Kraken specifically. And so Bad will be the team to knock Vivid out here in our round of 16, meaning we've only got one more round to go before teams start qualifying for our top 4 double elimination final phase.
Honestly, yeah. Jeez. I'm...
Oh, wait a minute.
Spicy stuff here.
Spate 3-1 over Red Sun, knocking off the 3rd seed in the tournament. We saw Spate earlier today, and they looked incredibly strong a moment ago. So not incredibly surprising to see that, but 3-1 for Spate. They'll go up against the winner of the Game 5 between Rabid and Synergy for their bid into the top 4. As we take a look at some of the rest of what's going on here.
I'd also like to point out, Take Your Meds down 1-2 against Zooka Gang. Zooka Gang, looking at their roster, not many players I recognize, if at all.
Well,
There's
Zooka
like
Gang
one
had
person
to
I
beat,
recognize there.
who did Zooka Gang have to beat?
Zooka Gang has beaten Frostbite and Enrage.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
And getting confirmation that we will see either Zooka Gang or Take Your Meds in the next one, in the next match that we watch on stream versus the Grimace Shakers.
No, that's not what it says.
That is what Popgun has said.
No, that's not what the name is.
What is the name then?
I'm gonna need you to read it again. It's the Griamce Shakers.
I'm definitely calling them the Grimace Shakers.
But see, that doesn't punish them for not using spell check. And I feel like, as casters and as TOs, it is our duty.
I can't be bothered to have a spiteful stance.
All right.
They would, or I'll just call them the Shakers and leave it at that.
I guess. Do you want to be nice about it?
Yeah. Well, I'll be nice. You can do whatever you want. But I'll be a little nice. Folks, before we get into our final round of this single elimination stage, we are going to step away for a real brief break. So don't go anywhere. There's more Splatoon to come in the 16th edition of Proving Grounds. Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Proving Grounds 16. My name is K-Bot, and I am joined by Lily, and we've got one more round to go that I have to suffer through, and Lily has to suffer through as well. Both for completely different reasons. This is a joke. For context, this is a joke.
Yeah, K-Bot's suffering because I'm here.
They're pulling me out of retirement to sit here and stare at Splatoon, and Lily is currently hot and tired and everything because it is way too hot in the world right now. But one more match to go, and then we'll hand it off to our second set of casters for the day and the second phase of the tournament. It'll be Zooka Gang versus Griamce Shakers. Happy birthday, Griamce, which is today, July 7th.
Is that actually Griamce's birthday?
No.
Oh. Okay.
I'm saying Griamce, it's Griamce's birthday because they didn't exist until today.
I see. Happy birthday.
Confetti.
Hang on. Do we have soundboard terms in here? Am I allowed to?
Probably not.
Unfortunate. Moving right into the game, I didn't even guess time to party for too long. Moving of Nova. What are these cherry limeade comps coming out here? I am.
You tell me, Lily.
I don't know. Except
you're supposed to be one of the limeade people.
We would never win crab. That's not the point. The point is, I love the Nova pig. Absolutely hilarious. I love to see it. I love to see it.
Coming through here now, and we'll see if Zooka Gang can start using that extra space they bought off of that Rainmaker shield burst. Now Kit Kat up in the air with the Inkjet, teamed up with the Ink Zooka here as well. That's a 2-down situation for the Zooka Gang. They'll take one for the road here on the direct, but even still, the Rainmaker is going to start going off to the left here as Gwen Stacy starts carrying this one forward.
That's the part that makes me nervous. That snipe, your own snipe, is a pretty powerful position to have at the start of the game and when the Rainmaker's still in mid, but if the opponents pop that Rainmaker and grab it quick enough, they can move pretty far before you can catch up to it. That's dangerous. Dangerous to have two players there that early in the game. That said, Zooka Gang moving in here, solidified that defense a little bit, moving back up onto the snipe area. Toady, please get down from there. It is dangerous. You might fall. Go murder some folks.
Well, we'll be looking for it in just a moment, but here comes the Zipcaster out of Stan, looking for something on the back lines here. Well, won't be able to find much of anything now. Crab Tank out here will be the next target here for Stan. Now looking for this one on to money, but no, won't be able to find it. There's the wipeout to come through as well. Zooka Gang able to get up to this first checkpoint here. They'll be likely looking to continue to keep up this push, is now able to pick up this Rainmaker, will find the wall bump, and now we'll start to get a few extra as well. Down to 28 on the slick ramp will be where Zooka Gang gets to. How long will they be able to stick around for? Doesn't look like too terribly long, as they'll start to get pushed away here and collapsed on by the Shakers.
And honestly, did a pretty good job there. 28 is a solid push on this map. Not necessarily winning points, but solid. We take that. It's really going to come down to Shakers getting back into this mid area quickly enough to make good use of that reset, which I'm not a fan of. It does look like they're going to be able to retake at the very least their flat, but they've got gremlins in their walls, preventing them from getting too much further just yet. We're gonna have to see probably a special or two come out before we can get moving towards this checkpoint again.
Here comes Stan and the Zipcaster again as well. As you mentioned, these specials, but not able to find anything that time either. I'll be looking to try to come back into the rotate, but there's Kit Kat in the Inkjet, able to pick off one and stall the momentum here that Zooka Gang was hoping for and picking up that fish. Now, once again, the Shakers looking to try to collect back this Rainmaker, and they'll collect 2 picks for the road as well. Booyah Bomb available for Gwen Stacy, and here's that big bubbler coming through. Booyah Bomb up in the air as well, but the Rainmaker still goes down on the back sides. It's 3 down for the Shakers, and now their push will fall apart. It was looking so good for a moment there, but the Rainmaker couldn't quite find that path forward.
Is Zooka Gang doing the correct and objectively correct play by just running underneath that Booyah Bomb and splitting their attention to take out that Rainmaker? Fantastic job. The stall, the bomb, and everything coming out. Honestly, it's still not the winning push, but a minute and 20, that 28 might end up being our final number.
Might be the case, as now we're within 70 seconds to play. Zooka Gang picking up this Rainmaker again, actually going to go for this push up to the right side, at least putting this Rainmaker here, forcing the Shakers to make a choice of trying to let this one reset or going all the way back to the other side of the map. But now there's a flanker behind them that they've got to be careful of. Suction bomb down as well. Won't find a pick for now. Actually, no, it did find one under Gwen Stacy after that Booyah bomb came through. Now the Rainmaker about to reset, but one member is able to pick it up here. It'll get taken out by the roller nonetheless, but now this Rainmaker is continuing to stall out on this side of the map, and it eats time off of the clock that the Grimace Shakers will not have to go back the other way with.
Honestly, Shakers are having a horrible time getting Zooka Gang out from behind them. Those flanks coming, there's a double flank at one point. I would love to see King here just pick up that Rainmaker and move it. The longer it stays back there with flankers coming in through, and honestly, a reset isn't necessarily what you want, especially when you only have 10 seconds left in the game. This is starting to make me nervous. Incredibly nervous.
They will pick it up, though, and overtime is out. There's the big bubbler up, and there might be a few members lurking around in the blue ink. Pedestal will fall, but they've got to turn their attention back the other way. But no, actually a flanker comes through. Gwen Stacy's the last one up, and it'll get taken down. Zooka Gang pops the Rainmaker shield, picks up the Rainmaker, and closes the game. They'll go up 1-0 in our final set for the team that qualifies into top 4.
Oh, dang, we are at that point, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
Dang. Hold on. I mean, yeah, honestly, a commanding showing from Zooka Gang there. Not as many Zookas as I would have liked to see, but not bad. Some pretty good inkjets, and the flanks were on point. I think that's really what did Shakers in, is that the flanks were just nonstop and distracting as heck.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, if you've got a quad shooter composition that can just continue running around and being nuisances, then you might as well take yourselves up on that initiative. But here's a map coming up here, Lily, where I imagine the flanks will be slightly less in number. Claimblitz, Brinewater Springs, little less room for those surprise random flanks coming in from the side. And so maybe we'll see if the Grimace Shakers can try to keep things in front of them here.
I mean, you say that, but this map has flanks. It just comes down to whether or not people are comfortable using them. And oftentimes, the team that uses those far sides and those rails is the team that's a little bit more oppressive. So we'll have to see if Zooka Gang is as comfortable flanking on this map as they were on Undertow Spillway. And, you know, maybe the slightly more linear playstyle of this map will benefit Shakers. Man, it's just rough.
Just slightly.
It's just
slightly.
Rough. Yeah. It's rough, especially when you're running against a quad shooter composition where all of the weapons are more or less very independent. To run into that with things like rollers that are a little less independent, you always have some adjustments to make, right? So just how quickly can they make those adjustments? Yeah.
That will be the I would say $1 million, but it's not really $1 million question. It's more of like a top 4 clinching question of whether or not the Shakers will be able to do that there. And not much mix up in the way of the weapon compositions here on either side. In fact, Zooka Gang ditching the Zookas altogether, opting for the Tenatech instead.
Disappointing. I mean, you name yourself Zooka Gang, you don't even play Zooka. It's like people who call themselves like 52 gal in solo and then play like NZAB. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
That's not how you do this. False advertisement. I'm suing.
Well, great news. You're suing over effectively $0 again. As we'll get taken out here. That $sign player, aptly timed. still be looking to come on back through as well, but actually it's the Shakers that have swung the tides of mid first. They'll be looking to try to come on through, but they don't have a power clam to their name for now, so won't be able to fully capitalize on things, fully push in, but now they'll start to pick up on a little more momentum as Stan gets a nice one onto the opposing Inkjet. Now will be forced to back on away, and oh no, was so close to making something happen there, but it'll fall off nonetheless.
This map truly is a two-part game. In most maps, you tend to want to have the clan control, and then you move in and get the map control on their side off of that. This map kind of plays a little bit in reverse. The clamp control is decently okay to get. The clamp spawns are pretty spread out on this map, unfortunately. A little fewer on this one than you would tend to want. But this map, you tend to want to get this mid and left side control first, and then get the clamp control after. You make them burn all of their specials before you even open the basket, and then there's nothing left to defend with. It really comes down to getting that order of operations in, and that's the hard part. So it plays a little bit in reverse to how we traditionally want to play clamps maps, and it's hard to get the momentum going.
And you see that here is a little stalled out, but the Griamce Shakers able to come on through with a few more picks. That's another 2 down, make it 3 down actually against the Zooka Gang. And Aristotle will be able to throw in a few extra clams as well. Now goes back to mid. 47, looking for a few extra points are the Shakers. They're continuing to move forward. Finally, one member gets taken down, and here comes the flank angle. Finally coming through for the Zooka Gang. One goes down, traded back out, now down to the 29-point mark. Stan back up in the zip cast, won't be able to find anyone else before the barrier goes back up. But a 29 mark is the point here for the Griamce Shakers, as they are able to cement themselves with a pretty solid lead this stage in the game halfway through.
And Shakers also demonstrating pretty well the concept of clam flow on this map. You tend to want to have one person running through those clams and not much else, and everyone else you dedicate the rest of your resources to locking the opponents in spawn. That kind of flow is exactly what you want to see here, and is exactly what allowed them to get down to 29. Now, 2 minutes left in this game. There's a lot of contention for this mid area. Toady gonna have to drop down into mid with that, while not gonna be able to get much off of it, but did chase perhaps a little too far in their efforts, and is going to swing this all the way back for Shakers to dedicate even more resources to opening this basket.
And here it goes again. Crab tank out as well, and able to provide that stability to this push that they are looking for. Pass forward on the clams. Now trying to throw those Fiaxer in, but here comes the special onslaught out of the Zooka Gang. Despite no Zookas, they're still able to clean things up quite well, and now might even be looking to try to make a push of their own, especially because they've got 2 power claims to their name, one with them and one back underneath their barrier at spawn. Able to come up with 1. Will they be able to come up with more? Looks like one member is going to go down in the process, and now the crab tank is out once again, zoning the members of the Zooka Gang away, and they'll go 3 down as a result. Only a 36-point push here for them. Won't be nearly enough. They'll have to find a way to regroup quickly, as we're now under 60 seconds.
None of these teams really making use of pod locking either, a trick in order to control clam spawns, which is something that's really helpful in the short term to not control them. You get a lot of clams really quickly, but in the long term, it can hurt pushes like the kind that Zooka Gang is really going to need in order to get back in and to, you know, get any kind of points on the board here. I would love to see them control that a little bit further, but honestly, they need to control mid first, and that is not looking great for them. Already essentially a 3 down and 15 seconds left to go on this map, and already Griamce Shakers are developing another football to try to come in here and open this basket again in the overtime. Whether or not they're going to be able to, or if they're just going to stall this out. That's 2 footballs coming in, and that is not nice. Oh, someone,
no!
When we were looking and opened up that basket, unfortunately there are no clams on this side of the map just yet. 2 down, and that basket is going to close. Oh, just in time getting that 1 extra in, but not quite enough to secure the game. A full wipe at the end there, and is going to go to Griamce Shakers.
So close there to try to come on back from that one with the one little player that flanked around the side. It strikes again, but it doesn't strike in a fatal way. Only one power claim able to go in, maybe a few extras, but no jumps. And as you mentioned, no real clams on that side of the map either, as the Grimace Shakers were able to do a decent job of cleaning out the rest of the map as they were preparing for their push that needed to be so large to go back the other direction. And so now it's 1-1. It's an effective best of 3. The next team to win 2 out of the 3 remaining maps will clinch their spot in top 4. Now we head on over to Splat Zone's Mako Market, where there are, Lily, I would say probably a few more flank angles than Clamlet's Brinewater.
Yeah, I mean, Grimace Shakers really showed what they could do if they didn't have someone constantly in their walls. We're gonna have to see how that plays on this next one, because like you said, there are quite a few more flank opportunities on this one. We will see. It makes me a little bit nervous. This might swing back in the favor of the Zooka Gang. But, you know, I mean, maybe Grimace Shakers just found their stride, and they know what they need to do in order to lock out. We'll see.
Yep. We'll see, for sure. I mean, hey, I think this is probably going to be anyone's set.
Honestly, yes. Right? The way things are going so far, and looking at our remaining maps, honestly, this could go either way. I'm not really feeling like either team is super dominant right now. It's really going to come down to the adjustments that they can make to each other and who can get the momentum first in these maps.
But here we go. Game 3 coming through. It'll be all about trying to establish themselves first. Who's going to come out with that here? E-Leader comes out of Kit Kat for the Zooka Gang. Again, no Zookas out of them. What's going on, folks?
A false advertisement. Which I'm pretty sure is illegal.
Evidently so.
We're seeing an early scrap over on the left-hand side of flank going a little wrong. And Gwen Stacy here pulling off another pick, and the Crab gonna pull off a couple more on that far left snipe, able to control that zone pretty quickly and pretty early. And now it really is just down to Zooka Gang. Can they get back in against a sword that's fully charged and ready to go, and almost another Crab? The leader coming in clutch, getting an early pick on the right-hand side, and Kit Kat running away from the sword.
Running away from a sword for now, and will be successful in doing so. Now reclaiming this side of the map, but still has to be careful as there is still this sword around. Finally, it'll get cleaned up by a teammate. And now the wave break will go out as well as the Zooka Gang looks to try to stabilize things here, but no, they get taken down as well, at least temporarily. Now finally, cleanups again. Zone will flip back the other way. It's a 3-down situation now for the Grimace Shakers. See what comes through here, because they'll have to try to find a way to make this re-engagement, or else Zooka Gang will continue flanking around and continue to find random picks like that one down there. And with Tony going forward here as well, able to find another with the Killer Whale 5-1. This will be the lead going back to the Zooka Gang.
This is the part that I wasn't quite expecting, but I really love, is having that E-Leader set up and then having flanks going around it. The E-Leader really locks down options. And when you lock down options and combine it with people in your walls, you end up with a very dominating presence, especially on a map like this one where there's really only 2 entryways until you branch out into mid.
Now though, another 3 down, this time though against Zooka Gang, and it'll have an opportunity for the Griamce Shakers, as their red squiggly line under their name so says. We'll see if they can hold now, as it looks like they might be able to hold for long enough to take the lead right on back, and there it is as well. Strikes come out, though, and it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Booyah Bomb up, coming through from Gwen Stacy. They'll be enough to recap the zone for the Grimace Shakers, as they're looking to keep the hold going for now. And the Zooka Gang has not found the entry. They'll have to find one pretty quickly here. Tenatech on this stack is going to get quickly challenged, and now 2-down, 3-down situation. Everyone else was wiped off of the map, and everyone's going for this last member. It's the Shakers that are going to get themselves to match point first.
Yeah, that was a shakedown. Did you get K-Bot? some sort of shaking.
No, Lily, I didn't get it. Why don't you explain the joke for the class?
Sure. Yeah, so a shakedown is a turn of phrase, usually when you like for like actually shaking someone down, like you would attack someone on the street and rob them, or threaten them, and then it shares a common word with Grimace Shakers, the shake part going between the two of them. So it's a play on words, you see.
Wow, that's really cool.
You're welcome. Yeah.
I can't believe I learned about this fun and interesting play on words.
You're on. I'm so glad I could help you learn something this Friday night. Anyways, moving into Popcorn's favorite map, Tower Control Inkling Art Academy. This is, again, one that could go either way. There are a lot of flank options on this map and a lot of opportunities for being in your walls. So if Zooka Gang can pull that off yet again.
For the record, folks, as a reminder, just in case you're joining us partway through this set, Lily is describing constant flanks as players being in your walls.
Oh,
okay,
yeah. Okay, yeah.
This is the analogy.
This is cherry limeade terminology.
Yeah. Not everyone is used to cherry limeade terminology.
And marsh terminology.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're in your walls. As like, you don't know where they are, and they're probably behind you.
And they know exactly where you are. Grimace Shakers, though, looking to close things out here on this map. We'll see if they can do just that. And still no Zookas. I'm going to keep calling it out, by the way. Every time that this team doesn't run a Zooka, and I'll like clap when they run 2 Zookas, because they'll actually be living up to their name. And for 1 Zooka, I'll give like a sarcastic, like, actually, I'll give a single clap like they do for graduations or whatever. Anyway.
Interesting to see the E-Leader come back here. I feel like Tower Control isn't the E-Leader's strongest position, and we've seen Kit Kat on some other things that I think would probably fit this map a little bit better. Grimace Shaker's coming out early and strong, getting a full 3 down, and really all that's left is that crab hiding somewhere, probably getting ready for some defense. And already going to clear that first checkpoint and make a good try at that second one, as the members of Grimace Shakers are indeed in this bats area and putting on the pressure.
Putting on the pressure, but they will get taken out slowly one by one. There's the 3-down situation, a delayed wipe coming through against the Grimace Shakers, and Zooka Gang will retake most of the middle of the map here. Preventing that from reaching the second checkpoint will be critical, so long as they can do it here. But they don't have a lot of position forward, and Kit Kat's going to get instantly taken off of the tower on that E-Leader. Here comes the Roller as well, challenging the Crab Tank, and he'll take that one out, that player out as well. 2 down for the Zooka Gang, and the Grimace Shakers once again back in control of mid. Now the jump comes through, gets punished by the Roller. Don't go stepping on rollers.
What? Yeah, no, you kind of want to jump over them.
Yeah.
That said, the Roller moving into bats, getting a nice cheeky pick pretty early, has that bubble ready to go, and gonna get another one in defense of the tower. Oh, a little slippery on that one, but still able to keep control of this bats area. Popping that bubble and getting another pick or 2 on this defense, and that tower is quickly approaching that third checkpoint. Left to defend it. This is looking like game K-pop.
Looking like that to be the case. Beautiful use of the specials to push it back through, when the Grimace Shakers are looking to close things out here. Although they get wiped out at the last possible moment, the tower will find its way to that 1 point mark. And the Zooka Gang are still alive, but they have a mountain to climb back the other way.
Oh goodness, I would not want to be Zooka Gang right now, trying to push all the way to 0. A knockout here is not what you want to see when you have this far to go. 2 down already, and they haven't even broken that first checkpoint. The last involved in a crab battle, and the leader having to bail early. Not an ideal situation is what I would call this. And ooh, a beautiful shot there from the Charger coming in on tower, and they are actually going to be able to approach this on the second go. Might be able to clear it early. 2 down on the side of Grimace Shakers is going to put King Ja up here in a awkward position, trying to keep people out of his bats.
Hey, awkward, but he was holding it down there for a moment. Now he'll get taken down. It's a 3-down situation for the Grimace Shakers. Now make that the wipeout to come through as Toadie's able to come up with yet another here. And all of a sudden, momentum is to the Zooka Gang's favor. The wind is in their sails as they approach this third checkpoint. Here come the rest of the specials thrown back that way. Challenging on the top side is Toadie in that 52 gal, but here comes the drop on top of the tower. There's the roller to come through as well, but it's a wipeout back the other direction for the Zooka Gang, and we're heading to a game 5.
Excuse me.
You're excused.
Thank you. Yeah, if I'm excused, I'm gonna go. What the heck was that?
I mean, hey, look, again, capitalizing on that momentum. Once you start getting your opponents staggered, coming in back in off the spawn as they try to approach the angles, if you can pick them off one by one and continue to keep up your opponents in that staggered spawning state, as they're continuing to panic with more specials, with more people in weird positions, like Toadie on that 52 gal was way up there, right? That is not a natural position where you'd expect that 52 gal to be. And that's exactly what we've been talking about for the Zooka Gang. It's not really a flank if you have to go up through the enemy's spawn to get there, but being in this unexpected position and being able to collapse on something from multiple sides is exactly where we're seeing the Grimace Shakers start to falter a little bit. Now, maybe they'll have the opportunity to do that again as we head over to Rainmaker on Sturgeon.
Yeah, definitely possible. I mean, that's the danger of that map too, is once you get around that second, third checkpoint, people tend to panic a little bit. It's really hard to break back in once they have that snowball going. You really need something like the Booyah Bomb coming off of that machine. They needed that special in order to indicate that we're moving now, and we need to take this now. And unfortunately, they were probably a little too far away from special and went down a little bit early. So they didn't have that, and the rest of the team was just left to dive into a crab moving up with tower. And I'm like, how do you win against that? Awful position to be put in. But I mean, now we're sweating, they're sweating. It's game 5 on round 4, and it's all down to this. Can they qualify? Rainmaker Sturgeon could be rough.
Winner moves on to top 4 in double elimination, has at least another 2 matches to play. Loser here is out of the tournament for the night. Oh, so close to getting a chance at that top 4. We'll see who comes out on top as KitKat sticks with the E-leader here on Rainmaker. Ballsy strategy.
Yeah, I wonder if KitKat's just feeling it tonight. It just feels great, and the team's good with it. Because, yeah, it's definitely not an optimal pick for this map. It's not my first choice, or probably even my second choice. But they seem to be rocking with it. So 2 down on either side. Kecho is going to pick up this Rainmaker and go left really fast, early. Going to get this checkpoint before anyone can stop them. And we're off to the races.
Hey, that checkpoint being down early is going to be quite a boon for the Zooka Gang, especially if they can try to pick up a little bit more. You see the jumps coming in, trying to support this as well, but Toadie's just a little bit too late, and it's a 3-down situation for the Zooka Gang. The Grimace Shakers will start moving their way back in, and now actually Stan going all the way in, looking to try to pave a path for this Rainmaker on forward. Now we'll jump on away, and all 4 specials online as well, but no! Jumps a little too close to the Rainmaker shield there. It'll lose the zip cats in the process. Gwen Stacy now goes up in the bubbler, is looking for the pedestal, but no, won't find the dunk, gets denied by the crab tank on the other side. And it's a 3-down situation for the Grimace Shakers this time, and Zooka Gang will hold their check.
Honestly, fantastic work there. The bubble just slightly misplaced, not able to let them get that checkpoint. But I mean, that said, checkpoint on this map isn't that difficult. I mean, it's not easy, but it's not that difficult. So I'm not super worried about them not being able to get it super quickly, because we see King Jao over here putting in the work, gonna get at least 1 down, and putting pressure on this ledge is gonna hopefully get that Rainmaker quite a bit closer to that checkpoint.
And now able to come up with yet a 3rd, has plenty of map control in all of these interactions, and has exactly been utilizing that to the maximum advantage. is King Jaw on this roller. But now, with the pedestal fallen, will they be able to pick this one up and at least get the lead for a moment? Rainmaker starting to despawn. Zipcast comes out. Someone has to try to grab this one, and someone will, but immediately get punished for it. The repop starting to come through here. Grimace Shaker's able to find it there, and King Jaw moves forward once again. Toady trying to back away into the corner and will live for now, and now here it is coming through. King Jaw able to find this, and the Rainmaker will get picked up, and they'll take the lead. The Grimace Shakers will. Still looking for even more, though, as it goes down to the 40-point mark, and now they'll finally get cleaned up. 3 down, and Stan will likely soon to follow, but will get one for the road in the interim. Wipeout comes through, and now we'll see if they can send this one back the other way.
40 is not a winning push on this map by any metric. So there's definitely opportunity here. We already have 1 down, which isn't ideal. Another 2v2 going on here in mid as KitKat moves on up with this Rainmaker. One above them, gonna have to be careful of that, and probably not gonna get too much further, but we'll get the trade. Crab out, gonna pop this ball. Rainmaker pretty early and gonna put them in a good position to try to retake this lead, but I'm expecting it to be a technical lead, if anything, and it won't be anything. King Jaw coming in from the rear, getting a fantastic flank and saying Zooka Gang was really good at the flanks in the first couple games. And what if it's our turn?
Now 3 down, make it a delayed wipe in effect here, and now jumping forward up to the top, get it down to 14 for the Zooka Gang here. And now, with just about, once again, 70 seconds remaining, we'll see if the Grimace Shakers can try to pull this back the other way. But again, this Rainmaker has to go the distance, back down to that 13-point mark. So difficult to get there on this map.
Yeah, definitely not an easy feat. 14 could easily be our winning push, especially with a minute left to go. There's a lot of ground left to cover, and Grimace Shakers still needs to retake their own court here, let alone mid as a whole. Aristot is going to be able to clean that on up, but 3 up in mid. That Rainmaker is massive right now in purple, and it's not leaving them in a good situation.
Will get exploded here, and now the Grimace Shakers starting to reassert themselves back to neutral, but 30 seconds remain on the game clock means that this push will likely be the last, and they won't have a room or margin for error like they were doing on the last push that they just had, where that Rainmaker would constantly go down. Stan tries to come up with something in the Zipcast, but no, isn't able to. Here comes the Booyah Bomb coming in from Stan, but it's not able to do much of anything either. Here comes the Bubbler looking to try to protect this ledge, but it doesn't protect the Rainmaker. 3 seconds left to play, and they've got to turn their attention back that way, but no, the wipeout comes through, and it'll be Zooka Gang that'll punch their ticket to top 4 tonight.
All right, 9. Oops, you said punch their ticket. It's not my fault.
I know. I said punch their ticket. But come on.
They did a fantastic job, honestly. I wasn't sure how that set was going to go, and it was just as volatile right to the very end as we expected it to be. Zooka Gang pulling on through and bringing it right to the very end. Honestly surprised us with KitKat on that charger. They did an amazing job and proved us wrong. I wouldn't have expected an E-Leader comp to win in 2023, but, well, summer of 2023.
I wouldn't have expected an E-Leader comp to come from a team named Zooka Gang and for them to not have a single Zooka, but they get more games tonight, which means maybe we'll see more Zookas come out from them. But that'll do it as we take a look at the bracket and the rest of the round of 8 matches finishing up. So it'll be Sway taking it over Bad. That is Nightmare, of course, by the way, newly acquired by Sway. Zooka Gang, of course, comes through. Surplus will qualify over Woomy. And then, of course, Rabid will take it actually over Spate, despite Spate's incredible run, not able to top it off there with a top 4 qualification. So those are your 4 teams that'll be heading into our double elimination second phase of the tournament, and we'll get that bracket loaded for you in just a little bit. But folks, that's going to do it for Lily and myself. Lily, always a pleasure getting the chance to talk to you in the first place.
Yes.
But of course, actually casting with you as well.
Yeah, we were talking about this before we started. I don't think K-Bot and I have casted together in like a year, and it's honestly, I missed it. I missed torturing you live on cast where you can't escape me. You have to listen to my whole puns. Yeah. It's the best part.
Lily, where can the people find you while you're on your hiatus?
Oh, that's easy. I'm going to be sleeping a lot, so unless you know where I live, it'll be hard to find me. But if you want to find me on social media, you can find me at Splatoon Lily on Twitter and Twitch. Hopefully I'll be awake enough to try to do some streaming while I'm on my competitive hiatus. And K-Bot, where can people find you during your retirement?
Find me on Twitter at kbot_273, and maybe as also on Twitch, though if you tune into Twitch, expect to see more Omega Strikers gameplay than
and Risk of Rain.
Splatoon. And maybe Risk of Rain, but probably more Omega Strikers. Folks, that'll do it from us. Siren and Nine will be the duo that'll take you through the rest of the event. You're watching Proving Ground 16, brought to you by IPL. Stick around, folks. You won't want to miss the top 4 tonight.
Welcome back, everybody, to a wonderful Friday evening here at Proving Grounds number 16. We have an exciting top 4 up for you right now. Sway, Zooka Gang, Surplus, and Rabid. Some fantastic stuff. You can see the bracket up on the screen. It's Zooka Gang, a pretty low seed, but as you all witnessed in that last set, not a team to be trifled with. But we're actually going to be looking at the bottom of the bracket, and I am joined by the incredible, wonderful Lois Griffin wielding profile picture user. Siren, how we doing?
Thank you. I'm doing great. As I was saying before we got on here, it's my first time coming back to commentary after my surgery, and I think it's actually the first time I've commentated with you as well. So here we are with my Lois Griffin PFP, as you have pointed out, that no one else can see because we're in Discord and everyone else is on Twitch.
It's an audio medium, right? Everyone else can actually, no, that's a lie. None of you who haven't seen this will be able to piece together what type of Lois Griffin profile picture this is, because frankly, every time I see it, I laugh. It's just that good. But yeah, go ahead.
I have a bunch of these. I've just been cycling through them. Hey, whoa! It's just been like a one at a time Lois Griffin kind of thing. Anyways, yes, we have a couple teams here that are on the screen with their rosters. Fantafiz, Luke, Kara, Forge. We're pretty used to these people in Proving Grounds, at least. I feel like we see them at least once a week, but now we have them again. And Rabid, of course, no newcomers as well to Proving Grounds, so they're going to be getting right into this here, knowing their matchup pretty dang well. We're looking at Scorch Gorge Clams.
Good old Scorch Gourd Clams. Interesting to note here, something maybe not so commonly seen. Proto-chan actually going to be bringing out the CDS and promptly immediately send those CDS back to the spawn. So I try to talk about something good and that happens. That's how it goes, simply. But, the dually sculptures, I think, are a weapon that have slowly started to creep back in a little bit as people try to figure out exactly what works in this newer meta. It's been interesting to see some of these new things that have been tried out.
Yeah, I feel like people are trying to find a lot of alternatives for shooters that sort of put out a lot of paint output, just to sort of deal with like a lot of sword and chainsaw and the wiper that we've been seeing in this meta. So people who really like to play those kind of need to find something that works for them the best. And as a result, we're kind of seeing a bit of a resurgence of the dualies. With that being said, though, we are seeing this very shooter-heavy comp getting this first push into this. Luke not backing off whatsoever, getting into the enemy spawn, getting that pick onto one of the members of Rabid as well as they get back in here.
Yeah, this has kind of been the flavor of the month in a lot of respects here. If you're going to sit back and try to have a more paint-heavy comp, we're simply going to move up and attack with the newly buffed Tacticooler as well. And it's a brush instead of a sword, but this is kind of what the game is sort of building itself around here. You're seeing Scorch Gourd Clams do what it usually does, which if you don't kill the enemy team, they're just going to find ways to keep scoring. Another 2 go down. Hold on a second, Siren. I think they might actually win off of this. What do they need? 3 more now, and they're holding one of them. Are we already into game 2? Come on, find 2 more clams here. Let's get on to game 2, shall we?
Luke dropping for these ones, but I don't know if that basket's going to stay open long enough to allow for this. 2 of the members of Rabid coming back just in time to stop this and give themselves another opportunity to stay in this game. Aaron on this right side here kind of calming down after that harsh moment there early on in the game. But, given that this is Clam Blitz, I think there is a great opportunity for them to bounce back from this.
Yeah, there's going to be a good opportunity. The big question, I think, with this type of comp where you've got a couple Crossfire weapons here in the CDS and the Squeezer is how do you cleanly get kills, which is, something that I guess every comp probably wants to do, but that the opponent's comp is filled with some shooters and a brush that is totally fine going up and trading here. So I think if your coordination is really on point and you move up together, you get the right Crossfires at the right time, you can usually kind of manufacture some of these picks. But if you're just getting up in the face, Adapt, one of the better fighting weapons on this team, isn't even able to keep pace right now, and you see they haven't really been able to find footing whatsoever.
Yeah, taking multiple attempts to get into this mid and get in control, it just feels like every once in a while, once it starts looking like they have momentum, they were stumbling on their feet, as we see here as well. Squeak getting forced back all the way into this pillow. That's going to force their camera to go into first person there, which is always a bit of a struggle when you're used to the third person constantly in Splatoon. And this looks like it's going to be another push starting again for Surplus here. They do have that power clam under the basket. They're trying to wait things out a little bit. They can afford to be quite patient here, trying to play this kind of smart and get that knockout while they still can. Some of those clams landing off that map there, but Kara not backing off while that zip caster comes in under the basket. It's just that NZF Fanta is not backing down whatsoever. They have that cooler on their side, and we're seeing these respawns happen so fast. That's mainly the challenge for Rabid here as they come back in. They don't have any time to breathe when they get these pushes with the cooler.
Yeah, there's no time to breathe. And again, right there, you saw basically even footing on a fight, but one's a crossfire weapon, one is a very accurate shooter with that end zap. It's just that much more difficult to get anything started here. A couple very nice Zooka shots, but it's not going to matter whatsoever here. Surplus thoroughly in control of that game from start to finish, and Rabid's going to have some time to go back to the drawing board, but when it takes 2 or 3 specials simply to get back to mid for just a moment, you know something's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, it can be really difficult like that. And you saw how rewarding it was for a playstyle like the one that Surplus has to have that tacticooler, because they really just have 4 players that like to go in and fight and don't really play the defensive side whatsoever. So they do rely on getting these knockouts in order to win these games. And they don't really ever want to have any moment in the game where they're vulnerable. And we didn't really see that at all in that game. And it's kind of a hard situation for Rabid to deal with, and how moving forward they're going to approach these games, because they kind of need to face things in a way that, okay, do they have cooler active or do they not have cooler active? Are we able to punish them properly? Because when you can't really punish a team like Surplus, that puts you in a really difficult position and can kind of get you on the back foot before you're prepared for it.
And the margin of error is pretty slim to begin with. Again, we kind of talked in that last game when we discussed crossfire weapons. A lot of times that means that it's not a weapon where if you hover the reticle over the opponent and hold down ZR for a little while, it usually results in a pick. It's weapons that can stack a couple hits on, and then more mobile weapons can get away. You're never usually at risk. And if you have 2 of those, you're really hoping that you can get both of them firing at the same enemy and control the pace of the game from that fashion. But that is so difficult to do in any variant of Splatoon. But I mean, when the tacticooler's there too, it's that much more difficult. Thankfully, they will at least have a Splat Zones map to go to. Perhaps on the other side of that coin, though, it's Hagglefish. And if you thought Surplus was willing to go forward and attack in that last game, well, you better hope they don't get all the way up in this one as well.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be up to Rabid on whether or not they are able to find solid ground for them to position themselves in and not be able to give that up whatsoever. But Surplus, again, not really a team that's going to give that up either. The good thing about it for Rabid is that the objective doesn't move whatsoever, so it doesn't really rely on them getting up into the face of Rabid in order to gain some points onto the board. Whether or not they're going to be able to make it to the zone is the real question.
We'll take a look right here. They're sticking with that same double crossfire style of weapon, and you gotta hand it to them here. If it's something that you feel confident in, you stick with it. Meanwhile, on the other side, no change coming out of Surplus, and why would they with the way that they have been running through this bracket? I'm curious to see where the first dive is going to come from. They set up that tacticooler, and they're probably going to use the crab to move Luke up. They do indeed, and that is where the carnage will start. One already goes down. They have identified a Dapt on the other side. Luke takes out another, and oh no. The Hail Mary shot with the Zooka might have put just enough gas out of the attack, but man, Siren, what a dominant opening there for the Surplus.
Yeah, you could see just them moving like a well-operating machine there. Fantafizz immediately going for that tacticooler to just enable so many pushes. And the emphasis was really just on the paint and spreading out as much as possible. And you saw Kara pop that crab right away, and that gave them enough room to pull off something like this. The Rabid with a tacticooler of their own gets a counter wipeout, and this is going to be a zone cap. We are not seeing a 100-0 game once again. This is the opportunity for Rabid to get back in here. They have specials on board. Adapted is holding onto this Booyah Bomb, moving all the way up, but they're going to have to get up a little bit farther, 9, in order to hold this.
Oh my goodness, almost got up in the air. They almost got that Booyah Bomb armor active, but the job may have been done. Sloshing Machine, you are just as beautiful as the day I left you. And now look at this, suddenly Fanta has to walk all the way back, does have a tacticooler and puts it straight down, but that's a really scary spot for that to be, and that's why you're seeing Fanta immediately move forward, and now he's even jumping back out. There's simply no good position to come in from. Even if you are tacticooler, you can only go forward, and what a response this is from Rabid.
I can't believe what I'm seeing here, Nine. And you know, that Booyah Bomb earlier, it didn't go down without getting some sort of payoff, because what they got was a reaction from Surplus, and that reaction allowed them to get in and get these picks one by one, which has allowed them to hold the zone for this long. This could very well be a knockout if they're able to get these last few picks onto the members of Surplus, but I may have just jinxed it just now, because that is going to be a zone cap for Surplus, and we are going back to this back and forth combat moment.
Yeah, gotta hand it to Luke there. A lot of 52 gals would immediately just try to get that last pick or die trying there. Luke understood, don't change up your game plan here. You're in and out of your gunplay. Get the wall up and attack from every side. That'll give the rest of the team enough time if they're all focused at me. Now the big question is, where is this attack going to come from Rabid to go back in? They managed to take 2 people out. We really didn't get to see where it was. A third person out. The one person we were watching was the only person still up. That is Luke. Yes, they got to jump back in, but the damage certainly done at this point. Adapt's going to go ahead and collect on another player, Fanta, who had jumped back in. Again, it seems like there hasn't been a great response from Surplus on the defensive side. Yes, they got that opening attack and were able to take that 2 big points, but that's usually how Splat Zones goes. You really have to prove that you can get your set play going, and thus far, that hasn't been the case.
A really well-timed crab coming out from Kara there, actually managing to stop Rabid from picking up the cooler for most of the team there. They are going to be opting into jumping out here, which I think is a very smart decision. Come back at this with full force rather than going down one by one, which is what would get Surplus the lead naturally here. But now we're seeing all 4 members of Rabid back into safety. If it weren't for this zip cast here causing absolute chaos in the base, and we are seeing one member going down on either side, there is no more penalty on the side of Surplus here. These jumps are going to be coming out. Forge going to be taking the charge here, trying to get behind them as well, relying on the absolute panic coming out from Rabid, trying to get a hold onto this zone here, but they've left it unattended for a little bit longer.
Unbelievable here. 4, 3, 2, 1. A formality at this point. So many things we could talk about there at the very end. Forge jumping in with the Zipcaster being the seen threat, with the unseen threat of Luke swimming up and fighting on that side. And then they lose track because they then had to turn in Luke. Where did Forge go in that scenario? The brush collects a couple there at that point, and the last 2 members on the zone did just enough. Folks, that zone almost flipped. One more speck of ink on the zone, and it was turned over. But Surplus, I said I wanted to see what their set play was on the defensive side. They figured it out. The old seen threat, unseen threat, worked like a charm, and now 1 game away from moving on to the next round here in Proving Ground 16.
An amazing job coming out from Surplus in that game, like you said. Just very well-timed specials when they need it the most to get back in there. It was very close to looking like a knockout for Rabid. They just needed to win that last fight, but they did kind of lose an advantage in a very difficult way with the lack of the cooler, which, you know, when you're playing against another cooler, like you kind of do need one for yourself, just to make it... If you're trading a lot, it's worth it, and that's what we have been seeing so far. It's a lot of mechanic similarities that I'm finding from both of these teams, and it's just a matter of decisions and how they've been placing their pawns so far. With Tower on Manta, that can be a little bit hard. I feel like this map can be a bit punishing for the team that's defending. There's just a lot of angles, and it's very predictable to know where your opponents are going to be coming at you from. There's really only a few angles that work out super well, so when you're pre-firing those areas, it can be kind of cut and dry, simple.
Yeah, no, it's a good point, and I'm glad you bring up pre-firing, because one aspect of pre-firing that's really, I guess, kind of gets lost in the sauce, if you will, is pre-firing does give away your position. So if you're so confident that an opponent's coming around the corner, you start to pre-fire. Well, now the opponent actually knows where you are, and if they had anybody flanking or on the other side, now they can be a little bit more accurate on the attack. So a lot to consider here. Another important thing to consider here is we have 2 super chump weapons on one team right now. Rabid bringing out the Clash Blaster Neo, and hey, Adapt immediately going and attacking right here. I mean, listen, we know what this main and sub can do. The answer usually is not a lot, but it can catch you off guard if you're not prepared.
Yes, and I really didn't know what to feel about the chumps on the last game, but this time I'm questioning it maybe a little bit more, a little bit less. I think it's the decision to have 2 of them in particular on this one. But, you know, I hope to see it a little bit more and maybe some usage that has surprised me or something like that, because I haven't really seen the application yet for that special, and I would really like to at a high level.
Well, the role that it's filling right now is that every meta needs that one special where everyone can come together, unanimously agree needs buffed here. It's an important role to get some form of solidarity within the Splatoon community, but jokes aside here, Surplus continuing to do what they have done. A little misstep there by Kara, maybe falling on the wrong side, probably wanted to sit there, and again, the Hail Mary shots coming out of the Zooka there to close that one down cleanly. That's one of the first times we've seen Rabid shut down a push quickly and cleanly, get the wipe out, and have enough map control to get up and attack here. So certainly the best look that they're going to have here in this first 90 seconds. What will they be able to do to follow that up?
Can I just say, I feel like that squeezer on the side of Rabid has absolutely been studying parabolas before this, because like all these shots have been excellent. Forge moving up into that bunker for Rabid is just going to play an absolute nuisance. I think there's a few different play styles you can play as a brush. One of them's rat, one of them's a snake, and we're definitely seeing some rat gameplay coming out from the side of Surplus here. And Fanta with this interestingly placed Tacticooler. I will say that. You know, if you're getting 10 of them a game, you know, 1 or 2 of them could be in a little goofy spot.
Well, you know, that's actually an interesting thing to bring up, because, like, it's been cool to see how people have gotten better at just setting up and placing their Tacticoolers where they know the rest of their team is going to want to attack from. That was just one point where there was a little bit of gum in the machine there. So Fanda's up there, puts it in the exact right spot, but then everybody else is fighting on the other side, so nobody can go up to get it, so it always looks so weird. But, you know, that is one of the nice developments that's come if people have gotten better and better at using the Tacticooler. I guess maybe not even better and better at using it, it's just everybody uses it now, so naturally we're going to get a little more development.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess every once in a while you can use it kind of selfishly, use it as a meat shield, use it just for yourself. It doesn't necessarily have to go to everyone if you feel like you're going to get more of a reward that way, and you're getting enough of them that you can kind of just toss one like that. You know, we're seeing enough of them this game from both sides, as we do have it active once again on the side of Rabid, looking to get some sort of dent onto the tower here, but they do need to win this fight in mid first, and it looks like they're just sort of buying time, waiting for things to happen.
Yeah. It does seem a little bit passive there, where Swig went up there, was Tacticoolered up, there was a little room to be had, and then at the immediate sign of danger retreated back, and Fanta almost, like, surprisingly was like, well, okay, if you're getting me flat, I'll go ahead and take it here. I'll just go back here and get a little clean up on the other side. But when you're fighting against a team that's been kind of giving you the business throughout it, sometimes you retreat back maybe a little more prematurely, giving the opponent a little bit too much respect, but that really makes the margins even thinner here. And unlike last time, Aaron is not going to find the crazy parabola shot, as you put it. And again, I'm not sure how they fight their way out of this corner.
Yeah, it can be really difficult. They do have to rely on some of that paint pressure first off, but it can be kind of hard when you're dealing with literally 3 shooters and an octo brush. So getting back into the mid here means they might just need to get a bit of a Hail Mary pick first, and that 52 down one might have been it, but they're kind of losing more people than they are. So 45 seconds left. They only really have one checkpoint to break through here in order to make any sort of difference, but I've had a bit of an insane comeback on this map before, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it once again. I would like to not see a 3-0 here. That nice parabola, I'm going to keep calling it that. They get back in here. This is finally their opportunity. They have 3 down. Are we going to get on the tower? Okay, wait, no, I lied. That was the wrong team. I haven't been here for 3 weeks.
Tonsillitis is a very real thing, folks, and tonsils very important whether you have them or not. I can tell you, Surplus just moving around the tower. We're going to see a desperation dive to try to make something happen. Adapt goes through, and now they do have 3 down. You were just seeing the future, Siren. You were a little bit out of sync with it, but you had the right spirit and you had the right call. Still going to need to be a miracle. They're first going to have to deal with Forge here, and Normally, that's something that has to be done very quickly. They've got another 3 down. Hold on a moment. It's just Kara there on the back. Are they actually going to do this? A wipeout. They're going to push forward here. Adapt needs to move up right here. Wait for it. Put it up there. Start pre-firing. Fire directly forward. They're going to dive at you. Just a few more seconds. 2, 1. Stay on the tower. Stay on the tower. They do it. They do it. We don't have a 3-0.
Finally! Let's go, Rabid. Okay. I think I double cursed them with the commentators curse where I think I jinxed it a little bit there. So you're welcome for that, Rabid. I'm gonna take full credit for this, even though I absolutely don't deserve it. Also, on a side note, 9, I don't think I mentioned specifically that I had tonsil surgery to chat, and so you may have just sounded a little bit random. I think I mentioned it was just throat surgery, but you just started talking about tonsils in the game.
You know, sometimes I hear things in the side chats and I assume that it's live to the audience. I always treat it as I'm always commentating, so I was referring to my own tonsils, everybody. Lost my own tonsils years ago, and for whatever reason that was brought back in the middle of my mind in that exact moment. But in the meantime, Siren, you are seeing the game in a different dimension here. Quantum physics, since we're discussing parabolas, sine waves, cosine, and all those other things that we learned in trigonometry back in the day. Mm-hmm. You did call a 3-down situation for the wrong team, but it was just that you are seeing the game faster than the rest of us, and you wanted to give us a little preview there. So thank you for that.
It's true. That's so Raven.
It's the future I can see.
Yes. I feel like the chat is too young. Except for maybe
for that's so right. Well, we were discussing Hillary Duff earlier, so
yes, before we were live, which they also probably
actually.
Do you know Hillary Duff is 35? How?
Let's see. Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, we learned that Hillary Duff was 35. Raymond Simone is 37 years old. Huh.
Yes. Yeah, they're from like the same era. Oh, what? Wait, we have Splatoon. That's right. Okay, hold on.
And we have a Luna Blaster here. This is incredible, everybody. I just want people to know here that Adapt has played the Slosher, the Sloshing Machine, the Clash Neo, and now we have a Luna Blaster that is out here getting it done as well. The Luna Neo as well. Just, we might see 5 different weapons from Adapt if this goes all the way to a best of 5. But this is an interesting choice here because, again, the Luna, look, we've been dealing with this weapon for like the better part of 8 years now. We know what it needs to do. It needs to get moved up into a right position. It can crash through as a wrecking ball, and this kit very good at it as well. Real question, how are they going to move Adapt up? They certainly have the paint coverage to do so, and also noting here, they have put those CDS away here, going with a little bit more true, or tried and true of a support comp to allow Adapt to go and make some plays happen.
You know, I can kind of get behind that pick. Fizzy Bomb is going to be great on any sort of vertical map, and there's a lot of sneaky corners here. That being said, exciting. Wipeout in favor of Rabid to move up this Rainmaker all the way to the right side. They do have that crab going off, but all the members of Surplus are kind of backed up in the base, but they're going to get the pick on the end zap regardless. That hammer is coming out as well. They're going to add so many points to this, and that is exactly what you want early on in a game like Rainmaker.
Yeah, all the way to 28. A very, very nice opening push here. And nice little fun note, they actually got their Tacticooler out in the middle of there. I believe it was the Rainmaker carrier who had Tacticooler, dunked the Rainmaker, and then got it. So they had an opportunity to get back on the defensive side. But as I say that, wiped out the other way. I don't even know what attack them they were playing so far ahead of the Rainmaker here. But Fanta desperately hoping for a little bit of help here on this side. How patient are they going to be? One goes down. I believe it's the 52 gal that is still up there and attacking. More people go down here. A major scrap on the other side. It's just Kara who is left. We said earlier, a push to 28. Darn good here. That was so scary. They had a knockout going into that checkpoint, and they weren't able to get the lead here. That's just how big of a difference those 20 points are.
Yeah, I mean, you do set the tone when you get those early leads in a game like Rainmaker, because that gives you so much space to defend for your own side, and it really forces the other team to get into the same position that you did, all while you're playing a little bit more carefully. So it really is one of those things that early on in the game you want to have on your side. That way you don't have to play this kind of frantic game, which we're kind of seeing right now with 3 members of Surplus trying to pop this Rainmaker and not quite getting it, because they do have Rabid on the other side of it, and no way to really push past it aside from flanking, which I'm surprised we haven't really seen of yet in this, because there is a route on the left there. You know, you can take that. We have 4 aggressive players and no one has gone there yet.
Yeah, it's so difficult in the heat of the moment where you feel like you need 3 people up on that side just to maintain some control in the immediate vicinity around the Rainmaker. When do you have the presence of mind to make the call on the other side? You know, so often in Splatoon 2, we would see stalls at this exact same spot, and that was back when we had Stingray and Tenta missiles and Ink Armor, plenty of ways to break through some of these stalemates. Now without that, they have to be a little tricky and a little more discerning with how they move up, and so far not able to find the correct answer is Surplus. And I gotta really give some props to Rabid there. Those first 2 games, they did not look like they were in the same class as Surplus. Now they've been keeping pace and defending well, although it's been a minute since they've had control of mid, and that usually gives you an idea of where the game is headed.
Absolutely, Nine. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. Staying in their base is not going to reward them forever, especially once Surplus does get that one breakthrough that they need in order to get that. I wouldn't say 28 is the safest push ever, but Adapt has been playing very far up, with it just being that NZAP up left on the side of Rabid. They're actually going to make it worth their while. They get the trade! And with the cooler active, that is going to be so good for them. That buys them so much time to get this back here. With 20 points, though, Kara is moving up all by herself. There is a couple other members here that could be the lead, and it will be it.
Unbelievable. I can't hit a note that high, Siren, but they've done it. Patience pays off, and eventually you give a team like Surplus enough cracks at it, they are going to break through the wall. And now, oh my goodness, the way that this has changed entirely. You saw Surplus immediately move back there, Fanta poking around a little bit, trying to remain somewhat relevant on that left side and give them something to think about, maybe even a little more to think about, going in and just outright attacking. I hope they didn't overplay their hand at that point. A wipeout again the other side. They're gonna have enough time to respawn, but really only 1 or 2 of them are gonna get the chance to use their main weapon. They're gonna throw subs at this. They have to be patient with this defense and the attack. Luke running straight forward. Now Forge goes down. Phantom behind. Can Kara get the pick? It's just 1 left. Kara doesn't do it. They're gonna run it forward here. Unbelievable.
It's gonna be a sweep. Wait, I don't say that. I don't say that. I don't say that. I've jinxed too many things so far. I talked about a breakthrough, and then they had that breakthrough, and they got that lead back. And now here we are with 2-2, Surplus versus Rabid. Game 5 for grands? For winners? Winners? Winners.
Winners. And I think now we know that the key piece of this is Adapt has just had to move further and further down the tier list in order to start getting these team wins. I mean, I said right there as that push was starting to reach the danger zone that they were going to have one really good attempt to get 2 or 3 players down there on the defensive side. You saw immediately Luke went forward and got taken down so quickly that the flank that came around didn't have enough time. There was maybe still another way to put together 10, 15, 20 more damage on that Rainmaker, because it had taken some hits. But that's why we play the game, folks. A razor's edge separating victory from defeat. And now we move into Clan Blitz on K-Bot's very own Mako Market, baby.
You know, Nine, if I had a nickel for every time somebody picked a random off-meta short-range weapon to win a Humpback Rainmaker in a tournament in an important set, I would have 2 nickels, which is not very much, but it's still weird that it happened twice. As you said, Clan Blitz on Mako Mart.
You know, it's we have seen now, I believe, if my memory does serve correct, we have seen now 3 consecutive game 5s now between the teams that we have seen on stream. I know for the TOs and the production staff, that means we're going to be here until well after midnight. But whatever, it's Friday night, and we aren't doing anything better anyway. But for us in the booth and you all watching at home, this is that good stuff.
Yeah, I suppose so. If you have a lot of time to kill, if you have a 9 to 5 Monday to Friday job, this is probably great for you. But here we are. Not a lot of change. Whoa, we do see that Tri-Slosher coming out from the side of Surplus, which is not surprising whatsoever. But I'm more shocked that it didn't come out before.
Well, it's interesting to note here again that it's not the Tri-Zooka variant, or sorry, not the Tri-Zooka, not the tacticooler variant there of the Tri-Slosher. So they are just truly bringing this to go up and fight and attack it out. And listen, we've all played against a Tri-Slosher before where it feels like if it sees you, at best you're getting a trade. So maybe there's something to this. Fanta wants to have a little bit more presence in the fights and immediately moved up there. We certainly know what Inkjet is capable of doing in this current patch, but so far, whatever they have opted to do here from a fighting standpoint, they have found all the answers thus far. They've got plenty of clams here to work with as well. This should be a big push if they're able to cleanly work their way through. So far, though, might not be super clean here. Kara's not going to get to dunk any more of these in. They're going to have to win another fight or two, and with 2 down, that's the end of 1 push. You have to wonder if there was a little left in that tank.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kara's making a smart decision to back up here and sort of save some resources, understanding that Rabid has been adapting extremely well to their play style and will certainly punish any sort of overextension from them. So, good idea to back up in general. The idea was there, regardless of the fact of the Luna Blaster just coming up at the perfect time in the perfect place. Fanta is going to be moving up here onto this crab. We're seeing a lot of defensive gameplay coming out from Rabid, and unfortunately, it's not going to be paying off for them at this point in time. That is going to be a full wipe onto them. But Surplus taking a little bit of time in order to get that payoff and start getting this clam basket open once again.
Yeah, but this is what their entire team is built for right now as Forge moves way forward. There's another person that's going to be rotating on the attack here. This is what this comp is designed to do. It is splash damage. It is AoE threat. And if you miss a player for just a second, they will make you pay for it. Now, again, I still don't know that they know exactly where Forge is at. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and attack here. That crab is going to spend a little while moving around. And all of that time, Siren, was spent simply trying to identify where the Sharkers were, where the attack was coming from. They had all that time to build another power clam and get even more points on the board.
Adapt, making some moves here, getting back into mid, and finally taking out Forge, which was definitely a threat for the members of Rabid coming back into mid there, knowing that Forge was somewhere, but couldn't quite identify it for the longest time. So getting that out of the way, and once again, getting another trade, that is going to be highly beneficial for Rabid, as it's just going to be Kara left alone once again, and that is going to be the full wipeout with the members of Surplus just respawning in now. This very well could be a lead swap, so long as they're able to hold up some level of momentum here. We do see that tacticooler coming out for them. That is going to allow them to move up and play this really aggressively and kind of take a little bit of care out of the movement of this push. And unfortunately for them, it doesn't quite work out in the way they probably would have liked, but they do have more opportunities here. They still have that pit clam under their basket and 2 minutes to spare. So this could still be another amazing comeback like we've seen in the last couple games from Rabid.
Yeah, they have done at least a decent job of not giving them too much. I may have just spoken too soon there. Now immediately the 2 defenders go down on that side. Sweet going back for a little more on the fight there. That was a bold decision to make. I probably would have kept rotating all the way back, but Squeak, certainly a braver soul than I, is able to hold down that left side and is kind of a defensive stalwart for them here at this point, at least making sure that they have some sort of advantage for themselves. They're going to pay for it with some points, but at the very least, people haven't gotten all the way around behind them, so they may be able to avoid the knockout for the time being. I say that Luke comes through here. Hold on, Forge has enough, not able to make the jump that could have ended the game right there. As we move now into what will be potentially the last minute of this set. Well, it is the last minute, it's game 5. But we will see what Rabid is able to pull through here. Adapt is going to move forward and try to give them an opportunity to make a push here. A trade with the Tri-Slosher, not the highest priority target. They're going to go ahead and get an early score here, but everything now has to go well for them. They're probably only going to get one more push if this one falls through.
Yeah, I mean, they still do have that other clan that isn't going to despawn anytime soon as long as nobody picks it up. That is going to be 2 members down onto the side of Surplus for them. We do see Koro here on this left side trying to get some more ground for the members of Rabid to come back in here. They don't have a whole lot of time to work with, and they do need to get a lot of clan control with that on top. The cooler is going to be coming out. That is just going to be the Octo Brush, but they have that very sharky positioning. Is going to be called out by the other member of Rabid that just went down there. That's going to be 10 seconds left. Surplus looking to lock in this set with that narrow lead here on Macomart. Will they be able to do it? Is somebody going to be able to sneak by? Sweet is going to get that very important pick here, but we are running out of time still. Wait, we do see Koro here getting caught up. If they can get this pick on Akira, that is going to be huge. There's going to be a jump in there, but I think that's going to be spelling the end 9.
Yeah, they were asking a lot of things to go their way at the end, and that slight switch over from Surplus, bringing Fantafizz over there on the Tri-Slosher, you got the sense that every single time Rabid finally had some positioning that they liked, they had finally moved a couple of the pieces of their attack up where they wanted. There were just too many members of Surplus. They were able to dive, crash in, get a trade, and break it all away. It's my favorite expression that I use so often that I've kind of beaten it into the ground. But in Splatoon 3, whatever your plan is, do it quickly. And there's nothing quicker than simply saying, hey, I'm diving. There's no discussion to be had. There's no decision to be made. If your teammates object, well, too bad. You're already engaged in a fight with the opponent. And if you win that fight and then can snowball that usually means the end of a push. And when you have that big of a lead and the opponent has to make several correct plays over and over and over again, it just puts too much of an emphasis on the opponent to do it. So big congratulations to Surplus for getting a victory, a hard-earned victory over Rabid, and a nice tip of the cap to Rabid as well for that mid-set adaptation. One of the games they, of course, really barely won, but I really do think by the Rainmaker game they had figured something out.
I couldn't agree with you more there. We did see a lot of progress that Rabid made throughout that set, just being able to respond to the force that they were dealing with from the members of Surplus. And that's not something that a lot of teams can do in such a short period of time. And that's something that a lot of people really have to study for and figure out over multiple sessions. So whenever I see a team react that quickly into a set, I can't say it's anything but earned to get that close and nearly take it.
Well, we're going to go ahead and I believe toss it to a break. I'm waiting for confirmation here from the other side. Or are we diving right into this next set?
Yes, we're going.
Going to the next game or going
to the
break?
next?
Okay.
Yes. The other sets, we did have the bracket up there for a moment there. Sway taking Zooka Gang in the set 3-0 in favor of Sway. So we do have both teams ready here for winners finals. Surplus is definitely going to be working with some momentum here if they're not shaken up by the near reverse sweep that they've just experienced. And Sway has probably been watching this stream the entire time and taking notes, because that just seems like the team that they are.
It does. I mean, the members of Sway, again, if you're just joining us and not familiar with Sway, formerly Nightmare of many, many incredible games fame here, the Joby moment here, all the things that they were able to pull off in the Ink TV Resurgence League. And if you've watched any Proving Grounds before, these names are not unfamiliar to you, but recently acquired by Sway, so that is the name they will be going to. And this is one of the exciting young teams in Splatoon 3. We wondered for a while where that next team, that next generation of players was going to be coming from to really make their stamp and try to enter a conversation that not many teams are. Sway, our 1 seed, has been dominant thus far in the tournament, and they would certainly love to add another Proving Grounds to their trophy case.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're definitely frequent flyers for top cuts at Proving Grounds, and I don't know if they've had a run where they haven't made it so far. I feel like at least every time I've commentated, they've been here in some facet or form. So we will.
I was just about to say, I think, as I recall as well, the original Proving Grounds actually featured kind of nightmares coming out party, if you will, in their like 15-game epic against Cherry Limeade. I may be slightly misremembering the game count, but it felt like 30 games, however many it actually was. So yeah, it's good to see them here. And a shout out, everybody. Thank your local seeding council and your local TOs. This is our 1 and 2 seed from what is, I believe, the biggest proving grounds that we have seen. An awful lot of people, as Popgun put it, showing up for a single elimination bracket. But our top 2 seeds here in winners finals, just chef's kiss. Gotta love it.
Yeah, shout outs to the seating council.
A whole council.
A whole count. Well, you gotta have a council when it's a large enough tournament, and with low tide, I can't even begin to go over what a process that was. And that I think the weeklies are normally about the same size, if not larger. But when you're dealing with things like a LAN, it's kind of weird where it's like, I have never seen this player in my life, and I'm not sure if it's just because I'm living in a box or if, this person is also just playing their first tournament. There was a lot of teams like that, and I feel a little bad, but it kind of led to some underdog stories at the event.
Well, hey, at the end of the day, we can build up the mythos and the conversations around these teams and seeding and this and that, but at the end of the day, everyone's got to come up and kind of earn their keep, as it were. It's why we call it a sport. It's everyone gets their say to prove one way or the other. And we can finally stop stalling because we have a game heading right back here to Mako Market. And of course, we're going to see much the same composition from the team that just got done here. And on the other side, of course, it's going to be the same tried and true from Sway. Expect some variant of this exact composition for them for every single map and mode.
Yeah, and the same can be said for Surplus, as we're seeing, I think, a mirror comp of what we literally just saw in the last game. So they're trusting their guns and their bucket very well on this one. Joe popping that crab tank early. They get that 3 down. That is going to go into a wipe here. Very early control for the members of Sway. Immediately jumping on that paint train, moving up, punching their ticket, as K-Bot would say, and going choo-choo. We're getting all this pink paint up in your face.
Yep, Miner, again, another player who has stuck with that slashing machine all the way through. One of the best players, I think, of the slashing machine from a spacing perspective. Very good. And Joe, another player who's been very versatile. It used to be that Pelu was their main player of that. Well, I guess everybody was using the Splash-O-Matic for a while, but now that Pelu has gone over to the ballpoint Splatling, Joe has switched over as well. So impressive versatility, but on the other side, the team that is stuck with the exact same comp, not needing as much versatility. And listen, everything that we said about what this comp is able to do when you have a couple players who can go in and dive without really having to think too much about it, it certainly applies here on Splat Zones as well.
And what an absolute bloodbath we've been looking at here. Just multiple members of Surplus flanking, just going down and continuing to do it regardless. But it's working for them somehow. They've been holding the zone and absolutely nobody is touching it. There's no one there. Well, now they move. It's like they're listening to me sometimes.
If only it were that simple. I believe that entire inkjet was spent trying to get rid of Luke, not able to get Luke, and then, everything sort of falls apart from there. But Surplus, after a pretty rough opening here, again, you laid it out there perfectly, Siren. The way that they were rotating around and having one of their dive weapons attack each side to make sure that you never really felt comfortable setting up on one side. There is little setup and go in the composition that Sway likes to run. Of course, we know the tacticooler's there, but there's a little startup time in Crab. There's a little startup time in Inkjet as well. And if you have a couple of those weapons that are perfectly fine trading their life for a special, it's going to make it very difficult to get up some sort of set play.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do as far as sitting in your own ink and playing it safe and waiting for that right moment when you're dealing with a team like Surplus, because they won't give you that space to breathe. They are immediately going to take any space that they see, whether it's your color or theirs, and they're going to claim it as their own and take as much real estate as possible, I would say. And that's the real struggle there. You really have to keep every single member in check and keep them in mind because they will take every opportunity they see.
We'll move on now to Hagglefish Mart, since we're just going to beat this silly little joke into the ground as well. Tower control. We love this. Okay, I shouldn't say we. I love this map mode here. I'm an avid tower control hater and have been for many, many years, but this is one of the few maps that I think gets it right.
I can kind of see it. It gets a little tough after a certain point, but I think that beginning is so slow that it kind of almost makes up for it. And yeah, you know what? I like this map, even though I'm probably very biased being a Rapid player and liking Inkjet. So this is just one of those spaces where I feel safe existing. And we're not really seeing any changes to either comp. Once again, Surplus really feeling this Tri-Slosher, it seems, all of a sudden. Very contrary. It seems Kara has now taken that role of the Tacticooler spam instead of Fanta.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked a little bit earlier about Joe being able to switch over to a different shooter to allow Pelu to change things over here. When you have a couple players who can do that on each team, it does mean that you're going to get some interesting comps here. And I do love that they have put Joe back over here on this 52 gal. I do believe that this is Joe's finest weapon by a pretty fair margin. And it's been the night of Joe and Luke running wild with these 52 gals. So you can already see they've moved over. They rotate back as Miner moves up here. This is the sequence where two people can create incredible pressure just with their main weapon. All the while, though, Fanta, there really wasn't anything that could contest Fanta with that Tri-Slosher on the other side of the map. So they've done such a good job attacking up there, but maybe having one of those two weapons, particularly Miner on the sloshing machine, to hold that right side would have been maybe a little bit better of a formula to piece together.
Can we just talk about Joe? This is Surplus's base, not his own. He's been sitting there for like the last minute. All the other members of Sway have just been in mid, looking at the tower for a minute there. Pelu is going to be hopping on there. Didn't feel like much of Joe's actions got much payoff for Sway. I kind of expected them to move up and kind of get that off angle on those fights, but you know, sometimes you kind of just have to give into it and say, you know what, I don't think this is going to be worth it, and they're not paying enough attention to Joe to make this work. But it's all about a call in the moment and what you decide to do on as a group.
Yeah, it's a hard decision to make when you don't have all the information. There's only so much that you can communicate. As Joe once again seems to be fighting the world over on this side, actually gets the better of Luke there. Moving forward, I'm sorry, who are you fighting? Where are people firing at you from? And where is the rest of your team? I don't even know where Sway was. Maybe simply sitting back there fighting somebody else. But am I going crazy, Siren? I felt like all four people were firing at Joe there.
This has happened multiple times this game, and what are the other members of Sway doing? I mean, I care about what Joe is doing because it's kind of funny. So I'm here for the Joe show at this point in time.
Joe show, that's great. I love that. All the memes on names that end in O here. It's just too simple to create sorts of things. Meanwhile, on the other side, still another fight that is going forward. Fanta, I think, jumped in there. I don't even know where that came from there. And great job there by Joe and Miner to close that down. There was a real danger of somebody diving too hard at that Tri-Slosher getting taken out, and then who knows what jumps are going to come in and create chaos. They barely held onto that lead. Now Joe once again moving forward. Nobody sees, has a target in Luke there. The walls go out for both 52s, and Joe's wall got out second. The second wall that comes out usually is the better of the two walls in those types of engagements, but here we go once again. Where is the pressure going to come from? Where are they going to set up the defense? People already firing over here, but that means they're not firing at the tower. Finally do turn that side, and Storm more than happy to give up the tower there after taking just a few more points, though notably not able to get through that checkpoint.
I have so many question marks over my head on what is happening in this game. I feel like I've been watching two players' perspectives, and then everyone else is like backup dancers. And nothing else is happening. The tower is kind of moved. We're in like a 10-point margin on either side, but I don't know what the proper word is. it's pretty meaningless as far as the point difference goes, and I have this irking feeling like it's not going to change for the rest of the game, and we're just going to be looking at this as the final score. But
Well,
I would love to prove wrong.
I would too, and I think in that last little piece there, we kind of saw why we've only been spectating 2 players. It's because everybody else just died within like 2 or 3 seconds of one another and had to respawn as the 52 gals moved up and did what they do. But now finally, they're going to have the right players on the tower here. Pelu's in a great spot here. Storm is in a great spot as well and is now immediately going to move up and attack. Actually waiting maybe just a little bit too long. That position was given away from the Toxic Mist, but Storm makes it work anyway. The best of a bad situation. And now with the Tacticooler up, 20 seconds left and a checkpoint falling right now, I'd be stunned if Sway finds a way to lose this one.
Me as well. I mean, I am happy to get another guaranteed game 4. Maybe another game 5 is fine. With 6 seconds left, we're seeing basically a full wipeout. It's just going to be that end zap onto the side of Sway, but they have so much time to deal with this. I don't really see this going in any other direction, but at the same time, this is Hagglefish. Anything can happen. Very early special pops actually coming out from Surplus here. I think that may have not been the move because now we're seeing quite the punish and only one person on tower. They are getting these jumps back in here, but now they've burnt all those specials that they just had.
Yeah, that's the real risk, especially when one of them is either a crab or an inkjet. As powerful as those specials are, you are stuck in them. And if you are up in the sky and you aren't immediately able to get a revenge kill on the opponent who just killed your buddy who had moved ahead of you, you're kind of in a bad spot because you only get so many opportunities before the enemy can move back, start hiding, start sharking around in other spots. And as soon as the 2 people went down and Fanta was stuck in Inkjet, there really was no way that that was ending in any other spot. And a very well-played game by Sway, some solid defense once they absolutely needed to, a great attack when they needed to, and again, holding pace in a strong situation. It's, we've seen teams cough up some leads tonight, so it's good that Sway was able to keep it composed.
Mm-hmm. Look, Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard is another one we've seen some interesting games on earlier tonight, I believe. Was that in the set right before top 4 that we saw this one again? Or I'm thinking of probably something else.
I know the game you're talking about, yeah.
Yes. Where it just felt like nothing and everything was happening, and there was a bubble on the checkpoint and people were running forward. I can't imagine the same thing happening again here, but after that game, I think I'm just going to throw everything out the window and say whatever happens, happens in this set. Whether that's going to be Joe just flying through the enemy base and no one looking at him, or everyone looking at him, I don't know. Okay, it was the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. King Jaw using the bubble. The very first and only time in my life I have seen in Rainmaker a roller player cycle 2 different big bubblers in one push. That's not how it usually ends up. Usually there's either not enough paint, or the roller dies, or everything falls to pieces and you can't continue the same push. So we certainly won't be seeing that. But I gotta admit, I kind of like the look that Surplus has on this map and mode. The big question, I think, is again going to be, will they switch back off of the Tri-Slosher for Fanta Fizz? Because the Tri-Slosher on Mako Mart makes perfect sense. Hagglefish, it's tower control, again, makes perfect sense, especially if you want an Inkjet. Here, I think that you need a little more staying power if you want to make some of these big, long pushes. You know that Luke can push forward. You know, again, that you have Forge on the brush. So I think that'll really be an interesting piece to see. If they have a little more staying power, I could see them making some big, big points. Fanta is going to switch back now over to the shooter, so I guess they have the same logic as well. And as we promised, much the same coming in from Sway.
Yeah, it looks like they actually have opted into swapping permanently into Kara playing NZAP for the remainder of this, which, I can totally get. When you're used to a weapon at some point, it doesn't make sense to change back. And that cooler is coming out very early, so we're working very efficiently on this, grabbing that Rainmaker very early on, spotting out that ballpoint, understanding that this is now the longest range weapon on their team. Gonna apply some pressure here as Ford gets up on the snipe. Looking like they're trying to go for that main court checkpoint, and Ford using that splash wall of Joe's against him and the strongest way possible, I suppose.
Yeah, who else, of course, would be the last one left up attacking the Rainmaker but Joe? They had taken care of pretty much everybody else. Once again, Joe sharking at the exact same spot there is going to close it out with a little assistance here from Pelu, who suddenly doesn't really have any targets to shoot this Inkjet at, but finally they're going to get an opportunity to push as well. Two go down very, very quickly, and Miner got a direct. I heard the sound. There's not a lot of HP left on Forge, and that is going to be one dead Octobrush. That immediately, just a minute into the game, this left checkpoint falls. It doesn't usually fall that quick. Now they're going to move forward. The points will fly off the board at this point. Now down all the way to 33, and the threat is not yet gone.
Yeah, wait, no, who is that? The names are moving. Pelu on the ballpoint in their base? Just staying there and not backing out of that at all, which I guess is very true to the play style here coming out from them. And if you can fight with that short range, why not? Go for it. Buy yourself some time while your other teammates are spawning in and getting back into mid. So you know what? I support it. Joe getting back in here is going to go for that quick two-shot on the Rainmaker. It's not going to connect, and that is going to allow Surplus to get some space here. We are seeing Carol holding that Rainmaker once again, but all these specials have been built up by Sway in that meantime there. Not a whole lot of time left on that Rainmaker clock, so they are going to have to start moving things forward a little bit more efficiently if they're going to want to get some progress made. They're going to have to make this jump now or never. Hey, Splatoon codes.
Swimming on forward here again. Such patience here from Kara in the entirety of Surplus, and all that patience will simply not be enough to get them through this checkpoint. A wipeout there, insult to injury, but man, Siren, they played it so well and so smart for so long, but because it takes the Rainmaker so long to move up, not able to get anything off of it. Now the threat is coming the other way. And once again, Pelu, what a spot to go to get this set up. Maybe took a little bit too long, though. The rest of the team was closed down, but maybe not. Nobody else actually knows. Now the jump is coming in. Now Joe can move back here. There's certainly going to be a contested mid here for poor Surplus, who probably thought that they had mid dead to rights at that point when they took 3 down, but what a Splatoon 3 moment that was.
Truly a Splatoon 3 gamer moment. As we do see another Splatoon 3 gamer moment of Storm sharking in one spot of Ink while the spinner actively exposes him and his positioning. So that is going to end up in a trade with a loop. And I can no longer really follow what's happening here. Just a lot of fights happening and not a lot of objective play going on here. We're still looking to get this first checkpoint out of the way, but Storm is just going to run forward, getting past the Zipcaster of Ford. This has been a long journey for Surplus, and it's not quite paying off for them in the way they probably would have hoped with 1 minute left and still another checkpoint to burn through here.
Yep, Rainmaker reset and barely reset at that here. I was going to say, Sway has not really found their footing here for a while. 3 down. Kara saying, please. Everyone's saying this way. Moving back and forth with that grab. They still don't get through it. I put a grab there. What more do I have to do to get this stupid checkpoint? Wipeout goes the other way. And I mean, Surplus at this point just has to be flipping whatever keyboards they're playing this game on.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna make a keyboard joke, but then my mind just went blank. I don't have anything for that. Something about the Nintendo Pro Controller D-pad. I don't know. Joe on the snipe here is honestly just going to keep fighting here, and as long as they're able to keep people 3 down and away from that Rainmaker, they should be pretty solid here. I don't know how I feel about them popping the Rainmaker and then walking away from it with 10 seconds left, but they still have that other checkpoint to rely on. They can get a little silly here, and well, what do you know? They picked it up, and 2 members of Sway were down when that happened. So maybe I'll eat my words. They are finally getting over to this left side here. That drawbridge is going to be down. There's a lot of bomb pressure coming out here, though. What is that? Oh, well, that's going to spell
it's
it.
It's a bomb. You called it right. It's suction bomb. There's a burst bomb here. There's maybe a fizzy bomb. Oh, and the booyah bomb, the final bomb to close it out. I mean, what a frustrating game that had to have been for Surplus. I'm frustrated just watching that game.
Yeah, that was a bit of a rough one. Not quite as exciting as the insane bubble roller pushes. And you know, was it just me or did that booyah bomb just come from absolutely nowhere? Like that was almost comedic. I did maybe there was an audio cue that I missed, but that seemed to just appear out of thin air, and that was hilarious. True slapstick in Splatoon.
That's really what this game is, in a nutshell. I would say it's you can't take any of this too seriously, and I also want to note here the ramifications of the tactical meta on our poor spectator cam operators here. Everybody, toss a coin to your spec cam operator here because their job went from difficult to literally impossible. You cannot keep up with this tactical gameplay. Everyone's dead all the time. And then when you think you can finally go back to the overhead view, everyone's already back to, and you simply rinse and repeat the cycle.
Yeah, this is the meta that we're dealing with now, and I think I just need to get used to it and maybe train my eyes to like absorb things really fast. Like I think I maybe need to start speed reading. Is that like a sport? Do like intellectuals do that? I know there's memory competitions and stuff like that, but I don't know if people do like speed reading.
There's a competition for literally everything. That one would make a lot of sense to see. Well, these teams don't even give us much time to catch our breath in between. Listen, you all know the comps at this point. These teams aren't going to change. Let's get right into it.
Yes, I don't even... Oh, it's clams, okay. I couldn't quite see the objective, and I couldn't quite see the basket on that overhead map for some reason. But here we are. It's a huge map, and both teams need to know how to push here, otherwise literally nothing is going to happen for the next 5 minutes. And that's the major flaw that Museum Clams, I think, has, is there's just so much real estate for the defense side, which can be good, depending on your opinion of things and whether or not you have a backline like Palu getting that insane fall-off onto Fanta. But once again, in the true nature of Surplus, they've already respawned and they're already right back there. So, hey.
Yeah, you kind of noted it as well here, even when Palu's able to get some incredible shots like that you think would open a door for the team. There's just not a lot of margin for error on this map to fight your way through, and it does make it pretty stall-happy, even when you finally do get an attack set up in the proper fashion there. Fanta actually got a couple shots there on Joe. Would love to close this out, is not able to, and Joe's tacticalered as well, so you know he's going to be moving up and continuing the fight on further and further. Will there be any follow-up? It looks like they tried to help, and that is going to be their undoing. You try to help your friend out, and you pay the ultimate price for it there. We have an opening here, and Luke's coming in with a few clams here. This should be a very nice opening score.
Yes, and we are seeing that side angle coming out from Joe as well on this defense. It's going to help clean up Terra from this, but Fanta's still living under this basket. They are going to be moving back into mid with this, and they are going to have to build up quite a bit of paint. We know how sharky that Surplus has been playing so far. And Forge, how did you even get there? Hello? Did I miss something? Did you catch that?
Only the best ability in the game. Stealth jump. I have no idea if stealth jump's being run here, and if that's not the case, I'm going to look real silly with how confident I was there. Thank you. Yeah. Listen, you're either running drop roller these days or you're running stealth jump here, especially if you're play the way that these two teams play. Very active move through. All it takes is one stealth jump coming that the opponent doesn't see to break open a push, and sometimes one wayward bomb finding a target that probably didn't see it is enough to open it up here as well. Incredible movement by Kara there to pick the right side to defend. There was no perfectly right answer because the threat was coming from both ways, but a big pick there, and now Joe needs to grab this power clam, does, and has the audacity to throw another clam in. May well have paid for it as well. If they didn't throw that clam in, they might have had enough time to get the power clam in. That would have shifted the lead over, but they've still got solid control of mid, and the threat is not yet gone.
Yeah, I guess that's something that's kind of hard to say or gauge when you're in the moment, because that does buy you a little bit more time on the timer, but is it enough to go on that glass and grab that power clam? Well, we found out the hard way, unfortunately, in this circumstance. And that is giving Surplus another opportunity to get back in here. They don't really have any picks, but that's not really stopping them, and maybe they should have thought a little bit more about that, because they really just got hard punished there, as we see Phantom is forced to back up there. Kara self-jumping in and just getting absolutely rained upon by the fire of Sway, and mid is once again in the control of Sway, as we can see here. Just a couple members. We do see Forge getting that trade on the ball point, which will work out for them, but maybe not quite the member they were going for initially.
Oh my god, Luke saying, I'm also using the 52 gal here. Please pay attention to me as well. I am very good, and I also have a one-syllable name. Now, again, we're going to have a great opportunity here to move up there. Did they just pass that up to Luke? Was that intentional? Oh my goodness. Clever play right there, and Luke showering perfectly with that splash wall. Finally moves out just enough, and they are able to get the punish on there, but very, very nice play there. Forge might have been able to score one more claim if that had been open any longer, but they are going to give a nice resource here to Sway in that pity clam, so they're going to have, again, enough resources to take this lead back very quickly if they take full advantage of that. But right now, I'm not convinced that Sway has quite caught the pace of the game here. Again, because of either the Sharks, they finally do get that one. Phantom Fizz is on the other side, and now finally they have enough mid-control that those Sharks aren't able to close upon one another quick enough. Now they finally move through. Storm gets in and out with that score. Will this Booyah Bomb give them enough time to score more? Points flying off the board. They have enough clams. They fall. No, they get one. Oh my god, I thought they fell one short. And Pelu is able to jump back out at the end of it.
The Lord's name in vain in my Splatoon. I'm just kidding. Anyway, we get that lead here. Maybe worthy of such a call out. Blasphemy. Not religious, by the way. Forge is going to be getting under this basket, trying to get some sort of leeway for the members of Surplus to get back in here. We do see a bit of panic in the way that they're moving here. That splash wall is going to help them a little bit, squeezing by just a little. It's going to be enough. They didn't have nearly any sort of penalty that would have slowed them down there. It was just that one power clam, and that is the danger in having such a tiny, tiny lead in Clam Blitz.
The game mode changes drastically if one power clam or two power clams is enough to take the lead back. You all have been watching Clam Blitz for years. We've been commentating it for years. We know that when one power clam swings the lead, all of the wonderful cheese that we love about Clam Blitz suddenly is on the table. And right there at the very end, you saw it, Luke saying, I don't need to pay attention to anything. No map control. Nothing is dead on the opponent's side. We have no specials, but that's okay, because I only need to be here for just enough time to hit the A button. And my, oh my, we have a fourth consecutive Game 5.
Wow, and can I also note, while we're looking at patterns here, Surplus hasn't lost a single game of Clam Blitz in the last 2 sets that we've been watching them. They won all their Clam Blitz games.
Well, that's good stuff. That's good stuff, and boy, would they love to win this so that they can get into another Clam Blitz game.
Not how things work, unfortunately, but I think it does speak a certain what is it? It says something about them as a team overall when you're able to win clams like that. I guess it says that you move fast and that you coordinate well, and you did note some moments in that game as well where they really worked together to get in there. And I'll be honest, that last push there that they got that lead, that just felt to me like it was maybe slightly random. Not saying that it wasn't deserved, but the ability of just being in the right place at the right time with Joe and getting that splash wall down and just able to squeeze by there, just by the you're a climber, you would know something about the fingertips, something like that. What's the term?
Crimp strength? What are you holding on by the tips of your fingers?
The skin of the finger, something like that.
The skin of your teeth? We don't climb with our teeth, Siren. I don't know what you think we do out there on the rocks, but we don't do that.
I feel like a mountain goat.
They don't do that either! There's 2 Splash-O-Matics on the board right now. Fanta has, in this Game 5 situation, now gone over to the Neo Splash-O-Matic. And Joe, I believe it's Joe, is switching over as well now to the Tri-Slosher as well. This is another weapon that is certainly in his repertoire. So both teams leaving it all out on the table here, coming in with a new comp for Game 5.
I'm still laughing. Okay, Joe, yes. Has switched to Tri-Slosher. Very early control coming out from them, and you just see Joe is kind of moving around the map, not really engaging in any of these fights, and has separated himself in order to sort of just build up special as quick as possible. I believe that is the Inkjet one, but regardless, all of that off-zone time doesn't really work out for them super well, because Surplus was kind of doing their homework at the same time and used that to take zone.
And Luke actually had 2 unbelievable picks right there that I just want to call out. Was able to get that Inkjet right on the landing, which is not easy to do with the 52, and then won a fight underneath, and I believe that's the very top of the suction bomb. Yes, it was, that cleared it out there. And this is where the double Inkjet comp gets a little scary right here. You give up a lot of space if you double Inkjet, and you can see Surplus more than happy to take it right away from them as well. The jumps are coming back in. Yes, the lead went, but Siren, there's a lot more than the lead at stake at this point.
Yes, I mean, look, Kara's holding onto that Tacticooler, is backing off here, is waiting to pop it until they see some moment of weakness in their team. Going to be popping it now. It's going to be a great opportunity to do so. They have 20 seconds left before they take this game. That Inkjet is going to be coming out on the side of Sway here. They need to get some hits, but we're not quite seeing any yet. It's just going to be the splash, but it's going to be a trade-off with the end zap. That is going to be the knockout and the set for Surplus. What? I didn't even let you talk there.
No need. I couldn't have said it any better myself. There is a checkmate moment in most games of Splatoon where all you can do as a commentator is just get out of the way and let your co-commentator end it, because there ain't going to be a pass-off point. And what a finish there for Surplus. It was just one moment where both of those Inkjets cycled and weren't able to find any value. They immediately moved up in that spot, in that position, and then you saw that the members of Sway were building up specials and using them, but there wasn't quite the sharpness that you need with a double Inkjet comp. Yes, we know that the radius of the 50 is ridiculous, right? You can do 50 damage from halfway across the map with this thing, but at some point you've got to close the deal. They weren't able to. Great survivability from Surplus and a great set from Surplus as well. Our number 2 seed taken over the number 1 with a well-earned victory.
Yeah, and that's gonna bring them all the way to. They've punched their ticket to Grands. Oh,
Choo-choo!
K-Bot's not listening. He clicked off the stream the second that he was done.
K-Bot doesn't love us. It's okay.
He's playing Omega Strikers right now. $5 on it.
I will not take that bet. I will
Yeah,
not take that bet because I know I'll just flatly be burning $5.
I could be wrong though. He could be doing other K-Bot things that he does. It is K-Bot time. Losers finals now going to be Sway versus Zooka Gang. I am actually quite surprised to be seeing Rabid going down by 2 to Zooka Gang, but it looks like they were able to regain some momentum, and we are going to be getting a look at that here. Was it Sway before that was playing them? I don't know.
Yeah,
no.
Sway was the team that knocked Zooka Gang down 3-0. You are correct there.
Okay, but now we're looking at a different situation here. We didn't see this set before, but Sway coming out of a loss, Zooka Gang coming out of a win. And that does kind of play a part a lot of the time, maybe more than you would think. And a lot of teams do struggle to regain that momentum once they've lost it in a tournament. You really have to make like an active effort to do so. So to anyone watching this, regardless of whether you're playing right now or not, I believe in you. And if you lose, just keep trying. Smiley face, thumbs up.
That's all it takes. We've been trying for years, folks, and we have yet to win the tournament. But with enough effort and not trying, you too will beat Starburst one day. That's That's the moral of the story here. But you did bring up a good point there that I want to kind of expound on, which is another aspect of this particular format is you come from playing a best of 5 down to playing a best of 3. And I think that can really hit your mental hard if you're not prepared, because your margin for error becomes just that much more slim if you are feeling bad and you come down and you drop the first game. In a best of 5, whatever, we dropped one game, maybe it was our bad mode, we'll just move it along and be a-okay here. But you drop the first game here, and suddenly everything starts to change. The opponent plays differently. Suddenly you have to go into the back pocket for any counter picks that you may have of a particular comp that you might want to run on a map mode since they're predetermined. But I'll be very interested to see what Zooka Gang brings to the table here from a weapon standpoint, because if you missed some of their earlier sets, they do have a quad shooter that they can bring out, which is, oddly enough, something of a rarity here in Splatoon 3. I guess it's not that much of a rarity because, Sloshing Machine exists, but Zooka Gang does have that in their roster, if you will. Kit Kat, a player who played a lot of E-Leader in the earlier set and also played some Splattershot Nova, the Anarchy variant. So again, we'll get a good look at what they're doing here. It is going to be E-Leader coming out, and I don't really even have to tell you what comp that Sway is running at this point, but it is the night of the 52 gal, apparently. Keep an eye on what, I believe they were saying Toddy, I'm not really sure, and Joe were doing when the scramble situations begin.
I like to refer to this map, I've never actually said this, sorry. This is definitely like a WrestleMania style design of a map because it's just a square in the middle and no way of getting out. There is, but yes, exaggeration for the purpose of dramatics. Oh, that is very unfortunate, as we do see one member of Sway going down to a random bomb, but Pelu is going to be able to hold up top mid very well here, is going to live on this flank spot for Zooka Gang, kind of predicting the movement of that team. So at this point, it's kind of just a waiting game of, okay, who's going to drop down into us, sharking these little tiny puddles under their plat. And we're not really going to push things much further because we understand that you have an E-Leader and we don't want them to look at us.
Yeah, exactly that. They're well positioned here to where even if the E-Leader knew exactly where Joe was, it's going to be a difficult ask for them to hit that shot. And you take too long to do that, and suddenly there's going to be an inkjet going through. And we just spectated a 30-second shark there, and there was absolutely no penalty for it. No penalty in the game. And, I mean, listen, if that's WrestleMania, then watch out, because that game is done with the steel chair.
Yeah. I don't know where you're going with steel chair for a second, and then I remember that was a wrestling thing. For some reason,
I to WrestleMania.
Last time I watched WrestleMania, we played like the 5 hours interrupted, like the 5 hours of silence interrupted by a metal pipe. So when you said metal chair, I thought of like metal pipe as if that was like a thing in WrestleMania. But it's definitely not. It's just a thing that we added.
Randall Keith Orton indeed with the RKO. There's really not even a lot to break down in that last game. And I mean, Siren, if that's what the games looked like, I'm starting to see why the previous one was a quick 3-0. Zooka Gang just never found their footing in the same fashion. You saw there was some rotating of where the shark was coming from in the attack. But again, I made the point. We were spectating Joe being in basically the same spot for like 15 seconds. And you better believe that the only reason he's doing that is because his team is just like, nope, we got it. We got it here. We got it there. Just stay right there. We don't need your help here.
Mm-hmm. And he was just really facilitating who was allowed to drop from the enemy plat. And as a result, you kind of saw the E-Leader have to take a very risky position and drop down on that right side there, which is never something you really want to do. So hopefully we don't end up in that sort of circumstance here, but this is a totally different design and different layout that we're looking at, but not a lot of change from either comp, if at all. But I don't really remember because that last game was only a minute long.
Ouch, indeed. And that's a rough spot for that first crab to come out. Poor Kit Kat has to run all the way back, and it is rare that you see this first checkpoint not even be contested, but I don't even know where a defense or a contest is going to come from on this side. See, Miner's going to rotate over there and finally Darknos is able to close it down and take 2 out, so I guess if all you lose there is that first checkpoint, that's not the end of the world. It's usually going to fall at some point in the game as well. And this D-Tech going and collecting right now. It doesn't look like Storm went the other way, but almost got another one there. Storm barely clinging to life, but now that the tax cooler's back, the loop will come back into effect as well. And despite some incredible plays there from the D-Tech, it's not going to be enough as the march continues forward.
Yes, Storm getting all the way up into the spawn of Zooka Gang here. They really have no space to wiggle around here, and poor Kit Kat absolutely just getting snuck up on by Joe, who has been playing in the shadows this entire set, but has opted into not hiding anymore. And yeah, that's what?
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 Storm, get on
What?
the tower! Get on the tower! The game's not done! Storm!
Bro
He
put
set
down his controller.
down. I hope you lose now. I hope you lose now. Setting your controller down before the game is done. Okay, no, they're gonna move
No,
forward.
Kit Kat can get the snipe. Right. No.
Pick up your controller, young man.
You could just see the pause. Like, he didn't know what was happening either. What? Who? How did that happen?
That had to have been like a collateral shot from Kit Kat or something right as Storm also got Kit Kat for the wipeout. So I get it from Storm's perspective. You have 2 of your friends on the tower. It's at 1, and you just killed the last member of the enemy team. Yeah, you probably think, yeah, there's no way that the game isn't over right now. But no, just stop playing the game. And
I'm gonna need the replay code for that game after this. I need to examine what just happened there. Like just the other day, we had a moment in Sturgeon, not in tournament, but where our opponent fell through the map, and that clip's on Twitter. I didn't think we had that sort of thing happening this frequently or at all this late into the game, but you know, it'll still happen every once in a while. Didn't happen here. I don't know why I brought it up. Maybe it was just because it was Sturgeon. But what? I need to give Storm a stern talking to after this. But it is a best of 3, so that is going to be the set for them, regardless of how that game played out at the end there.
yeah, so we're back to Surplus and Sway for round 2. If you stepped away for just a moment to, you know, go to the bathroom, grab a drink, grab a snack or something. No, they didn't just reset. There was another set that was played in between these 2. Sway very clearly wanting to get into what they believe should have been their set previously here, and they're going to run it right on back against Surplus. And hey, look at that up at the top of your screen in this wonderful little graphic the production has put together. We're starting off on the mode that, as you noted, Siren, Surplus is not lost.
Yeah, okay, yes. It's Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge. We're back to this. They had a very quick victory the last time we saw this, barely giving their opponents any time to deal with what we were looking at. That was Rabid back then. Oh, geez. Feels like it was so long ago now. But things can play differently for Sway, and I imagine, depending on what was going on with them, they may have already watched that set in their downtime, so they may know what's already cooking, what's going on with Surplus, since they did have that, I guess, 2-game window where they completed their set before Surplus did. I feel like I say this every time, but Elemental is truly the GOAT for casting and, you know, taking care of the game and spec cam. But also, I literally just said I would like a replay code, and they've just delivered it to me. How insane is that?
I mean, it's you said it. We throw around compliments quite liberally here, and it's because there are so many folks who work behind the scenes that are deserving of it. So, although I will admit, yeah, a replay code that quick is that's some level of service, you could say.
Yes, I'm always quite impressed every time I'm here. And let's be honest, the people behind the desk don't nearly get enough recognition as they deserve. So, I mean, we're all behind a desk right now, but that is the desk that is operating everything. They are piloting the robot, as to say, the K-bot.
Whoa. Okay, well, here's your switch. I'm sorry, Pelu? We got the Nautilus coming out here? This is, I mean, you know, we wondered if they were just going to run it right back with the same stuff and try to play it a different way, but okay, here we go. The Nautilus, another weapon that's been receiving a little bit more love these days.
Yeah, and I fully support this decision. I think it's a great weapon, and I think this is really good on Clamplets as well. That Inkstorm does apply a lot of passive pressure when you're going to be pushing under the basket. So overall, a great decision here. And really just the bloodbath that we're looking at in mid. Surplus coming out on top for the first one, where it didn't quite look like it would at the beginning, but they have positioned themselves under the basket here. Luke getting all the way up into the faces of Sway, but is going to be taking some fire from Storm and Joe, getting the trade onto both of them, and that is going to be overall beneficial for Sway. Sorry, for Surplus, but not really seeing any clams here, guys.
Yeah, and Kara's sitting at 7 right now, and you know, I get it. Sometimes that first push can be really tricky to figure out because, again, that's at the point where there are still some clams that are on the map where they originally spawned rather than getting the whole pod system started. And, you know, I get it. Sometimes it's a little difficult to collect it there at the start, but you better believe that Sway has not seemed to have that same problem. Well, as I say that, they were clearly trying to shuffle him up to Minor, who instead was in Booyah Bomb there. So now they have taken a little while to score, but the one difference, they were actually able to hit Pay Dirt, and finally, 90 seconds into the game, we've got some points on the board.
Yeah, some points. Finally, some food. Palu getting that wipeout, that last pick under Surplus's basket, but it's not going to be quite enough time for them to get any more clams in. These jump-ins still happening. They are going to continue applying this pressure, but one member is going to have to go back at some point and make that power clam, which we are kind of seeing in the sidelines here, just on the edges of the camera. As Storm comes back in, they are continuing to just hold up this momentum. They are like a well-oiled machine at this point.
And the range that Nautilus plays at means that you can very quickly pop up an assist, whichever of your teammates, right now it's currently Joe, is on this left side. So Halo is able to kind of do double duty there, watch the opponents drop and assist anyone who drops on the opponent there. And that's why you're seeing this extended thing. It's the slight change in the way that weapon plays from a speed perspective. And yeah, Pelu's KA is going to be absolutely ridiculous here with all these assists that are also being collected. This basket is still open. It's not often they stay open this long at this level.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at this. It's been 3 minutes of the game, but we're really looking at, like, what, 2 pushes here? And nearly a knockout. This could be the end of it, it seems. Yeah, Minor is going to be the only one holding up any clams remaining. But once again, in the corner of our screen, we see another power clam being built. They are just not stopping with this whatsoever. Storm, once again, under this basket. The basket can't even keep up. It was still up when he got back to it. So that looks like it is finally going to be the end. But, you know, just having the basket open for your opponent is going to help you in the long run because that will slow them down. That power, the pity clam is not going to drop for them in that time. And as well, they can't really dunk into your basket while their own is open. So that will work out for them overall as we see very separated members of Surplus on this overhead view.
Yeah, they're taking their time trying to figure out where they're going to set their attack from. Forge and Phantom were kind of sitting in mid there, and they actually maybe got a little bit lucky there. I think Joe kind of played right into it here, and that's going to loot to move forward without any worry about a flank coming through. So finally, an opportunity being had. They're going to make the most of it here, scoring another power clam very, very quickly. They did pick off where Luke was coming from, but the threat is not yet gone. Forge is going to be able to keep this basket open by just a minute. And take a look at this. There's a power clam that is jumping right in. Fanta not going to be able to score it. Forge going to have a rough landing as well. Will get a trade for the trouble. But they almost were able to claw that one back in just one push. And they're probably only going to get one more. And now that they spent their pity claim on that Siren, they're going to have to play hard just to get another power claim and get to overtime.
Yeah, it looks like they weren't really able to preserve any of the ones that that they had acquired during the time that Sway was pushing up on them. And this, I guess, lack of mid control while they had all that time is very concerning for me as a viewer. As we do see Surplus taking all that real estate once again for themselves. They made that power climb. They're getting under the basket there. Other members are coming in. They still have 4 that they can dunk in. And with that power climb as well, this could very well be the lead. It's just going to be Fanta under that basket, trading with 2 members. That is going to be a full wipe. However, with only 7 seconds left, that last member of Surplus is going to need to make a power climb in order to stay in this a little bit longer and initiate overtime. But nope, not able to quite do that in time, and that is going to end the game in favor of Sway, taking the first game of Clamblitz against Surplus in quite some time in this tournament.
Yeah, absolute madness on the board there at the very end, too. Forge was able to get 2 players at that point for the price of 1, and I thought that might have done it, but the other members were positioned properly, and of course, we kept saying the name Pelu over the course of that game, but the Nautilus pick, lovely, whether it was a specific counter pick against Surplus or if it's just wanting to play a more ranged weapon to assist your team on an open, flat map like Scorch Gorge. You can't argue with the result. You can talk about the decision all you want, but lovely, lovely stuff there from Sway, and they're now going to get another chance to get some revenge on a map and mode that they lost in the last set to Surplus, that being Splat Zones on Makamart.
Yes, and I talk a lot, maybe too much, about the ability to adapt, and Sway has already shown some decent signs of being able to do so against Surplus, being, that game we just saw there, and their quick change in Pelu over to that Nautilus and being able to play a lot faster might help them out in this game as well, but they do need to keep in mind of how Surplus has been playing so far as well. We saw a lot of spots where that Octobrush was just sitting out in those corners and not really interacting until someone else came over to them. And that has really been an issue for pretty much every team we've watched play against Surplus tonight. So they're going to have some level of response for that and something to kind of keep that in check, whether that be like a torpedo weapon that'll kind of monitor what's happening. I hate to say it, but point sensors, toxic mist, ink mines, just something out there, which is not a sub weapon or special that I really associate with like the aggressive play style that we've been seeing from Sway so far. So I doubt we'll see it, but you never know if they're gonna make that change. But with that being said, I also forgot that Nautilus does have a point sensor, so they may have used that as a strategic, I guess, plus for them in dealing with that.
Taking a look here, it is kind of like you noted. Again, we wondered what the comp was going to be, and I think at this point we can pretty confidently say that Pelu is just going to be sticking with this through thick and thin. We're not going to have too much more of an opposite in terms of just the map and how teams generally play them than Scorch Gorge and Makamart. So, listen, I get it. It's one of those weapons where if the opponent isn't used to the range and speed that it plays at, you can steal a couple games just simply on unfamiliarity here, and especially something like the Nautilus that a lot of players haven't played against in years. It's a legitimate piece. I mean, look at the top. Siren, there hasn't been a point in this game where there haven't been 2 yellow squids down.
It's quite amazing watching this shift happen. Surplus sitting out for those couple games may have added a little bit of rust to that pot. We are watching this go down quite tragically here. 2 members down on the side of Surplus. That Inkjet is going to be a bit of a Hail Mary here. They only have 10 seconds left. Absolutely no specials coming in. Never mind, they got that Tacticooler. But when you get a trade with it, it's not going to be worth it. What a game!
Oh my god. Sway treating the first set as if it was literally them just trying out their B squad. They wanted to get the JV comp some reps. So then later on they could bring out the varsity squad, which is apparently just Pelu playing a slightly different variant of Splatling. It's incredible how different these 2 sets have looked thus far.
Could you translate that into lazy gamer that doesn't go outside? I heard like a few words in there and I was like, what does that mean?
All right, let it be known, folks, that there are junior varsity and varsity squad for academics endeavors as well. But The test squad, the B team that couldn't quite make the cut for the better team. That's the JV squad. So the first set they were putting out that squad, and then I guess to continue to fully explain this joke, now here in this next set they've brought out the real composition. They took the training weights off. Now they will try all the wonderful things here, which of course is a deep sensationalization of it all here. Clearly, Surplus is having difficulty dealing with these slight changes here. I do expect them to find some answers here, if not in this next game, sometime in the next set as well. We're moving on now to the place that every tournament eventually ends up for half of its play. Tower Control, Inkblot Art Academy.
Good
Wow.
old reliable. When nobody got me, I know that Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy has got me.
It's had me for years. Like, that's longer than most of my friendships. Like, it's been what, five years at this point? 6 years at this point?
That's very sad. Now you make me depressed. Has
Yeah, I've got-
Splatoon stayed in my life than my friends? More than my friends? Longer than my friends? Perhaps.
Perhaps.
It's too late for these thoughts. Hold on. Okay. What matters is right now. Right now is Splatoon 3. We're on number 3. You've been here since Splatoon 1.
I have. I've been in this seat talking into, well, not this microphone. The initial microphone was many dollars less than the current microphone. Also, the desk was bad. But I'm here. I've been here, and I'm staying here. And oh my god, never mind. The whole... we talk about how every tournament eventually ends up here. The other thing that always happens in North American Splatoon is eventually, if you lose, just keep adding more 52 gals. Eventually something will work. You'll find the right number of 52 gals here. And I mean, listen, if you want walls, you want to find a way to fight this new weapon that the opponents brought out that's been giving you fits, I mean, 52 gal fights about as well as anything. So we'll see if this is the answer that they needed. And hey, if it's not the answer they needed, at least you tried it in your first set of Griamce instead of the second set.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is kind of copium as far as running double whale. But like, I guess when you don't have Stingray, you have Stingray at home, which is this. So that is coming out as they approach this plat. Joe having a killer whale of his own and getting that pick onto Fantafizz from that maximum range distance, and that team fight there is going to seal the deal for them as they move in.
I mean, 52 gal folks, I hope you're taking notes here. Like, precisely played, max range on one side, playing around the opponent's wall and setting up your own wall at the right time as well. This lovely stuff here. They're gonna walk past this checkpoint. 8, Siren. 8. 1 push. 8 points.
I just saw people fighting. I wasn't even like paying attention to that line on the top. I don't even know what that thing means. That's the score, right? Okay. So if true, that does mean that Sway is looking very good so far in this game. They've basically insane if true, just crazy.
There's another wipeout.
Yep. So
there's the game within the game that is being played right now, folks. I mean, look at this. Look at the way that they're hurting them through here. Sway has hit another gear right now. Their technical ability, you can see it from a mechanical standpoint, the way that they're moving, the way that they're communicating, shifting people away. Storm moving his controller a million miles a minute here. And again, there hasn't been a point in this set that you have seen Surplus really start to keep pace with the tempo that Sway is playing at. I mean, yes, I know they're 3 down right now, but again, that was all because they tried to move it past 8 points. We're halfway through this game, and again, with this comp, you noted, 52 gal, I don't know how to feel about this double whale. How do you fight your way through here at this point?
That's a great question that I don't think I quite have the answer to, even though I really probably should. I feel like they're just fighting fire with fire, and it's just working out a little bit better for them because Surplus doesn't really seem to know what to do with it themselves, and you know, I think people are their own worst enemy at times, and when they're dealing with an exact mirror of their comp, it can be kind of hard to cope. I say mirror as if they aren't different, but functionally in my brain these are pretty similar as far as what they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I would agree with that entirely. You saw them do a lot of the same things against one another. The ideology behind each of these comps is like you noted, somewhat similar here, but I again kind of go back to, you saw how Surplus was playing around double inkjet, how well they were taking those small moments to open it up here, and this may just simply be a matter of, now that Sway isn't running their inkjet compositions here, there's just not any gap that they are giving Surplus. They're just kind of just waiting for Surplus to force their way through, win these fights, and prove that they can keep pace in a team play fashion. And I mean, again, we've sort of been talking around the game and not talking a whole lot about what's been going on, because we've been watching the same game for 4 minutes.
Yeah, it really has just been, like, if you told me this was a clip of the first minute of the game and it's just repeating, I would pretty much believe you. It's been a lot of, okay, we had mid-control for a moment, and then suddenly just Sway runs in, gets 3-4 picks, and then just gets on the tower. Whether it gets to a knockout before 40 seconds is over is, I think, the real question. Not to sound like I'm BMing Surplus or anything, I do think there is a realistic chance for them to come back from this, but you have to burn through 2 checkpoints. They don't even have the first one yet. That is incredibly difficult to come through. I'll be very impressed if they do, but, like, that is probably one of the hardest feats to do when you can't even remove yourself from the tower against a team that has, you know, Booyah Bomb. So think about it that way.
Yeah, and I mean, this game, a foregone conclusion at this point here. This is the part where I really hope that Surplus isn't looking too deeply into how this set played out. Like, you know, we can talk all the times about momentum and how a set ends and not getting too down on it. Normally, we play that up a little bit because, you know, it's certainly an element, but players at this level generally get to this level by being pretty mentally, you know, strong, having good fortitude. But a set like that, that's one that can get under anybody's skin. So now Surplus will have a moment to take some time. I really hope that that double 52 was just something they were trying out for the fun of it there, kind of understanding that this set was getting away from them, because my oh my, Sways looked completely different in these last 2 sets.
Yeah, I mean, might as well give it a shot when you're in that kind of position. If you lose, that means, okay, now we have a clean slate and we can maybe get, you know, start from the beginning in the bracket reset. And if it fails, well, I mean, there was a decent chance that we would have lost at least one of the next 3 games regardless, based on how things are going statistically so far. And I think at some point you should probably always try and play as if you have a chance at winning. And I think that is what they did, but something, I guess, going into the next game, maybe that was an information play for them, and just trying to see what may have caused a dent into Sway. That's me giving them the benefit of the doubt in their planning as far as the comp goes for that game. But I can't really judge without knowing really what's happening there.
Well, let's hope that Surplus has some better answers than what we're trying to piece together here, because you're starting on the map that last set just ended rather unceremoniously on. So this is a map mode that you beat Sway on in that game 5 in the set that you took them for. So you at least know that you're returning to a map and mode that you've won on. You probably at this point are certain that they're not going to go with the double inkjet comp again. So you know you're not going to get those same openings as well. But again, you can build a little confidence there. Then you move into tower control, Hagglefish, Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge, and anything can happen at a certain point. You eventually get Clam Blitz later on. So again, I just want to see him take a little time here. The worst thing is when things are going really bad for you and you just immediately ready up. You don't give it a whole lot of thought. We've all been there. It's part of being a competitor. Sometimes you have those moments. Sometimes you have those days. And right now, Surplus hoping that it was just one of those sets and that this one will go a little different.
Yeah, whether they're making changes in their comp or whether it's just a discussion and a mindset swap, I think that's something that has to go into this. And we are seeing a very significant change. In fact, I thought we were looking at Surplus for a moment there at the beginning of the game, but it was the comp of... sorry, I thought we were looking at Sway. My bad, S names. They're all the same to me. Though, what am I looking at here? Sway continuing their momentum, moving up into their plat. Storm staying back once again, which I think we've seen a lot of patterns of him doing this so far, and just being there when his team needs it, but not overextending to the point where it kind of plays at risk for wipeout, which I think is a very good strategic move, as we've seen before, because he's kind of always been in the right spot when they need him at the last second. But Miner here just using the parabolas of his weapon to get up into the plat, get these amazing picks like the one on Fanta just there.
I mean, nerf it more. Come on now. Like, only weapon in the game that's going to be able to consistently get you a quick kill in that scenario. Finally, they have separated the members of Sway just long enough to get an attack in on that side. Wonderfully placed there, taking advantage of the slight overextension that Sway gave them. And now Siren, the double inkjet comp that they opted to break out for this map and mode in particular, can finally start to show its teeth. Where is the attack going to come from Sway? They certainly have the resources to meet it right where it's the most effective.
These points are ticking down very quickly as we're looking at Pelu kind of trying to get a window to get back in here, spotting out one of the members, getting a trade here, and that's going to be overall beneficial for the members of Sway to get back in here. Not spotting anyone else on the side of Surplus in the zone or the general vicinity of it, and Storm having a perfectly timed cooler for them to hop into this plat here and start initiating another fight with Surplus at this point in time. We are seeing this ink strikes coming out as well. Not really doing a whole lot of work, though, when, you know, Sway just has so much space to move around, and that's not going to really do a whole lot.
Yep, and again, they picked out where some of these sharks were and taken them down. What is the follow-up? It appears they've got good follow-up. Fanta would love to have closed that one out right there. Miner's in a position to hold this zone and get a couple jumps in, sensing the moment, moves forward, knowing that the jump was coming in. Again, it's just these slight optimizations on when they attack, opening things up. Thankfully, there is some specials that they're going to use to maybe take control. Please flip it. Don't make this happen to my heart. Thank you. They did do it, so... Man, oh man, barely hanging on, using their specials to get back in our Surplus, but they've kept the game alive, and they've looked much, much better this game than in the previous set.
Yeah, but once again, we have this 3 down onto the side of Surplus. I'm not even really sure what to say to this. Like, we're going to be seeing follow-up once again, but what we need to see from Surplus at this point in time is just for them to hold what they've been getting, because they've been getting these little tiny moments of opportunity, and I just don't feel like they've been grasping it the same way as they have been for the rest of the tournament, and maybe that's just a bit of burnout showing or something else here, but I need them to push through for the sake of this.
Yeah, well, I like what they did right there. You saw that as soon as that first inkjet came out, Fanta just ran forward immediately, not even waiting to see where the attack was coming from or if it was a good idea. And they actually pushed through and got the pick because of that. And the trade is going to flip the zone. I believe that Sway had the respawn advantage at that time anyway, but man, everything coming up against what Surplus would like in that exchange after they did such a creative opening there where they had their NZAT be the one that was leading the charge on the attack. As it stands right now, 3 members up on the plat. Pelu jumps back out. Storm sitting on it as well. We're going to see one final dive at it with everything that Surplus is made of, but those strikes aren't going to land in time. And Sway takes their 6th game in a row.
What an impressive record coming out of them. I don't think I've seen quite a comeback like this, because things just were not looking the same way whatsoever in that winner's final set, and just this vengeance that they've been playing with, it really shows that they have done their work and they've really thought about this a lot more. And that I have to give a little salute to as well.
Yeah, credit must be given to him for, you know, there are some of these teams, especially these you know, 2 tech check shooters and a bucket. Like everybody knows a team like this. When their shots are landing, when they feel sharp, when they are playing with confidence, they're just so difficult to beat. And you can chalk that up to a number of factors. You can chalk it up to certain maps. You can chalk it up to maybe you're playing certain modes over and over again. Maybe there just aren't a ton of weapons that are conventionally strong against those types of comps outside of those weapons in particular. But it's just one of those teams that can be difficult to fight against. And Sway, even back when they had just formed as Nightmare, that's what they were built on. We're like, okay, we got some crack kids here who are moving through and attacking properly and moving reasonably well together, sharking at the right time, and they've only gotten better as time has gone on. So when they put it all together and go on a run, this is what it can look like. It can look outright dominant.
You said it best. I don't even really know what I can add to that overall. Like, they have continued to stay together throughout Splatoon 3, and that added on to the mechanics that they already had going into the team just is an absolute recipe for a team like Nightmare, which has been a very dominant threat and a familiar face in Proving Grounds for a reason. And we see them pretty much every time they play because they're always going to make it far enough in the tournament to make it a large impact and be known. So their presence is really felt in the community. And, you know, I guess as a side note, just a congrats to them. I didn't even realize before tonight that they had gotten that sponsorship, but I can't really think of a more deserving team at the moment. This one really makes sense to me.
They have done it the right way, and now Surplus, as they continue to look for answers, they've now moved Fanta over to the Neo Splash-O-Matic. I mean, this is one that we saw in previous sets come out of them too, but again, if you feel like nothing else is going right, at least you can maybe give yourself a little bit more stability around the map, but stability coming at a premium right now for them. Fanta gets a really, really important shot because the momentum was going all the way away. Now they're still not in a great position as a whole, but at the very least, the tower isn't moving towards them at an alarming rate of speed. So once again, hero plays coming through and giving them another grasp on life.
Yes, and I don't know about you, but I'm already kind of feeling a bit of a shift in the energy coming out from Surplus here. It might be hero plays, but at the same time, they are still... It just feels to me like they're giving it all they have. I think maybe they're kind of realizing that the tournament is dangling in front of their faces with it, you know, with being on the back foot as they are right now, down a point in that bracket reset. So very little points moving on the board right now, and I think they're really just trying to focus on their fights and getting this early advantage as quick as they can before they hop onto that tower and get over eager here. Though they do have to be very careful because, again, Sway has shifted in such a way that has allowed them to move around as just as frantically as they have been moving this entire tournament. So I think playing these area control specials like the Ink Strike, like we're seeing there, is going to keep them in check, but it's just a matter of how long are you able to do that and stay on the tower.
Yeah, I mean, so far the answer is long enough here. They are getting through that first checkpoint. They're going to pay dearly for it. They're a wipeout just to get to it, but you really saw in that last little sequence there the difference of what happens when one team is able to have their tacticooler up in the right spot where everybody can get it quickly. We talk so much, of course, about the properties that it has from a you just immediately respawn facet, but remember, every single time one of these players gets away in a situation that they probably wouldn't have if they weren't tacticoolered up, that completely changes how the opposing team has to approach them in that scenario. And those seconds start to add up. Players survive just a little bit longer than they should. It changes it. And I mean, you can see right here what happens when they survive longer than they should. Immediately, that checkpoint falls. They now have their respawns back in because they were tacked up. And there's the lead siren already. It's starting to happen. They only needed the one opening.
Yes, and with 2 down here, Miner just throwing that Booyah Bomb as well, and spotting out Kara over this ledge here, knowing exactly where she's going to be sitting here. That is going to be rough for them. It seems like they've kind of concentrated all the members of Surplus into one spot in the map and are just raining fire onto them as best as they can while they sit on this tower, nearly burn through that final checkpoint, and it is just going to be that last 52 gal for Sway, and they are going to get picked off, and this is another opportunity for Surplus to get back into this, but the damage has been done. A push to 10 is, nothing to something at. I am forgetting every single term I know, and I'm not going to be ridiculed once again for teeth climbing. So.
I got nothing. There's no possible idiom that I could come up with that's better than that.
I think I'm going to use that unironically now.
Well, there you go. To 3? Yo, Forge, chill. That push was done. Now 3 shots. Forge has opened this up here. Hold on a minute. We said hero plays. We talked earlier about Fanta here. Now Forge closing it out here. They're actually in a pretty good spot there. Miner is the one that you want to fire, and Miner gets one of those, maybe even both of them being directs to close it out. But Luke wins the 1v1 against Storm, who dove maybe a little bit early, gets another one for the trouble as well. Now they're tactical it up. They're going to land immediately with momentum. Who got back there on the tower? We can't quite see it, but Kara going to continue to be a menace on that side. Yeah, it is Forge who is moving up there. They're pre-firing immediately on that side. I don't think they're going to have access to their specials in time to protect this checkpoint, but will they be able to protect their lead? Out comes the Booyah Bomb. What's the follow-up?
The follow-up is 3 of them going down, unfortunately for Sway. Oh my gosh, they're going to stay on this tower for a little bit longer. They're going to get on the 11, 10. That is going to break the checkpoint. This could very well be a knockout here. 5 points left on the board, 2-1. It was just 1 person left on Surplus. That's all you really need, though, with tower, I guess.
Then there you go. Talk about gritty and being able to scrap your way through, coming back after dropping 4 convincing games to an opponent and an entire set that lasted all of about 10 minutes. To take back a game like that when your opponent has pushed it all the way down to 10. Fanta with the plays at the earlier portion of the game. Forge getting 3. I don't know if they were all 3 directs. I'm going to assume for the rule of cool that all 3 of them were incredible directs while being fired upon with that inkjet to extend that push longer. That's what really gave them the opportunity to stay in that game. If there was a full-on reset of that and they continued to trade paint and exchange mid, they were not going to get that. You saw it took basically 3 full-on attempts for them to take the lead after they got the power or the tower into the danger position. But there's the resilience that you want to see, Siren. We might have yet another game 5.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take this delivery. I'll take the retaliation. I'm really happy to see some pushback and grands, and nothing is more boring to me in this game than when a team just wins 3-0. But I feel like this is a bit of a different story regardless because of the existing set that we had in winners finals. And I'm more so speaking about those tournaments where it's just a... you know what, I'm just going to say it. I'm going to name drop it. Starburst in like any LAN tournament in like the last year. Those sets and those tournament runs, I'm just like, okay, Grands is happening. I'm gonna go like paint my nails or something. You like to see the comeback, but you kind of, you overall know what's gonna happen, and I hope that me saying this isn't taken as like BM towards the entire community. I'm just like, I'm trying to get some other team to like beat them up. Everyone's thinking it. I'm just the one saying it. Can I be brave?
What? Nobody prompted that from Siren. Siren just willingly walked and volunteered all of that out there, talking about bravery. However, am a giant coward and refuse to do anything but compliment players. So that's where I'm at, everybody. Get your nice vanilla milquetoast commentary from yours truly. But Forge is going to go ahead and stay on the ball point. So we talked about the big change between set 1 and set 2 between these two. Pelu switching over to the Nautilus, and apparently the answer here in set number 3 is Forge is going to go off the Octobrush and go to the culinary opposite of an Octobrush, which is the ballpoint splat.
Yes, and we are looking at just 1 Neo Splash remaining in mid. Very early control for Sway once again, but we saw that the last game. This doesn't really mean anything necessarily. But with Rainmaker, I think it can be a little bit more punishing. As I kind of delved into that earlier on Humpback. But with that checkpoint out of the way, even if you get that full wipe, it doesn't really impact you too much in the long game because you've still got, you know, a huge block out of your way.
Yeah, well, and I think it certainly also changes how your friends will attack up, because when that checkpoint is gone, yes, it means that the Rainmaker can move forward, but it also means that like your attackers don't really have to move up and then hold position around this checkpoint like you're kind of seeing Luke doing here. Once this is gone, you better believe that Luke is just going to immediately move forward regardless. Well, you know, I say that, Luke doesn't really care whether or not the checkpoint is gone. Moving forward there, go ahead and collect the third one. Absolutely. Go ahead and get us the quad. Come on, Luke. Clean it up right here. Joe is going to be the buzz kill of the evening. And I think Joe may have actually been doing the exact same to the members of Surplus there, so maybe I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, put some respect on my boy Joe's name. He's not my boy. I don't know why I said that.
Because it's midnight. That's why you said it.
Yeah, okay. Midnight. Yes. I don't. Am I a werewolf? But like with Splatoon commentary, what does that mean?
Just that it's late at night and you're tired.
Okay.
I was extending you some grace there.
Took me a minute to process that. Specials being deployed for both teams here, but the question is what team will come out on top of this. That is going to be a bit of an extension for Sway moving up here, and maybe a bit of a scrappy, a bit of a sloppy move up here from them. We're not really seeing the strong pushes that we've been, you know, used to so far, where they just get it all up into the 10s in one go. Where we're kind of watching Joe do the Joe thing again, where he's sitting under a ledge. We like look and examine. Yep, just waiting for his prey to enter the space, the vicinity of the 52 gal range. Playing this smart, I would say, but there's only so long I can watch somebody sit in one spot of ink.
Well, I think the ironic part here is there's somebody that is coming from behind them there. You saw the ouch there, and Storm doing the exact right thing, which is we're getting flanked. I'm just not going to worry about it. I'm running forward anyway. But as soon as Joe left that spot, somebody immediately jumped down. I believe it was Luke, and flanked behind and started killing everybody. So Joe waits that long, and it turns out he should have waited like 1 second longer. Isn't it beautiful, this game we play?
It's truly ironic, don't you think? Sorry. Anytime I mention irony, it just has to happen. But 40, yeah. I mean, it's 40, all right. It's. I don't feel like any team is safe right now, and for them to be playing kind of safe and not really diving into this fight like I thought they would is a little surprising and maybe more risky than it would be otherwise. But
yeah, that's why they don't. That's why they don't dive. The second they do dive, look at what they have to pay for it. Oh my goodness! Thank goodness for Tacticooler to at least get some people up there so that this isn't an immediate knockout. But 29 with 47 seconds left on the map. I mean,
yeah,
there you go.
This game would have already been over if this was Splatoon 2. Like that's how you can gauge the difference right there. Palu just trying to babysit the Rainmaker as we're looking at here, and Kara, I believe, is really not backing out.
No, Luke just got two more incredible shots there, jumping left to right there, and yeah, it's just Storm up right here. Probably going to opt to, yeah, maybe even move up a little bit and try to fight. Desperately needs to hold long enough to get those jumps in. The nice thing is they all died before the Tacticooler was deployed. The bad news is they're also dead after the Tacticooler is deployed. So you're going to see a run-in right here in a desperation play. Storm going to run up and try to grab it and immediately die for it. And now, after, again, a game that I thought that Sway was really controlling the pace of, they overextend just one time, get immediately wiped out, and now Surplus is now suddenly one game away from winning, and they're moving into Glam Blitz.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, we got the fist bump on stream. Oh, that's the first time I've seen it in tournament, I think. Yeah, I mean, like I feel like this has become a bit of a formula. It's hard for me to sort of come up with new things to say, but like Sway has been really controlling these early games here, and these comebacks from Surplus are, I would say, almost uncharacteristic of how they've been playing for the rest of the tournament. We have seen some good ones, but normally they don't normally have to make a comeback because they usually have that control from the get, and that may have been the element that had been throwing them off in those first few games of the set here. Is just Sway started with so much energy and so much forward pressure that Surplus didn't really know how to deal with it and didn't really know how to take back in the same way that Sway had been. Clam Blitz on Brinewater is a different story, however. I think this plays differently from everything else, and I believe you were watching the tournament as well before, but Lily did a really good job of breaking down how this map plays a little bit differently and how you need to control very specific areas of it before you can kind of consider moving into their base and getting a push off of the ground. And a lot of the pushes that we've been seeing so far from pretty much any team on this map mode have kind of existed like that, where it's a very slow starting one. It's not really initiated by a wipe typically. They'll usually just move up into their base and a couple people will fight, but most of the time they're just going to stay back and dunk those clams the second they have that space to do so.
Yeah. When it comes to breaking down how Clam Blitz maps tend to play, you're not going to find too many people who will do it more eloquently and with a better explanation than Lily. So, it's a great callback, and, feel free to walk back in the VOD to watch it if you missed it. But I guess the more pertinent question right now, okay, there it is. I was going to say, what is going to be their answer to this change from Forge over to this ballpoint? Because that has been the story of this set. When you take away an Octobrush that is really only contributing when it is moving forward or sharking in certain positions, playing into a team that knows how to deal with that, I mean, of course that's going to play into what Sway is doing once they really get firing on all cylinders. So now they've opted to change back over, and right now, Pelu going to be on the ballpoint as well, getting the initial victory, albeit with the help of an Inkjet over the ballpoint counterpart. So let's see what they're capable of putting together here. A lot of map control at the start, but again, not a lot to show for it with the way that this map plays.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised we're not even really seeing a dunk going on here. Pelu playing cleanup almost, backing up here and spotting out any members of Surplus who are trying to take this moment of weakness and Sway and use it for their own good. So looking at this, they do have to kind of play it a bit smart here. I really like how Pelu has been playing so far, though, and just making sure all the members of Surplus are in check.
They would have loved to have gotten one of those players here. How does that happen? You had two people who were almost down, and yet not only do you not clear up either of them, you actually escape, and Miner has to take matters in his own hands here to close this one out. And again, all of these fights that are happening away from these power positions have given other members a way back, but Miner hits the incredible direct, and then the follow-up there for the wipeout, and finally, after again controlling the game for about 90 seconds, we have the first opening of the basket. We're already down to 50.
Wow, I mean, look, if Sway wants to take advantage of their early momentum here, they're going to have to go out for a knockout. Otherwise, they are very susceptible to just losing the tournament here. So, again, they're going to have to kind of watch their momentum, maybe slow down their clam dunks to account for the fact that the clams do have to respawn as well. But now we are in very clear knockout range. Storm coming in with the last two clams. We're going to Game 5 again. What kind of tournament am I in? Like, I'm not in this tournament. I'm watching this tournament.
I mean, did Miner and Joe just like break the little toasters that people spawn in on? Like, that was what, 3 full loops of just of Pelu and Storm running back, grabbing clams and moving forward. Like, we of course were watching that, so we didn't get to see it up at the front side, but I mean, unbelievable. And Miner getting what was essentially a 1v3, kind of more of a 1v2 that was then eventually a third pick was gotten off of that. To even give them that opportunity, Listen, Sloshing Machine, I love you. Still there. Nerf it more. You can't get this weapon out of the game.
You know what? I'm going to disagree with you there. I think Miner is just somebody who has very much dedicated all their time and resources into really perfecting their ability of Slosher. And a lot of people I know who used to play Sloshing Machine have jumped ship, even people who absolutely mained it before the nerf, just because they think it's a little too slow. And I think Miner's dedication is just showing and paying off for him. And maybe the weapon looks really busted when it's in his hands, but that's because Miner is busted. He is just busted.
Yeah, and Miner, way back during the Resurgence League, during one of the casts that Walkie and I did, we were really complimenting Miner on playing a very measured style of Sloshing Machine, where it was play at absolute max range that direct can hit, close it out, get one more shot there, pivot around. So it's natural he's not going to be affected as much, but we talk all we want about Miner. He's going to have to find a little more magic for one more game as these two teams are diving it in, folks. This is the 13th game that these two teams have played tonight, and this one for all the marbles.
For all the marbles, indeed. And I'm surprised you've been counting up to 13 because I could not tell you. I feel like I've been here for 5 years. I don't know how many games that is. But a very early... What was that trade? Just an inkjet and a ballpoint? Well, we have one on either side. That cooler is going to be coming out. No one has capped the zone. It's been 30 seconds. And we've had a whole lot of nothingness. Booyah Bomb from Miner coming out. I'm excited to see this POV. What walls can we swing over today to get that pick? And that could be the pick on the loop, and it is going to be it. It will be a trade overall, but once again, Sway is holding on to the zone here, so if anyone wants trades right now, it's probably going to be them, as long as they have this control, and they are not letting go of it. We are looking at 72 and 3 down on the side of Surplus.
No, and that Tacticooler, really, really unfortunate when Surplus threw that out. Nobody was going to be able to go up and get those for sure. And that means that a lot of time is going to be spent having to build another Tacticooler as well, because they just spent it, so there was no special meter coming back after they died. If Pelu finds one or two with this Inkjet, that's going to be a lot of stuff they're going to have to overcome. I'm running out of words here as we move now. 25 points left. They're moving forward. Forge now needs to find it, and somehow they move forward and immediately take it. That's that desperation play for the zone where you trade a couple people down there and only hold it for a second. But at least now you've applied a penalty and the game is still young.
Yes, mine are going to get picked off there on that side after the absolute trade that they were on. And now Surplus finally in a position to start getting their feet planted, get their roots in, and start making some progress towards this counter here. One member of Sway going to be going down. That is going to help them a lot, but that is going to get followed up by a few picks onto the side of Surplus. That is surely going to be a zone cap back into the favor of Sway and a penalty applied for them. We are not really dealing with much of a huge penalty here. I would say 50 is like kind of meh, and they do have to play this very carefully here. That is going to be another set of trades, a 2v2 back onto the zone as Storm tries desperately to hold this in the neutral state and prevent them from losing much more time that they so desperately want here.
How is this zone not flipped yet? How did nobody take it in any scrap there? That was incredible, fighting around everything but the zone. Now Storm has to run all the way back. They did get the Tacticooler out there, so the members of the team are probably going to be back very, very quickly. And now finally it flips again. They lost that zone very quickly. You saw the other members moved up. The difference this time is that Sway didn't have as many people in the middle of the map, but Miner doesn't care. Makes it work anyway and survives it here. Now Forge has to be careful. They're waiting, calling out, saying, "Booyah, they're over here somewhere." And Miner is able to escape, but all the while on the other side of the map, the other members of Surplus taking care of business.
Yeah, we are getting quite into the danger zone as we're looking at no penalty onto the side of Surplus. They very well could get a comeback here. They do have to win this last fight if they want to make some sort of impact. These points are ticking down. We're getting into that 7-point range difference as they are moving up here. That is going to be another penalty applied to them once again. And we are looking at basically what would be considered even ground for both of these teams. I am at the edge of my seat. That is a term that I remembered, and that is correct. and I'm not going to make up anything else.
No, that's totally fine. The ska music that is reaching a fevered pitch as well is really starting to commit to it, as we're going to have Surplus's last effort here, at least in this cycle of set play. They're starting it up and creating the pivot point from there. The members of Sway backing up just a little bit more paint, and they're going to keep scoring points here. But Storm can't get it to the other side of the zone long enough. Finally does to go through. They were tax coolered up, so they're going to be back right now. Everybody fighting in the middle of the zone. 3, 2, 1, Sway! Oh my god, a bumpier path in the third set than they were probably hoping. But the newly sponsored Sway hangs on, finds their momentum, and wins Proving Grounds number 16. And what a fantastic final game and final set we got to see, Siren.
Climbing that mountain with their teeth, punching that ticket, getting on that train. What else could I say? I don't know.
Eat that horse.
Eat that horse. Mako that market. There you have it. Who got third? Oh wait, we already knew that, right? It was Zooka Gang.
Yep.
Yes. Congrats to Zooka Gang. Congrats to Surplus. And most of all, congrats to Sway, because they are the winner chicken dinner of this week's Proving Grounds number 16. I forgot the name of the tournament.
Searching so deep into the memory banks for a different
It's literally right in front of me.
isms and just oh my goodness. Listen, if this doesn't tell you all you need to know about the fun that everybody was having tonight, to tell you all you need, we're going to go ahead and throw the bracket back up there as well, so you can see the path that some of these teams took to get as far as they did. And, you know, there were great sets all the way through. I made a remark earlier about how many Game 5s there were on stream tonight. As, you know, the level of these teams gets closer and closer, it's only fitting that we would finish with a Game 5 in our final set as well. So it says it right there on the screen, folks. A major congratulations to Sway for getting the victory here in Proving Grounds number 16. You saw some great work in the first set by Surplus. You saw wonderful adaptation in the second set by Sway. And then you saw another switch back from both teams in that third set. And it's always fun, folks. I joked earlier about this is the best way to spend your Friday night, but we all have a good time. We all have a lot of fun. And I imagine production probably doesn't want to be here any longer than they have to. So, Siren, where can people find you, and what do you have going on?
People can find me at Siren Banshee on both Twitter and Twitch. Hopefully, I will be streaming a little bit more frequently and whatnot soon. I'm doing a whole lot of school, but once that kind of cools down, maybe I'll start getting into the good old content creation business, because you know it's kind of always been on the back burner for a while. What about you, Nine? I'm sure people already are quite familiar with you, but formalities, and you deserve it.
Well, thank you for that. I truly despise creating content, so I will not be doing that. But you can follow me on Twitter and on Twitch at gingerbreadman17. Go ahead, give that exact address a follow, and support it with all that you want. Maybe it's me, maybe it's not. Who knows? Who cares? But thank you again, everybody, for coming in. I know we were up around 200 viewers for the entirety of this, and that's just good stuff. That's all that can be said. But I think we're here, folks. We've got some beautiful music playing from Wind Waker in the background right now, with the fairy fountain in that background. Until next time, everybody, stay fresh.
See ya.